time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for June 20th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo. Here. Councilmember Filsa. Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
And Councilmember Stone.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. So our first item today is a closed session, which is a conference with the city attorney regarding potential litigation at 340 Portage and associated addresses, as set forth in a letter from Sobrato organization on September 10th, 2021. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item going into closed session? And I want to say at the outset of this meeting and for tomorrow as well, we're going to be, we have extremely full agendas, and so we'll be having to limit public comment periods on most agenda items. So on this item, we'll allow up to 2 minutes to speak. First speaker is Mark Weiss.
Let's see, I could probably say more in 2 minutes than you can say in 2 hours. But so I've spoken on this numerous times. I grew up here. I went to Gunn High School. I went to Terman. A lot of my Black, Filipino, Japanese American, and Chinese American teammates were actually from that neighborhood, Ventura. We call it Ventura. We call it Palo Alto's historically Black neighborhood. It is more than ironic that you're meeting today on a national holiday, Juneteenth, and having a closed session. And what I think is most problematic about this case is that so recent history started with a 16-acre parcel of land, very valuable, trading hands from one large developer to another large developer, both, you know, white-owned businesses. And then 14 acres or so. And then they secretly bought back numerous parcels adjacent to the original Fry's property. And a lot of those were historically owned, some of the 1940s and 50s, by Black families. And then magically they're upzoned so that the family who said, oh, we're going to leave Palo Alto, it's sad, we've been here for many generations. And then they sell their land to a developer. And then you, or we the people, I guess I should say, we the people, upzone the new owner's land. And now you're meeting secretly to figure out how to give them more. I mean, how much of Palo Alto are you giving away to rich people? Adverse to the interests of Black, middle class, Ventura, et cetera. There's a good article in the Palo Alto Weekly by a woman named Fiona Kelleher interviewing Lakiba Pittman, who I believe, if she's still here, might be the only Black homeowner in Ventura, who they were trying to pressure to sell. So I really think this should be an open hearing. Sobrato, you know, they've been in this area for a while. Matt Cincini is my gun classmate and my Dartmouth schoolmate and Dartmouth schoolmate. I think he would meet with members of leadership. I've said this before.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Okay, so I would support what Mark Weiss just said, that, you know, as Justice Louis Brandeis said, you know, the best medicine, so to speak, for purposes of transparency is light and openness. And there's absolutely no reason why, when we're dealing with developers in an area where members of marginalized community have lived for decades, why this shouldn't be the public's business. We know that there's been a lot of gentrification in that neighborhood. I've repeatedly spoke about the need for reparations, to include the fact that people have been segregated from Black people specifically, but also Asians and other people of color, have been segregated and kept out of the most desirable portions in terms of property value of Palo Alto. So, Pat, Mayor Burt, I'm reaching out to you. You have the authority to make this an open and public hearing. We can no longer, as Mark so well put, continue to hide behind closed doors. It is oppositional to democracy. You've been watching, I'm sure, as other members of the council, the Trump treason hearings. I guess it goes under another name, but the point is, our democracy is extraordinarily fragile. And the more closed door meetings that you have, the less that you involve the community. And Justice Brandeis said something else critical here. The most important players, the most important participant in a democracy are not the elected officials, but guess what? The community members, the citizens, the community members. And Pat, I know where your heart is. You are a man for justice, but we need to show that by opening up this closed session now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
I agree with Mark. I agree with Aram. Right now in Palo Alto, here on Juneteenth Day, there is one way that is the only successful way to get what you want in Palo Alto. It is to threaten to sue. When you threaten to sue, you have a council that exercises its right, not its obligation, to make its decisions in private. First, within the last 2 years, first the President Hotel, then Castellea, and now Fry's. All it takes is a billionaire to hire an expensive law firm, and you will bend the rules to their benefit, as you are considering doing right now. Sobrato has sent you a letter that might be scary to you and to Molly, because apparently she is graded on how well she avoids lawsuits. There are times when lawsuits are the right way. There are times when lawsuits are necessary to protect our community of Palo Alto. Now is the time. This lawsuit doesn't have merit. Fry's is suing, Sobrato is suing, claiming that there's still actual retail going on over there. Have any of you gone by there? I have, this morning and yesterday. There's no retail there. That is a claim in his nastygram. That is a claim. He also claims that he has the right to use this land that he bought at suppressed prices and under, as I'm going to enter into the record, these two articles, including an article from CBS showing how Sobrato bought much of the land he bought under duress. He now wants to use this land that he bought, sometimes without permission, with a lot of pressure from families of color. He now wants to convert this to commercial space, including extremely expensive condominiums. And it is your job to say no. This land is owned residential, and every other non-billionaire would have to use it for residential purposes.
Thank you.
Unless you're President Hotel,
Thank you.
Castellea, or Sobrato. Do better.
So that concludes our public comments. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yep, I move we go to closed session.
Second. And I see no discussion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll be going into closed session for approximately an hour, and then we'll return and go into the balance of our meeting. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. And the council has continued the closed session item from tonight, and we will be taking it up tomorrow evening after item AA1, our first item of the meeting tomorrow evening. And we now move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We don't have any for tonight, but I wanted to announce some relating to tomorrow evening. We're going to have what was item 2 will now follow item number 4. So that item 2 is the firearms related item. And then item number 3 related to hazard continued or moved to a future date. And I think that covers our agenda changes and deletions. So we now go to public comments on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And as I mentioned before, because of the really tight schedules we have tonight and tomorrow night, we're going to be needing to limit the time for public comments. We need everybody who wishes to speak to sign up at this time. And geez. Are there any others coming, Clerk? All right, that's a lot of speakers tonight. So we'll go for 2 minutes each. First speaker is Karen Porter, to be followed by Ken Horowitz. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the continuing use of, oh, sorry. Speak into it right there. I'll start over. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the continuing use of leaded gas at the Palo Alto Airport. Leaded fuel is burned by many, if not most, of the small aircraft planes that take off and buzz over Palo Alto and our neighbors, in particular East Palo Alto. Even the FAA says lead from aircraft emissions is dangerous. Quote, infants and young children are especially sensitive to even low levels of lead, which may contribute to behavioral problems, learning difficulties, and lower IQ due to their developing nervous systems, close quote. I was happy to see in a recent City Council staff report that the city intends to, quote, provide and promote use of unleaded fuel at the airport, close quote, including by completing upgrades. But I don't see any funds allocated in the budget specifically for this purpose, let alone for studying the harmful effects of lead emissions over our neighborhoods. And based on information online, it looks like leaded fuel remains the only gas available for piston engine aircraft at the airport. I'd like to show a slide, or the clerk has posted a slide that helps illustrate the problem. It shows the flight paths of piston engine planes during a 4-hour period this past Saturday. Almost all takeoffs go in the northerly direction towards East Palo Alto. You can see the high concentration of planes that most likely used leaded gas during just these 4 hours. There are at least 10 schools in East Palo Alto very close to the airport that are undoubtedly harmed by lead emissions associated with Palo Alto's airport. There are also parks, wetlands, and the Baylands Golf Course. I wonder if the people at the driving range know they may be inhaling lead emissions. I ask that the city accelerate its efforts to stop the sale of leaded avgas and provide specific updates about its progress. In the meantime, the city should warn people close to the airport, in particular the Palo Alto schools located very close to the airport, or under low altitude flight paths about the dangers of airplane lead emissions. And I should just go back and mention there are at least 10 schools in East Palo Alto very close to the airport. So I think that the council and the city owes an obligation to the people. I'm sorry, the time keeps changing. So I skipped over some of my.
Sorry, you're over.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
over. Thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
look forward to seeing progress from the
Thank
city
you.
on this point.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ken Horowitz, to be followed by Amy Sung.
Good evening. I'll be brief. Just to follow up, I've been here a number of times and want to follow up on your meeting earlier this year. What's next for Coverly? And city might swap land with PAUSD. I'm hopeful that the city manager might have a report tonight and let us know what's going on regarding the Coverly site with Palo Alto Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Sung, to be followed by Aram James.
Thank you, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can we reset the clock, please? Happy Juneteenth Day, everyone. Mayor Burt, the Vice Mayor, and members of Council, I'm here today to oppose the adoption of an ordinance amending Title 8 of the new municipal code. Specifically, I'm referring to the tree ordinance item on the consent calendar, item 27. So good afternoon. My name is Amy Sung. I live in Palo Alto. I'm a homeowner and I'm also a realtor. I'm a huge fan of native plants. Our home is a field and surrounded by mature trees. My garden is sick of me asking, can we plant one more here? There's no more room. Trees are part of Palo Alto's DNA and identity, and we wear it proud and loudly. But I am unable to support the proposed updates. The reasons are simple, and I have suggestions and recommendations, and I outlined them in the letter I sent to the council. The objective is to protect and promote trees, but the large and mature trees may be seen as less desirable because our ability to build new homes or expand for future will be restricted. It could also deter us from planting new trees because if we plant now, eventually to cause tree problems, resulting in the loss of value. And if a buyer thinks that the barrier too high to cross and opt for other properties, it's a loss in desirability and hurts the seller and buyer. This ordinance is not about the property values, but it looks to impact the home's value if the prospect of expanding is doubtful or even outright impossible. It hurts the valuation and it hurts the desirability. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Fred Ballin.
Okay, good afternoon. So I wanted to speak, I had sent in arguably the foundation of a possible complaint regarding a police vehicle that was parked at the market at Edgewood Plaza yesterday about 3:30. I arrived to do some shopping for the Juneteenth weekend, and there was a police vehicle that was parked directly diagonally, I should say, blocking two handicap parking spaces, and the engine was running. I did have a long opportunity to speak with Assistant Chief Binder during your closed session. He explained to me that there had been a robbery or an armed robbery in that area, and that the vehicle had responded on an emergency basis. we cleared that matter up, so I'm going to remove any possibility of a complaint on that, and appreciate Chief Bender clearing that matter up for me today, to say the least. In reference to the comments that were made, some of the comments in the article that was on the front page of the Daily Post last Monday, the 13th, where I've been, referring to Councilmember Cormack as a snitch. Councilmember Cormack, there is still a cloud of suspicion over every member of the council, except conveniently yourself. And you can go from being what I believe is a snitch to a heroic whistleblower simply by lifting the cloud of suspicion over those that were not guilty of playing with their electronic devices while certain people are speaking, and give us the names of those people. And you can leave the council being heroic rather than casting suspicion over everybody without any due process for those members of the council that haven't participated in that activity. So that's it for right now. I would also, just one brief, that I support Karen Porter's position on looking into the leaded gas at the airport.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Fred Ballin, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Good evening. Some here have expressed concern about political advertisements, similar to this recent mailer, if you place one or more measures on the November ballot. You cannot limit them as per Supreme Court decision, but in addition to the required committee name, you could have mandated disclosure of top contributors, clear and legible, on each and every ad. Then also, this would have applied to such independent expenditures from groups advocating pro or con in regard to city council candidates. And while you also cannot prevent those candidates from raising and spending as much money as they want, you could have instituted the option of a pledge to a reasonable voluntary cap on campaign expenditures, together with perks for signing it and penalties if then broken. For total contributions from a single source to a local candidate, there's a state limit of about $5,000. But you could have required that it be reduced to something much, much lower, and therefore moderated the contributions skewed toward the wealthy. All this was documented in the League of Women Voters research and proposal to you of last fall, which has gone nowhere. After tomorrow, this body is on break through the end of July, while city council candidate nomination filings begin. So I now turn my remarks to that audience. Stand up for these needed reforms by your pledges and deeds in your campaign. State and adhere to a reasonable limit on individual contributions. State a reasonable cap on expenditures and stick to it. Measure and tout your campaign success, not by the total dollars you receive, but by the number of those who contribute. If you are new to a council race, lead, stand out, and help create a positive shared norm. If you've been here before with your committee in place, don't be left behind. State your caps and return any contributions above your threshold by the end of the June 30th reporting period. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Bill Ross.
June 19th is not just a celebration of the freedom of the enslaved in the United States. It is a celebration of democracy and the need for public participation. As you know, slavery was abolished in the United States in 1963, except in Texas, no one told the slaves that they were freed. It took 2 years for this enslaved 1965. 2 years they were enslaved because of the lack of democracy, the lack of open government, and the corruption that was happening. Here we are on June 19th, and you all have many decisions that you can make, many that will further democracy and many that could take it away. I am asking you to embrace the ideas put forward by Fred Ballin and others who have spoken to the measure. Do what you can to require that PACs disclose who is contributing to them. You actually have the right to put in place campaign finance limits. I'm asking you to do so. I'm telling you also that if I run for city council again, I will voluntarily follow the $500 cap, no money from PACs, no money from anyone outside of Palo Alto, if anyone is doing that as well. And any of my opponents, if I run, actually go down to $250 and only Palo Alto individuals, I will meet them there because democracy is important. And participation in government is important. And it's not money who should make decisions. It's people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Scott O'Neill.
Good evening. I've familiarized myself with the agenda, so I know what matters are on consent and are calendared. My comments are based to the agenda as a whole. Today is a federal holiday, and with all due respect to those on council that worked very, very hard, I think to schedule matters of the extent and importance that you have for a federal holiday is not something that should be repeated in the future. Your consent calendar, which should be paired with the open calendar consideration of adoption of a preliminary budget, has consent items that total well over 15% of your total budget. Lastly, you agendize the ballot measures for which you have until the middle of August, basically, to put on the agenda as the last matter to be heard. If Palo Alto is to continue this idea of fostering public participation, then I would respectfully suggest that you not have a regular council meeting with an agenda like tonight, with an extensive consent calendar, with an incredible monetary value, followed by the ballot measures as dead last on the agenda if you want public participation. Again, I respect the amount of work that you all put in, but I think the city manager at some point has to be held accountable for scheduling something on a national holiday, which this city should respect when conducting significant items of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, to be followed by Dr. Ravi Sethi.
Hi, my name is Scott O'Neill. I'm a homeowner in Palo Alto Forward, and HOA board member, speaking for myself. I would like to call your attention to a letter Palo Alto Forward sent out on Saturday regarding the tree ordinance item on the consent calendar. I'm not sure the council has considered how the housing element interacts with the proposed ordinance. I believe the ordinance will make housing element certification harder for the city. The ordinance makes development harder on many of the 400 some sites the city has selected for the inventory after the projections were made for those sites. That's a problem. It makes ADUs more difficult to develop. This is a very big problem because HCD requires a demonstrated past baseline to allow cities to use ADUs to meet their RENA. Making ADUs harder after that baseline is established undermines the validity of the baseline Palo Alto is going to need to tell HCD they rely on to make their projections. The ordinance also, passing the ordinance would also contradict what the city is planning on telling HCD. Under program 6.3, ADU facilitation program, the ad hoc is going to hear on Thursday the city, quote, is committed to reducing barriers to alternative types of housing, such as ADUs, end quote. That is what the city wants to tell HCD. It's what the city needs to tell HCD, but that's not what you are looking at doing tonight. Taken together, I think this ordinance will make it significantly more difficult for Palo Alto to earn certification of the housing element from HCD. I recommend pulling it from consent and reworking the program to create appropriate safe harbors and offsetting incentives to avoid a detrimental impact on housing. For example, to offset the cost of designated arborist reports, the city could reduce other fees. Plenty of room to get created, but you really have to think about this and find a way to reconcile the tensions between what the tree ordinance is doing and the needs of the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Ravi Sethi, to be followed by Winter.
Yeah, hi, thank you for taking the time. And I was short. I have a presentation which I don't see on the page here, but I will just verbalize what it is. So I'm a new homeowner on Manuela 4228. We closed, next slide, please. So we closed March 30th, and next slide. Our neighbor in the back, 4224, we did the survey and we discovered, next slide, please, that it has encroached a fair amount, about 700 square feet, next to its driveway going to their house in the back. And they have sewer lines running through it. Next slide. And there you go, just a picture where the sewer line is, the green on the left, and gas is, I guess the yellow, the blue is the water. Next slide, please. And that just shows how much encroachment in the back of the backyard of our house is, about 5 feet. Next slide. And it was done without permits, at least after 2018. That's just a proof. Next slide, please. And there seems to be, they also encroached and or repaired, whatever. You can see the strips are different color. Next slide, please. And I've tried to solve this at a personal level, then I approached the city, and it turns out that now they're applying for an ADU, and on the ADU application, they're claiming on their site plan that their sewer line goes through their property, not mine, which is false. I tried to impress on, I guess, utilities part of your departments that they should not approve it. Not only that.
I'm sorry. Your 2 minutes are up, but we do have your presentation.
Yeah, okay, I'll make the last statement, in which what I'm suggesting is the last page on the slide. Please take a deeper look at it. I think city can help by not allowing things that encourage people to encroach and therefore get free easements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And excuse me, our next speaker, let's see. Next speaker is Winter, to be followed by our final speaker, Matt Schlegel. And before Winter begins, I just want to note that a couple of the speakers actually addressed items on our consent calendar related to the tree ordinance. So we'll take those comments as having been under their prerogative to speak to the consent calendar. Winter.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for noting that. And I'm assuming they will not be allowed to repeat that. People need to pay attention to when they're allowed to speak and when they're allowed not to speak. And I am sorry to be speaking tonight. You're very, very busy, but I did want to, I think it's important to point out, because it could be easily overlooked since you're so jam-packed tonight, something important that's in your packet, although not on the agenda, which is that for the first time ever is the Palo Alto Police Department response to the independent police auditor's report with recommendations. It's item 33 in your packet. If you remember, council requested the Palo Alto Police Department prepare written responses to the independent police auditor's recommendations that he includes in his reports for better policing. This is the first of those responses. In the future, the Palo Alto Police Department responses will be published as an addendum to each of the IPA's reports. Here, the information responds to an already published report in 2021, which is why it's in your packet. But this is really good work. It was good work by you guys on the city, you people on the city council, and it's good work by the Palo Alto Police Department. So I'm very happy about this. This will increase transparency within the police department and the quality of policing. So well done, and it's in there. I didn't want you to overlook it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Matt Schlegel.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mayor Burt and Council Members Cormack and Du Bois for their leadership and work on finalizing the SCAP plan. Also, I'd like to express my appreciation for all the city staff and volunteers who are contributing to this effort. I'm so grateful for your work. We only have 3 to 5 years to stop burning fossil fuels to have any hope of keeping temperature increase below 1.5 degrees and avoid the worst outcomes of the climate collapse. I appreciate your focus and your urgency on this, the biggest challenge to ever face humanity. I attended the working group meeting last Tuesday, and I'd like to share some thoughts. Firstly, I was both relieved and delighted by the focus on replacing fossil fuel water heaters with efficient electric models. I appreciated the tone of the meeting, the progress that each team has made, and the discipline of keeping the conversation narrowed to the low-hanging fruit of replacing fossil fuel water heaters. I was hoping to see more details on the operations and planning side of the water heater rollout. It occurs to me that procurement and installation planning don't fit neatly into any of the current team structures. And when operations questions arose, no one seemed able to clearly answer those questions or take ownership for those aspects of the plan. I'd like to see planning on ramping water heater installation capacity, procuring and managing equipment, securing expertise for installation and procurement, and budget for all those activities. I'm very interested to see a plan for building installation capacity that will be consistent with our overall 80 by 30 goal. For instance, I'd like to see a plan that would target an installation capacity of 20 water heaters per day, a rate that will replace all of Palo Alto's fossil fuel heaters to achieve our 80 by 30 goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. So we'll move to the consent calendar. And do we have members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar? And we'll be closing the opportunity for people to submit their name to speak on the consent calendar in just a moment. All right, so we're going to close that. We have 5 speakers. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. Sorry, how many more do we have? Okay. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. First speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. I had some questions about item 12, the watering agenda item, specifically as it applies to trees. Reading the staff report and the water district comments and the reports, it's a little confusing. Supposedly it says somebody with an even number should only be watering Tuesdays and Fridays, which is exactly what we've been doing for decades. But it doesn't say how long you should water for. There's a reference to reducing the water 10%. But then when it talks about trees, it doesn't suggest any reduction in the watering time or the number of times you water. And in fact, in one of the reports, it talks about increasing the frequency of watering trees in order to preserve and protect them. So looking at all the various reports, I'm not certain. First of all, I did reduce the amount of watering time on the trees by 10% from 20 minutes each time to 18 minutes. Should I have done that, or should I go back up to the original 20 minutes? Second, if the trees don't look like they're really doing well, and they actually do look like they're doing okay, but if I get a report, for example, from the arborist that the trees are not doing well, I assume that would allow me to water more frequently or longer without having to get the permission from the city. So I would like clarification on just how often and how long we should water trees and what precautions we should be taking, if any, to meet our 10% reduction in watering while still preserving our trees, which are valuable.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by John Kelly.
Thanks so much. First, as Bill Ross pointed out earlier, this is an unacceptably large consent agenda on a federal holiday designated in order to celebrate democracy and public participation. It's ironic at best, infuriating at worst. Second, as a general matter, I urge you again to please consider sustainability and our dire need to protect our natural environment in every decision that you make for our community here in Palo Alto. Several of the items on the consent calendar have potentially large impacts on our sustainability efforts and on our need to save the world before it's too late. And I urge you to consider some of them. One is the $2.5 million to spend for lighting at substations. Light pollution is a thing. Such bright lights next to many residential homes is harmful to those homes. $2.5 million is a lot of money. I object to you approving that. Since when is our substations at such dire risk when you still haven't invested in beds, shelter beds for homeless people? Compare the harms there. Second is number 5, your investment policy is admittedly not an ESG investment policy. Why not? Why not have an ESG investment policy? ESG policies are right now in this economy outperforming policies that involve investing in oil and gas and plastics and other petroleum products. Why be part of that? Third, exempting underground structures in residential areas. Yes, you made that huge mistake with Castellea. To embody that in your law would allow you to make that mistake with many in the future. And I support the tree ordinance. It won't harm housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, to be followed by Aram James. Mr. Kelly, you should have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Byrd, Vice Mayor Koo, council members. I'd like to speak to item number 27, the second reading of the proposed tree protection ordinance. At the hearing on June 6th, Councilmember Filseth asked a very apt question. He asked, how many trees a year are we currently losing between 15 and 36 inches? I really wish I knew sort of how big the problem is right now. Do we have any data on this? I want to commend the urban forester for answering with great candor Councilmember Filseth's question. He said that unfortunately, we do not have any data on these size and types of trees. Since the time of that hearing, Randy Popp has sent to you an email, it was dated June 16th, in which he said, among other things, we're not witnessing an epidemic of tree removals. He provided you with data from Google Earth Pro showing the expansion and the growth of the canopy in Palo Alto over several years. This was actually consistent with what the urban forester had shown. So I would submit to you that as to the first part of Councilmember Filseth's question, we do have some data. We have data showing that the urban forest in Palo Alto is doing quite well, and we do not need the changes that are proposed in the tree ordinance. The second question that Councilmember Filseth asked concerned the costs, the resource impacts. Since the time of that hearing, I've learned that on tomorrow's agenda, you're going to have a proposal to amend the contract with Canopy And the amount that's changing is $742,000. It's unclear how much of that is going to go to the tree protection ordinance work. For these reasons, I urge you, first of all, to take this matter off the consent calendar. Secondly, to table it. Thirdly, to refer it to the PTC, and do not act on it until the community has the information that Council Member Filseth asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Bill Ross.
Okay, Mayor. So number 22 on calendar, maybe you all need to take it off. Orderly meeting conduct. And when you read that, that's SB 1100. I don't know if it's the Mark Berman ordinance. It's a bad joke, but Mark's conduct at a recent meeting, in a legislative meeting, was questioned. But in any event, the orderly meeting conduct statute is so vague that somebody like our former HR director might construe just the tone of my conversation as being disorderly. Or maybe I have, like occurred in 2005, I'd have the police called into chambers because somebody didn't like the tone of my criticism on a former city manager and a former police chief. If you're going to take this and just pass it on the consent calendar without a proviso that mayors in the future, Pat, you don't need this training. You handle yourself well in this regard. But we've had some mayors that don't understand New York Times versus Sullivan. Have reminded me on more than many occasions, Mr. James, the tone of your voice, or I'm not going to allow you to criticize the police or whoever it is that I was criticizing on a particular. Then it opens up the possibility of somebody who doesn't go along with the program in their criticism of the city is going to be booted from a meeting. And the warning isn't going to be enough to cure potential First Amendment problems. Number 22 goes to our democracy, and it goes to the lack of training that I've seen of city council members over the years, including mayors, not you, Mayor Pat, who just don't understand the First Amendment. They want to quell people's right to speak and criticize their own government, which Lord knows we need the ability to do. Please take it off the calendar today and have a public discussion on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by our final speaker, Cynthia Cole.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor Koo, council members. My comments are directed to consent item number 27 also. On April 11th, 2022, the entire city was subjected to very high winds. There were 2 power outages that were reported at that time. One was in College Terrace, and it was resulted in a shutoff of power to, I believe, 792 residences for a period of 4 hours. The utility crews worked hard to restore power. The issue associated with that is that the flare out, or the firing of the short circuiting of those electrical cables, resulted from a situation that's comparable to what existed in Paradise and exists Paradise, California, and preceded the fire that occurred there. It exists in multiple areas of the city, not only in College Terrace, but in 94301, and certainly in the foothills. It's a dangerous condition of public property as defined under Government Code Section 835, 830, and 830.6. I would respectfully suggest that it is not a nuisance as was evaluated previously under this ordinance, but it is the type and kind of subject matter of a physical condition that exists throughout the city, bearing on the public health and safety, as well as on tree preservation, that needs to be integrated immediately into the study of that ordinance. I concur in Mr. Kelly's request that the matter be continued, tabled, and referred for further evaluation, both by staff, particularly public safety staff, before further consideration by your council. Thank you. Again, thank you for your work on many of these hard items.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Cynthia Cole.
the Art Center, the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation Board. And I just wanted to, on behalf of the Art Center, thank you for the budget restorations that are included in the fiscal year 23 budget for the Palo Alto Art Center. These restorations are all revenue generating, providing important revenue to the city of Palo Alto, and include contract dollars that will continue to allow us to offer popular adult studio classes, house manager and rental staffing. And we also wanted to remind you, if you hadn't participated, that the Art Center recently celebrated our 50th anniversary with more than 400 people in the community attending. We heard so many people share their feedback about how important the Art Center has been in their lives. And we just really wanted to thank you again for these budget restorations, and also remind you that we are continuing to service the public at pre-pandemic levels, but we are 1.5 FTE below staffing. And so we, also want to stay top of mind in further budget restorations. And we obviously welcome you all to enjoy the Art Center and all the programs that we have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments on the consent calendar. And first, we have members of the council who wish to speak to the calendar, potentially on no votes. Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on item number 26 and 24.
And Council Member Du Bois.
I was actually just going to move the consent calendar.
Okay, I will second it. And Council Member Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I'd like to register a no vote on items 24 and 27.
Council Member Tanaka.
No on 6, 7, 10, 23, and 27.
You said 22 and 27?
6, 7, 10, 23, and 27.
Okay. So we have Vice Mayor Koo, no on 24 and 26. Councilmember Cormack, no on 24 and 27. And Councilmember Tanaka, no on 6, 7, 10, 23, and 27. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack, yes, and Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Council members who voted no would like to expedite this, and you have give you up to 2 minutes to speak to your no votes. Council or Vice Mayor Koo.
So on consent agenda number 24, I did vote yes at the council meeting, but I'm changing that and registering a no. Mostly because I am really concerned that we may not have we may have opened it for streamlining for all housing, especially when I see a tweet that went on Twitter from one of our planning staff that says this will soon streamline the process for housing in Palo Alto. On item number 26, I voted no the first time. I'm gonna reiterate that the findings for the variance was completely ignored, and it wasn't taken up or considered when these findings are quite important. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. On 24, just reiterate that I actually think the objective standards go much too far. I understand the importance of us having them, but restricting people who are going to live here to 15% windows seems, as I said at the time, draconian. On 27, I think those 2.5 people and over $300,000 would be far better spent on planting the hundreds of trees that we could do instead of this particular restrictive ordinance, which I believe many, many homeowners are completely unaware of and will be concerned to find that they are unable to make changes because there are no exceptions.
Councilmember Tanaka.
On item 6, the SAP, a couple of issues. First, the one-time cost of transition AWS services is crazy expensive. I use AWS myself virtually every day, and there's no justification for that. The other issue is and we keep seeing these SAP, and they're not small; they're large maintenance agreements, but we don't have a plan for what we're going to do. And I think we should start thinking about it because these maintenance agreements keep coming up, and they're very, very expensive. And I think there's better solutions out there. Like I wouldn't mention names, but there's a bunch of other solutions out there that can, I think, serve our purposes. On consent 7, I didn't see any justification why we're using a higher billing rate. It's costing us $700,000 versus $483,000. Didn't see any justification, so I can't support that. Consent item 10, the fiber charge. I don't understand why our fiber charge is now $10K per connection, per new connection versus it used to be about $3 to $6K. So it's, usually in technology, prices don't go up that fast. So it's kind of crazy high. It doesn't make sense. On 23 and 27, I voted no previously, so it's just consistent.
Okay, that concludes our consent calendar, and we will now move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Can I ask, one step ahead of me. Thank you, City Clerk. The next slide, please. I don't know if it's me or just the scaling of the slides are, thank you. Oh, whoa. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you. It scared me there. All right. Let's go to our weekly update on the pandemic. The big news this week is the announcement of authorization for the COVID-19 vaccines for kids under the age of 5. As noted here, Santa Clara County is arranging for vaccination availability for those who may choose to go that route as opposed to working through your personal medical provider. But in any case, we do provide some information here via the county's webpage, sccfreevax.org. Also note that we continue to provide testing options here in Palo Alto in a variety of locations and timeframes. Next slide, please. Okay, I actually just want to take a moment to reflect on a really nice event this past Saturday. Thank you for council members participating in the program that we had at the Municipal Services Center, affectionately known as the MSC. For those community members that were able to make it, you saw a variety of both activities as well as displays that really provide a nice view that members of the community don't see every day on a variety of operations that our city is involved with, ranging from utilities to community services, our fleet services, and public safety, as well as public works. So again, thank you all for participating. And I believe in general, the feedback was so positive that we will definitely want to repeat it next year and hopefully even get more community members out to participate in this event. Next slide, please. Okay, looking forward, we do want to call your attention to upcoming activities through the month of June and July into August. We issued a new blog that provides really a running, as the blog will be updated as time passes by, and if there are any changes to the programming that the city is providing over the next few months. But certainly want to invite all community members to participate in many of the events planned, ranging from the museum to Magical Bridge, as well as the Children's Theater and the Arts Center. Next slide, please. Okay, and then on the keeping an eye out tone here, 4th of July, certainly cause for celebration. And at the same time, we know annually raising concerns around illegal fireworks. So really want to remind community members that fireworks are illegal and that we do respond to issues. We have both our police department, we've noted here the non-emergency line that will respond on a resource available basis to concerns, as well as obviously our fire department is on watch as needed for any issues of concern regarding pyrotechnics. In addition, our police department will be conducting high as typical annually, high visibility patrols should any issues of concern arise throughout the communities. Next slide, please. Then on a brighter note, for July 4th, we will have our annual summer festival. Now, again, traditionally called the chili cook-off, but recognizing COVID issues this year, not involving chili cook-off, but nonetheless, providing a wonderful opportunity for community members to get out to Mitchell Park and enjoy company, as well as programs and a variety of activities at the park. Next slide, please. Then looking a little further out to August, the first Tuesday in August, communities throughout the nation celebrate what's known as National Night Out. Our police department is currently coordinating signups for neighborhoods that would like to host National Night Out events. And so we've got our webpage here for anyone interested in hosting a block party, as the case may be, as well as participating in our annual city event here on Forest Avenue, adjacent to the police department. If you're interested in hosting a neighborhood block party, get together with your neighbors. Our webpage is cityofpaloalto.org/PAPD National Night Out. All one word. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to your council agendas, both I was going to say next week, but no, tomorrow, as well as then into August. Tomorrow, we have a number of issues. We need to update this. As the mayor pointed out, the hazmat regulation item is being deferred, so that will not be discussed tomorrow. We do have a number of other action items, including review of the Home Key project on San Antonio Road, potential gun sales regulation, and reproductive rights resolution colleagues memo. Then looking forward to after the July recess for the council, we've got a number of items planned for August and into September, including an update on airplane noise issues. Also a study session with the Utilities Advisory Commission on fiber, and update on the housing element, a proposed residential project, and an update on the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park site and future plans with our county housing authority. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my update for this week.
Thank you. And I just want to follow on to your comments on the current status of COVID in our community. County Health Director Sarah Cody had just announced days ago that the sewage data, which is in many ways the most reliable data because it's not dependent on reporting levels and testing levels, is indicating that the COVID spread in our community is at the highest level in the pandemic. And I think most of us have in recent weeks had multiple friends and colleagues who have been infected with COVID. And I'm deeply concerned that we are letting our guard down too far while we are in the middle of a spike. We need to work our way through this Omicron variation before we can should then back off again. And positivity rates of our testing is at nearly 12%, which is extremely high. So that's my 2 bits. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I just want to ask the city manager to give my appreciation to all staff for the MSC open house. It was very enjoyable and a good chance to talk to a lot of the employees and what they go through. So please convey my thank you.
My only regret was that I didn't get my free ice cream. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to item number 28, which is a public hearing on the adoption of the budget ordinance for fiscal year 2023, including the operating and capital budgets, the table of organization and municipal fee schedule, acceptance of updates to the capital improvement plan, sustainability and climate action plan, and the retiree healthcare actuarial report, and approval of contributions to retiree healthcare benefits. Ms. Jose, oops, sorry.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but when are we?
Councilmember Du Bois.
When are we going to take a break?
We may need to do so. If this item is prolonged, we may do it in the middle of this item, otherwise at the end of this item. Okay. Ms. Jose?
Good evening, Council. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Officer, and I am here with basically your executive leadership team, Paul Harper, Jesse Deschamps, the entire Office of Management and Budget staff to help move the Council through this item. So this item is ultimately the culmination of many months of work and is returning to the Council after the May 3rd discussion that happened where we presented the Council with these proposed budgets. On the next slide are basically the items that are considered or are placed before the Council for your adoption. As per our charter, the Council needs to adopt a budget before the beginning of the new fiscal year, which starts on July 1st. There are some additional reports in here for the Council's acceptance. As routinely done, this is the capital improvement plan for 5 years. Remember, it's a plan for the outer 4 years of the capital improvement plan. You're only adopting the budget for the current upcoming fiscal year, FY 2023. The Council and the Finance Committee identified a desire for increased information regarding resources for the Sustainability Climate Action Plan. That was included for your information. And lastly, biannually, we as staff do a new actuarial evaluation on our OPEB or other post-employment, AKA retiree healthcare benefits. And so the Council's acceptance of that report is also included before you in this item tonight. All right, on the next slide. At a high level, the budget placed before you for your consideration and adoption is a $965.7 million budget. That's across all funds, enterprise, electric, gas, water, wastewater, storm drain, as well as obviously the city's general fund. You can see our net sales continues to be our largest revenue source, 38%. Those are utility sales. Other revenue, 26%, is primarily made up of things like rollovers from prior years or grant funds. And use of reserves are also part of that one-time strategy we'll go over in a moment, associated with using the budget stabilization reserve in the general fund. On the next slide, you'll see the expense side. Also, obviously balanced, $965 million, with the largest share going towards capital improvement investments. Again, across all funds, this is maintenance associated with our utilities, the Council's 2014 infrastructure plan, as well as other capital improvement areas across the organization. The next largest category continues to be salaries and benefits. And as a service-driven organization, no surprise, most of the services that are provided on a day-to-day basis are provided by individuals. On the next slide. We communicated with the community and had a fiscal sustainability survey out there, frankly, between February and May, and used those responses in two areas. One, the fiscal sustainability budget. So overall, over 400 community members responded. You can see some of their responses here. in the little word graph, Wordle. Anyway, and you can see some of the varied responses to the right that came through as part of this feedback. And you'll notice that as the priorities are identified by the community, so too you'll see the restoration across the organization working to restore these services. On the next slide. Overall, this 2023 budget does reflect a recovery period, and ultimately, as we talked about in May, hopefully a transition into an endemic state associated with the pandemic. And this is ultimately building on actions the council already took in FY 2022 as part of the mid-year budget. As you may recall, that happened February, March timeframe of this year, where we actually proactively started to restore resources in the current fiscal year proactively. It does include use of one-time funding in efforts to develop and provide a limited year or limited term 2-year strategy. This 2-year strategy, as a reminder, and the Finance Committee ultimately recommended continuation of this, provides hopefully some stability for the organization and the community as we weather the next 2 years of uncertainty. We don't know what the pandemic ongoing impacts will be. Obviously, I'm sure you've all seen more recently in the news the thought of a recession coming. This budget provides funding, or rather sets aside funding for a 2-year investment strategy based on these restorations. But I will say, at the end of that 2-year period, ongoing revenue is necessary to maintain the services recommended for restoration. So whether that be a ballot measure, whether that be economic growth beyond what's already forecasted, ongoing revenues are necessary to bridge us after this 2-year period. So that being said, this budget does recommend almost $9 million in service investments across the city's lines of services. And it also ensures that we maintain the budget stabilization reserve at 18.5%, which is at the target level. We are using 5.5 million. This is the remainder of the ARPA funds. These are those one-time federal funds that are to be received over a 2-year period of time. The council and the priorities and the Finance Committee ensured of this through some of their various adjustments, are focusing on the council priority work plans, as well as some additional adjustments in areas like YCI. And lastly, obviously continues our proactive contributions for our long-term liabilities. On the next slide. You can see that 2-year funding strategy in a little bit more detail. So the list of services on this slide identifies the services that are being restored with 2 years worth of funding, meaning we've restored these services, and ultimately if the council adopts the budget as presented to you tonight, staff are able to start recruiting for these positions and hiring for these positions. And funding is set aside both for fiscal year 2023 as well as fiscal year 2024. And then that ongoing aspect of it, beginning in fiscal year 2025, is to be determined. So you can see these are a number of areas of high priority, as the community noted and the Finance Committee identified as well. On the next slide. You can see in our general fund in total is estimated at $247 million across all revenue sources. You can see a big aspect of this rather is property tax, with sales tax and TOT being our kind of top, in general, 3 tax revenue sources. We of course have charges for services and licenses and permits, which are areas where we are charging individuals for the services being received. This is also where large contracts for services such as Stanford Fire Services comes in as a revenue source. On the next slide. You can see our general fund expenses are primarily invested in public safety, community and library services. Those are 2 largest areas, with transportation and planning following after that, with infrastructure and environment. Those are both public works and utilities staffing. All right, on the next slide. So where do we stand as part of this budget after the last month or so of the Finance Committee's work and deliberations? The budget stabilization reserve is at $45.7 million. So actually your Finance Committee made adjustments to the budget, but ultimately didn't draw on the BSR. A few things were invested in, a few things resulted in savings, and actually balanced out to basically where we were back in early May. Before you tonight is actually a recommended use of the BSR. And once you account for that, there's about $555,000 worth of budget stabilization reserve above the 18.5%. So that is ultimately up to council's discretion. You may leave it there. You may choose to allocate it. It doesn't go anywhere, I will say that. And this calculation is based on the most updated figures that's before you this evening. On the next slide, here are a summary of some of the adjustments your finance committee made and recommended for the full council. So we are investing in certain areas like the study on Barron Park Alley, the YCI, as I noted before, as well as the action council made to enforce new tree ordinance updates. We also have savings across all funds associated with our OPEB actuarial valuation. That's that report that's part of the acceptance for tonight. We are fixing some capital improvement assumptions based on current status of projects. So additional reappropriations, about 25 million across all funds, and making sure that there's funding for some core projects that the Council and Finance Committee have prioritized, such as the Lucy Stern Theater seat replacements that were identified, as well as Ramos Park improvements and the electric substation security. Okay, the next areas are additional adjustments based on Finance Committee actions, adjustments to water rates, SCAP, staffing support, as well as suspension of the valet program in the University Avenue parking area. All right, next slide, please. This is a summary of the utility rates and the 5-year outlook. Council approved these rates last week, and they are all included in this adopted budget or proposed budget. Next slide. The Finance Committee really wanted to ensure there were a few areas for council's consideration and just highlights of information. And so the list here identifies, frankly, deeper dives of information that are reflected in the staff report for the full council and public. These are high-level areas that the Finance Committee found significant importance and wanted staff to just ensure information was available to the council and the public on the assumptions and the investments being made. Finance Committee also recommended 2 referrals, nonprofit audit and future nonprofit funding requests, as well as pension funding policy. Actually, an update since the Finance Committee saw the budget, the Policy and Services Committee recently unanimously approved the nonprofit audit. So that will be coming to the council as a consent item with follow-up from it. And the pension funding policy is set to come before the city or the Finance Committee in the upcoming years. Next slide. There we go. All right. And I will turn it over to Nicholas Raish with the HR department to talk about a little bit of this additional staffing information, which the Finance Committee and Council have seemed particularly interested in knowing the status of. So, Nick.
Thank you so much, Director Nozay. Council members, it's nice to be back in front of you again. This is in follow-up to our discussions we had on May 10th around the vacancies that the city were experiencing and our efforts to fill all of those myriad vacancies across our different departments. At the time, you may recall, we provided a list that showed the status of all 139 vacancies at that time and the different place they were in our recruitment cycle. In addition, and in follow-up to that, in this memo, we provided more detail on our process, how things work through the requisition process, through to posting, and then to filling and going out there and competing for our next great talent. Today on this slide, we want to do a little bit of a progress update on how we've been doing. 2 of the core internal metrics that we can look at to see how we're doing is our turnover rate versus our rate of hiring. And that's what this slide focuses on. So in the left-hand chart, we can see our total turnover rate broken into 3 categories. Involuntary termination, those are situations where we have had to ask an employee to leave the organization. Service retirements, this is where someone has chosen to end their long career with the city of Palo Alto, and voluntary separations. And these happen for a myriad of reasons, everything from the competitive job market that we're in, people leaving the area, or people following a different passion. So all of that accounts to a total figure for this fiscal year through May 5th of 102 separations from the city of Palo Alto. The other figure that traditionally helps offset that is our total hiring figure. And that's seen on the chart on the right-hand side. And this predominantly is made up of two factors. One being new hires. Those are new candidates that we bring into the organization to fill positions, and promotions. That is the growth of internal employees into higher levels of work over time. I want to draw your attention to these two metrics because they tell the story of what's going on in our recruitment endeavors. First is that promotion number of 46 is 38% of all the recruitment activities that we do this fiscal year or have done this fiscal year. That is an uncommonly high number, and it's based on two major factors. One is that in FY21, the city froze roughly 76 classifications. And through the course of FY22, we have been unfreezing those positions. And that has allowed for promotional opportunities that were previously not there to become available. And for us to have our talented internal staff apply for those and win those positions. As time goes on, the number of internal promotions will slowly reduce. And what that means is we'll be able to fill our entry-level positions, which more commonly have new hires. As time goes on, that is going to help us reduce that 139 vacancies down to a more manageable level. As we are dealing with these unfrozen positions, we also had 20 positions that were added in mid-year around key needs within our different departments. I'm happy to report that as of today, only 3 of those positions remain unfilled, and we've been able to fill 17 of those 20 positions. As we continue to close out this fiscal year, we're hopeful in the closing month and a half since 5/5 that we will increase our number of new hires brought into the organization, thus reducing that overall vacancy level, and we'll continue to promote excellent internal candidates. With that, I will turn it back to Director Noze.
Great. Thank you, Nick. On the next slide, I believe is just a draft motion for the council to help guide your discussion tonight, ultimately looking to have the council take action and adoption of the FY 2023 budget documents as desired to be amended by this council and accept the additional information, the capital improvement plan, SCAP update, as well as the biannual actuarial valuation. With that, I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. And we'll go into council questions and discussion and motion. And so any members of the public who wish to speak, please sign up at this time. As I noted earlier, we have extremely full agendas tonight and tomorrow, and by necessity, we'll be limiting the speaking time on most items tonight and tomorrow. Only one speaker at this time on our whole budget. Okay. Okay, Mr. Horowitz, welcome.
I attended the budget hearings, so I just want to reiterate what I said to the members of the committee at that time. I just feel Coverly is getting shortchanged, and we're kicking the can down the road again. I say that we're going to continue to do repairs, but I think we need to decide on what we're ultimately going to do with Coverly. And I hope maybe that the capital improvement plan will be a start. But I saw that we really weren't going to start until 2026 to develop the plan. And this is still 2022. So that's 4 years away. I think we have a unique concern now that children will be coming back to that particular site this fall. And you still own 8 acres. So how are you going to keep the kids away from some of the areas that belong to you? I just hope that someone will make a recommendation to look at the particular budget for Coverly and see if it's adequate. And I particularly don't feel it's adequate. and I think it has problems. And I don't think you're hearing about a lot of the problems because many of the users are happy just to have the site there. So please investigate Coverly a little bit thoroughly and hopefully make adjustments to the budget for this year and for further years going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maura Uman, to be followed by Leif Erickson. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. My name is Maura Uman, and I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS. I'd like to begin with recognizing today's federal holiday honoring Juneteenth and the work that lies ahead for us to continue to address racial and social justice. I'm calling in tonight to highlight the work that YCS youth peer leaders have done to support youth mental health and wellness in Palo Alto through the Youth Connectedness Initiative, also known as YCI, and thank the Finance Committee and staff for recommending the restoration of funding for the YCS program that was originally removed from the budget for 2023. I want to bring to the City Council's attention that funding for YCI has been matched at 50% by Santa Clara County for the next 3 years until 2025. Santa Clara County has been an equal funding partner since the inception of this program. In addition, based on the impact of the program as reported in our regular quarterly reports to the city and to the county is investing in an expansion of the program to other cities in Santa Clara County as well. The YCS program is a direct response to the request in a colleague's memo in 2017 by council members Fine, Holman, Koo, and Wallbach for the need to address youth mental health and wellness as noted in the CDC EPI-AIDS suicide prevention report to build protective factors for our youth. YCI continues to be in alignment with the City Council's 2023 Community Health and Safety Priority Area. Last year, during the AANHPI month, the Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander month, YCI youth were recognized by both the City of Palo Alto and Santa Clara County for creating programs to impact an intergenerational audience and their knowledge and attitudes around belonging, sense of connectedness, and well-being. Thank you for all you have done to support our youth and their needs during the pandemic.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leif Erickson, and we will be closing off signups for public comment after the next speaker. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Leif Erickson, retired Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS. I'm calling in to thank the City Council for naming community health and safety as a priority area. Thank you for recognizing youth mental health as a part of this community health and safety priority, and for continuing funding in the coming year for the Youth Community Service Mental Health Program, Youth Connect, YCI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former Mayor Karen Holman, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Good evening, and thank you and the staff for all the hard work on the budget. I'd like to speak about the funding for our local nonprofits, and first of all, YCS. Perhaps the best way to review the origin of the county support is to read a bit from the 2017 Colleagues Memo Initiative, which I pinned with support from 3 colleagues, as you heard. From the goals section, which I think are equally relevant today, increase efforts that serve the youth in the community, including teaching critical life skills. Leverage the then potential Santa Clara County matching funds with support from Supervisor Simidian. Regain small portion of funding for Palo Alto social service organizations lost in the prior economic downturn without taking away from other HISRAP organizations. Expand programs included in the City Council's Healthy City, Healthy Community resolution. No effort is more central to the health of our residents than service to our youth, especially in the realm of growing leadership and life skills. So here we are 5 years hence. YCS has not only continued the good work from 2017, but has expanded its services and earned the continued trust and support of the county beyond the original 3-year commitment, something I hope the council would do, as well as without the insecurity of annual funding debates. Make it an annual commitment so the city's support is clear to YCS, the county, and the public, making clear our youth are as important as we say they are. Dollars are demonstration of that. Do not take it from his RAP funds. That would take away from other organizations as stated in the original memo. I will understand the challenges of balancing city budget having set where you are, but there are those topics that are essential. Quickly on a related topic, some years ago, Mayor Burt and I promoted and gained support for a $50,000 emergency fund for his RAP organizations, because in declining economies, those organizations are more vulnerable than ever. I hope that you can restart that fund with even a $20,000 commitment. And the last question, I'm running out of time. The last question is, in 2017, when the YCS memo was written, Palo Alto's then current his RAP funding remained at 2010 levels, while the demand for services these organizations had steadily grown. Do we know where that funding level is now compared to 2010 or even 2017 levels? Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you. Now calling in from home. Again, I want to remind you that, as others have said repeatedly, making these decisions on June 19th goes directly against what you said last week when you made a declaration in favor of June 19th. June 19th, as you know, is about access to justice, equality, equity, and democracy. These conversations having these conversations and decisions being made on June 19th is truly an affront to June 19th and to everything you said last week. That said, here we are. So as the others, as Karen Holman and Maura and Leaf and Ken all have said, that I agree with, is that this one can tell what an organization or person values based on following the money. That is very much a legitimate and oft used policy strategy, and it works well. Here, what seems very clear is that you don't value the health and well-being of children in our community. You really don't value the safety of seniors when they walk down the street. You don't value small businesses who would be advantaged if electric shuttles could be returned to our streets so that parking doesn't remain such a big problem that harms not just our residents, but also the small businesses, retail restaurant. These are not things you care about as you continue to devote way too much city council time and paid staff time to billionaires like Sobrato, Castellea, and AJ Capital with the President Hotel. Please, I think that, you have admitted that the health and safety of our community is the most important thing to you. Put your money where your mouth is. We know that ACS has literally saved lives and that suicides are at epidemic levels right now. Refund and fund more all of these charitable organizations that help our community. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comments. So we'll now return to the council for discussion. Does the Finance Committee have additional supplemental comments? Chair Du Bois, do you have anything?
Yeah, if I could just maybe make a few summary comments. First of all, overall, I think this was good news. This is a recovery budget. And while the Finance Committee vetted it thoroughly, it's a much easier task when you're looking at restoring funds than cutting funds, as we did the last couple of years. Also, I think overall, we felt staff did a really good job in preparing the budget and making good choices in terms of balancing the community needs with the available revenue. So a couple of things to point out. Again, the Finance Committee agreed with the 2-year funding strategy. And again, this is funding a lot of things, police, PERT, a lot of community services like the summer concerts, children's theater. And it really highlights a need for funding that we're talking about later on tonight from the business tax and the gas transfer. And so we have a plan to temporarily staff some of these things. And we also have other large projects that are really outside the budget, like we heard about Coverly. And so if those measures don't pass, we really will be faced with potentially cutting services in 2 years. The other thing was we had a long discussion around the pension policy, and staff presented kind of a reasoned approach to using a CalPERS asset liability management forecast study to continue to ramp down the discount rate that we use. Our recollection that when council started this, that it was basically a council decision. And so we're asking the council whether they want to adopt this policy of kind of semi-automatically following this ALM report, or do they want it to have it be a recommendation that comes from the finance committee kind of on an ongoing basis. And so we would be dropping the discount rate from 6.2 to 5.3% in terms of what we set aside to pay for pensions. I believe this budget takes us halfway there this year, so it's kind of a two-step. So we'll be in between 6.2 and 5.3 this year, and then next year we'll go to 5.3. So that's what's in the budget. We could approve that, but then a separate question is what's the policy we want to use? A couple other things. There's really been a shift in IT budgeting from capital purchases of software to annual subscriptions. So we asked, it's all basically cloud-based services. So we asked kind of in future budgets that we kind of summarize a lot of those large kind of annual subscriptions, even though they're not really capital purchases. There's this climate action overlay. So again, that's not additive, but it's kind of a summary of all the steps for climate action. A couple of wrinkles, things like the art policy. So we have policies about maintaining administrative expenses as a percentage of a budget. And so when we give salary raises or that increases, then the fund needs to increase to keep the percentage the same. And it's just something we may want to think about that. Do we want to change the administrative percentage, or do we just want to automatically increase funds as salaries go up? We also recommended that we just remove the valet parking for this year because we didn't think it would be needed. I think staff agreed with that. And then you heard a little bit about hiring practices and open positions. We actually kind of department asked about openings, and those positions that we approved mid-year, as you heard, it took a while to fill all of those. And because staffing and people are the biggest part of our budget, we felt like it was appropriate to kind of dive into that a little bit. I think what we learned is it really varies department by department. Some departments are completely staffed. Others have a larger percentage of openings, some of them quite large. And so it is uneven. I was left with a feeling personally that maybe part of the issue is kind of the overhead and the process of recruiting. And looks like we had a period of time, maybe last year, where recruiting slowed quite a bit. So hopefully we're back on track in terms of having that process moving again. But again, my personal feeling was that we had a process that was good when we were fully staffed, but maybe we needed to adjust it when we had all these openings to hire more quickly. Maybe a process is if we see a qualified applicant, to make sure we can react quickly, because I do think it has been a hiring market, and people have gone to other agencies or not waited, for the whole process. And then there's several small items. I think we need to be careful, in this large budget of ours, not to spend too much time on really small budget items. We did add a small amount of money, I think $18,000, to try to resolve an issue around Cypress Alley, which is the alley behind like Happy Donuts in that area, which nobody claims ownership of and it's not being maintained. So we thought we'd try to resolve that issue. Also wanted to restore funding for the National Citizen Survey. And again, going through the budget process, a lot of department KPIs are tied to that survey. And so a lot of them just had blanks this year. And it's a relatively small amount of money to get more citizen feedback. during the, again, I'm speaking for myself here. We did move to put YCI into his RAP process. I kind of changed my mind since we finished the budget hearings. Again, with the county giving it 3-year approval, I would be supportive of 3-year approval for YCI. And then we had other things like the United Nations Documentary Film Festival and this question of how do we deal with nonprofits seeking funds? Some of them are outside of these human services areas. We end up spending a lot of time talking about, $20,000, and I think we need some kind of process maybe to handle some of this stuff a bit easier. And then finally, I continue to get feedback from residents about the city website. And again, I would support some kind of pop-up surveys or more feedback and potentially additional funding for the search functionality. That's not in the budget, but I just wanted to raise it to see if I'm the only one that feels that way. And then just to wrap up, again, I want to thank staff and also want to thank my finance committee members for working through the budget this year. I think the committee was efficient. And again, I think staff was well prepared with a really thoughtful budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Burt. I think I would call this more of a transition budget than a recovery budget if I think about the fact that so much of it in here is 2-year funding and we're going to need to get to a different place in order to be able to recover. I want to thank staff for really boiling down on page 559 the topics that we'll be discussing later tonight about the services that are in here that will only continue to be funded if, for example, the gas transfer tax is placed on the ballot and passed. And then the fact that there are unfunded needs we have, and we've touched on a few of them tonight. And that would be something for the business license tax. So thanks for, setting that out for us. I do have a couple questions. So if I look on page 560, big difference between revenue and expenses. And even though it's a balanced budget, I just want to be clear. This is because we're using reserves and one-time funding, correct? Right. Okay. So that's important for everyone to understand. Yay, our budget is balanced, but that's because we have some money that we've essentially saved. Okay. On the 605 now, page 605, on the changes to the reappropriations, I'm interested in PE 12011 Newell Street Bridge. It seems to move every single year I'm on council. It moves 1 year out. So, and now we've added $1 million. Is this just because costs have continued to go up? Do we have a new, estimate?
I believe Director Eggleston is on the line.
Yes, I am. And Assistant Director Holly Boyd is here and has an answer to that question.
Good evening, council members. So Councilmember Cormack, to answer your question, so the project budget hasn't changed. Every time we get a new cost estimate, we coordinate with Caltrans because this is a grant funded project for the design. We also anticipate getting Highway Bridge Program funding for this. So they have to review and accept our cost estimates. So we're expecting a cost estimate later this summer on our 90% design plans, which we will then coordinate with council. Coordinate with Caltrans. So then you might see a project budget update, maybe mid-year or anything if that significantly changes. For the reappropriations that was done in May, right now for the project, we're working on permitting and right-of-way acquisition and utility relocations. So as part of the Caltrans process for that is we have to go through an appraisal and acquisition process for our temporary construction easements that are needed. So we're working with consultants to do appraisals now for the properties where we need temporary construction easements. So we had thought that we'd be able to get into a construction or a consultant amendment before council break. And now it's looking more like it's not going to happen until later this summer when you guys come back from break. So that was the necessary reason for the additional reappropriation.
Thanks for the comprehensive answer, Ms. Boyd. It's exciting to hear that we're at 90% design. We're getting there.
Almost there.
Another question, AC 18011, the JMZ. Looks like we're reappropriating 1.3 million, but we opened the facility last year. So anyone explain what's going on there?
Yep, Director O'Kane, I think, is on the line.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. So that is funds still from the capital improvement project that are for some outstanding items, including the California dinosaur exhibit.
Okay.
Which will be out in the courtyard. Some animal care equipment that still needs to be purchased, as well as animals that we're still in the process of acquiring.
Dinosaurs and animals. That's one of the more entertaining answers we've had in finance and budget in a while. Okay, thank you. While I have you, Director O'Kane, one of the things that I've been reflecting on as we look at this budget and, this year and where we are is programs for families. We get a lot of people talking about youth, but I was so pleased with the results for the puzzle hunt, over 4,000 visits, over 100 families did absolutely every single part of it. If we were to give you, say, 50K for family programs, do you think that would be helpful towards, adding things back or improving things for families? It could be additional concerts this summer. It could be the puzzle hunt next year, which many people ask for to be an annual event. I just feel that we've spent a lot of time on kids, and don't get me wrong, super important, but they're part of families, and that family ecosystem is, I wonder if we just need to invest in that a little bit more. I'd appreciate your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Council Member. So if we were to receive additional 50,000, I think it would be most appropriate to go towards special events, which could include things like the puzzle hunt. It could include some additional summer concerts. We currently, for fiscal year 23, only have 4 summer concerts budgeted. This summer we're doing 6, which seems to be like the appropriate amount for the community's needs. So I think 50,000 would be a good amount to be able to do some more of those family-oriented events. Like you said, the puzzle hunt was very popular. People commented that they saw places of Palo Alto they'd never seen before, even though they've been living here for decades. And it was really a great opportunity for families to do something together.
Thanks so much. And I'm cognizant of the time. I have 2 more questions. Would the mayor like me to continue? Okay, thank you. Mr. Raish, back on slide 14. So we've got 46 promotions, but am I right that those 46 promotions created 46 openings? So maybe we shouldn't add the hires to the promotions? How should I think about those numbers?
You are thinking about it correctly, council member. The 46 promotions then create additional either entry level or lower level positions we then have to hire for next. So if you look at the new hire figure, that's really the net gain we're making against our total vacancies.
Okay, so more work for your team to do, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And then my last question is, we had a question from a member of the public about the funds in the capital improvement project for the Cubberley design. And I know we are only approving the 5-year project, and we're approving this year's money for that, and then sort of the 5-year plan. What would the impediment be to pulling the Cubberley design money forward from FY26? What, if we wanted to do that, what would we need to do?
I believe Ms. O'Kane can explain this in greater detail, but if I'm being blunt, reprioritization of existing projects.
Oh, I see. We'd have to move one from another. Okay.
Correct. It's not so much, obviously over the course of the 5-year plan, you can see that the 5-year capital improvement plan is balanced. However, from a staffing perspective and a phasing of projects, we wouldn't be able to support all of the current plan projects plus this. And so we would need to deprioritize one and reprioritize this one in order, staffing wise, to be able to address each of the capital improvement projects.
Okay, well, I'm just going to echo the public commenter. It'd be great to get an update from the city manager on where we are in the process, and hopefully it's going to happen a lot sooner than FY26. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Stone.
Mr. Mayor, and first thanks to Finance Committee and staff for working on on this budget for the last several months, and I'm pretty, for the most part, happy where it's at. Just a couple of questions and a comment. So the recommendation to increase CIP funding for the substation physical security. Can staff describe what the current level of security is at these substations and why we feel it's not adequate?
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. So Steve Batchelor, Director of Utilities. So right now, we have some cameras that are at some of the substations, but not all the substations. The idea is to actually move all the substations, kind of move forward into the 21st century, that we can get some better cameras, as well as moving some SCADA technology, some lighting out to those substations. Right now, 3 out of the 9 have adequate cameraing. 2 of them do have some other cameras, older venue, and then there's a few more that do not have any kind of cameraing or any kind of lights on the outside.
And the staff report talked about concerns of ongoing threats and we've been seeing that across the country, but didn't provide any specifics. So can you maybe elaborate on what the true threat is here?
So I think the thing is it's everything that we've heard. I mean, we work with PD all the time on when we do find some and hear about some threats that might be coming. But most of the threat portion of it is just awareness. We do not want third-party people actually inside those substations. We don't man them all the time, as you well know, 24/7. So it's mostly around cutting into the fence lines, getting into the substation itself, high voltage areas throughout those 9 substations. Nothing really specific on that we hear about individual threats today. However, just wanting to make sure that it's going to be safe and that we can monitor all 9 substations.
Great, thank you. And then here's a question for the Finance Committee regarding, well, one, I was really glad to see the restoration of the $50,000 for YCI funding for this fiscal year, but I was a little confused about the recommendation for fiscal year 24 and moving forward, especially with regards to the HISRAP funding. So I'm wondering if the Finance Committee could just kind of clarify what your recommendation is. Is it to increase HISRAP funding by $50,000 next year, as well as additional $50,000 towards YCI? I don't think that's what the recommendation is. Or is it $50,000 towards HISRAP? And then is the intention of the Finance Committee that $50,000 in HISRAP would be spent on YCI moving forward?
I think you're asking 3 people a question.
All right. Well, Chair Du Bois, maybe you're.
Well, like I said, we had voted to put the money in HISRAP, but at this point, I personally would prefer to just approve funding for YCI as a budget item outside of HISRAP. Yeah, for the 3 years.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and I agree then with the chair on what I think we should be doing. I don't think it's a prudent recommendation, just given the competitive nature of HISRAP funding. I think I'm the only council member who has served on the Human Relations Commission and has served on the HISRAP kind of selection subcommittee. And I think I'm pretty sure I served on that committee every time HISRAP came up. And it is a common practice, at least it was at that time, and I believe that continues today, that the HRC, and I think this is a good policy, attempts to maintain consistency with HISRAP. allocations. And that's an important thing for nonprofits to be able to know that they can continue to rely on funding from the city every year. And that also helps with their ability to be able to raise funds outside from private investors as well. And so my concern is if we put $50,000 into his wrap moving forward, what's going to happen, even if our best intentions is for that to be spent on YCI, what the HRC will likely do is split that money, especially since YCS already is a member of his wrap, but it's separate from YCI. So I am concerned about that. I think if the hope is to have YCI continue to be funded, which I hope we all do, and I can speak to that a little later because I know I'm out of time. I think the best thing to do would be to one, I hope in the future we can increase funding for his rep, but that's separate. But I think moving forward, we should honor kind of this commitment that we made to YCI for the need that they filled upon our request in 2017 to continue to match the county's funding at least until 2025, because I understand that's as far as the county is committed right now to spending $50,000 on YCI. So I think that would probably be the best decision moving forward. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with the budget and appreciate all the hard work that's been done.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. So I want to add my appreciation for everybody involved in this too, and staff, especially the finance department, but really everybody in staff has participated in this. You know, tonight the hard work is mostly done, and this evening, you know, we're finalizing a few last details, which is entirely proper. One thing I want to observe on this year's process, and I think this is welcome, right, is that this is more effort this year on putting more specificity and rigor into not just this year's budget, but also the long-range financial forecast as a budgeting tool. Historically, the long-range financial forecast has been more of sort of a general guideline outlook. And this year, we've sort of taken a step towards looking more carefully beyond the current year. And I think that's an important thing to do. The things that we are dealing with are multi-year kinds of things, and we need to have a perspective beyond just this year. And I think that's important. Maybe not in excruciating detail 10 years out, but more than 1 year. And so in that vein, as Councilmember Du Bois commented on earlier, I think everybody needs to be really clear. The 2-year services restoration framework in this budget is a looming fiscal cliff. And the city has been completely transparent about this. And there are multiple factors, but some of the key ones are, you know, pandemic triggered shifts in city economics, which increasingly look like they may be at least partly permanent. Long-term trends in services expenses, especially in public safety. The loss of the gas equity transfer from the general fund. And then as Nick Raish explained, we're impacted by the Great Resignation like everybody else. And so once the federal stimulus money runs out after this year, we either need new sources of revenue, a potential one which we're discussing this evening, or else we face a return to the class of cuts we all remember from the pandemic not so long ago. And nobody should be mistaken about this. This budget works this year and works well, but after this year, there's a fiscal cliff oncoming. It is real, and it has significant implications for the future of the services that we are restoring with this budget this evening.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and wade in with a few questions and comments. First, thanks to everybody for the hard work on this. And I do think it is a transitional budget. Good news for part of our discussion tonight is that we actually have $700,000 in the budget above the budget stabilization reserve target of 18.5%. And so we could increase the reserve even more or address some of the issues that we've talked about tonight. And I'd like to chime in on what some of my colleagues have stated. When Councilmember Cormack was talking about spending for family services. I do view that as one and the same as for our youth well-being. And this was a city council priority on community health and safety. And we specifically called out the need to address youth mental health as they are recovering from 2 years of traumatic stress in many circumstances. And we need to back up our priority with actually even modest focus on the spending. I don't agree that we have a whole bunch of spending for youth mental health. The only thing that is a designated program for that is the Youth Connectedness Initiative. And so I certainly support having that be a 3-year allocation and that not be part of the HISRIP process. But I don't want to see the HISRIP allocations be diminished from what we were going to increase it. They're underfunded. And $50,000 is a small amount in our entire budget and a significant amount toward all of these incredible programs, nonprofit programs that we have in our community who are starving for funds. And so an additional $50,000 toward HISRIP, I would like to see added to this budget, in addition to outside of the HISRIP funding, the 3-year commitment to the Youth Connectedness Initiative. And I really don't want to get in this scenario that Councilmember Stone had described of having the Human Relations Commission feel like they're torn between improve modestly each of those things, as well as the family, the special events funding that Director O'Kane had talked about. I hadn't appreciated that. I was really enthused that we were back up to 6 summer concerts, Twilight concerts this year. And I had not realized that the budget once again cut it to 4. And so between that 50,000 for those events and others, I would support adding those to the motion. And then I want to, there's a small one on a question on Friends of Caltrain. It was brought to my attention that we historically have had $5,000 towards Friends of Caltrain. Is that in the budget?
Director Kami, I believe, is here. Thank you.
Yes, hi. No, unfortunately, that was one of the items that we removed back in the 2020 budget cuts, along with most of our subscriptions and memberships.
Okay. So that's a restoration of $5,000 expense that I would also like to see put in there. And then I want to just ask clarification again on this issue of what are the net hires on this slide number 14, where we have new hires of 72 and promotions of 46, but a turnover of 102. Does that mean we have a net loss of staffing of 30, or am I misinterpreting that?
Mr. Raish, I take it you're poised to respond to that question?
You're muted, Nick. There you go.
Yes, I was just waiting to see if that would be sent my way.
I think so.
That is the correct assessment. So new hires are the new candidates that are becoming employees. So you could take that number versus the 102, and that is the deficit we're trying to catch up to. And, you know, one of the points I want to make clear is that promotions being at 38% of all of our hiring activities is twice the normal. And that's because of this pent up number of positions we had from the hiring freeze that we are now catching up to all those promotions. So that will decline as we close out this fiscal year and into next fiscal year.
Great. So I'm really I'm pleased that we have that many promotions. But when we look at this slide, it says total turnover 102, total hiring 118. Almost anyone would interpret that as that we've added 16 actual personnel And the fact is, we've subtracted 30. And I think we need to lay the cards on the table clearly. I know that staff has talked with us about the real struggles in recruitment and retention, and yet we're hiding the ball here. Let's put it out there clearly so that the public understands our situation and what we're struggling with and why. I recently heard that we are in jeopardy of losing a wave of police officers to Santa Clara. And this sort of thing has been going on with our fire department, our police department, and jeopardizing our public safety. And unfortunately, it's a limited pool of candidates, and the compensation is very competitive right now. And if we're going to retain the public safety that our community expects, we're going to have additional costs to do that. And we just need to lay that on the line. And then I want to visit something that came up in the Rail Committee meeting. We've had several discussions because we as a council and as a Rail Committee had recognized that as we're moving forward with grade separations sequentially, the first thing that we need to do is our bike and pedestrian crossings that are anticipated to be separate from our vehicular crossings. We've actually moved further along in our designs of the vehicular than the bike and ped, but the bike and ped has to move forward first. And then, so we need to catch up on that. And then a second phenomena has occurred is that we have been told by MTC, VTA, Senator Becker's staff, the Federal Department of Transportation, and others that we are in an exceptional opportunity period for funding from state and federal sources toward active transportation. And that these are dollars that are incredible amounts of dollars compared to what has historically been available for these purposes. And we aren't in a position to be able to pursue those for two reasons. One, as of right now, the evaluation of those bike and ped crossings is anticipated to be folded into our bike and ped master plan, which is behind schedule in part because of our staffing shortages, and that we don't have the staffing to accelerate a focus on the grade crossing bike and ped designs to just get them far enough along to be eligible for huge amounts, millions and millions of dollars potentially of state and federal dollars. And so we would have to invest in additional staffing, and I don't have the details, and I want to ask Mr. Kami to weigh in on that in order to accelerate that process. So, Mr. Kami, I don't know if you have any kind of ballpark. At the last Rail Committee meeting, you informed us that we're being penny wise, that we're spending these dollars right now so that we can become eligible for far more dollars that won't be there if we wait. So what would it take for us to, if we chose to accelerate that process? Would it be contracting services, in-house staffing? What would we need to do?
Thank you very much. Once again, Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. Yeah, that's a great question. Just noting that we wouldn't be able to take that scope of a project on with our existing resources without delaying other projects. And to answer your question of what would it take to actually do it, just to note that what we would need to do is a significant community outreach process. And so that would really be the initial work that would need to happen, along with feasibility and evaluation of different options. So it would actually take a combination of both city staff resources and a consultant in order to expedite the process of those projects. And I'm not sure if City Manager Ed Shikata has any thoughts that he'd like to add to that.
And can I just include with that? I appreciate that you're not going to be able to put an exact number on this tonight, and I'm wondering whether we can put a placeholder in the budget if we want to prioritize that or not. So just That's part of my question.
Well, I think to that point, this ultimately is a policy issue for the council to discuss, to the extent that, again, portion of this conversation happened at the rail committee, that the citywide bike ped master transportation plan is now underway and part of your upcoming work plan and budget. And so the issue is something of the chicken and the egg question as to the citywide work, confirming the locations for crossings that would then be the subject of more specific design and planning activities. So I understand the question being asked in terms of resources. I will respond again that it's not simply a resource question. It is one of sequence. And I believe through the rail committee to the full council, a topic for discussion in the upcoming months.
So the way in which we were discussing this rail committee is there a way that we can be proceeding in parallel rather than in sequence? So if we wait for the bike and ped master plan to be completed and fold in these alternatives, and then we go forward with the next steps, we may be past our window. And what I want to do in this budget discussion is make sure that we don't 6 months or 9 months from now say, yes, here's what we want to do, but we don't have a placeholder in the budget to cover it. So that's all I'm trying to do tonight is make sure that when this comes back to the council as a policy recommendation from the rail committee, there are dollars that would enable us to act if we chose to do so.
I do want to note that some of the work that the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan would do would be similar to the work that we would be doing in order to understand what the community's thoughts are about different options, also how it connects to our bicycle and pedestrian network. So there is some overlap, even regardless of whether we were to start them sequentially. But really, that's the thought with the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, is that it would initiate some of that work and help us to understand and prioritize the different and understand communities' input on those different options.
Yeah, so my question's about a budget placeholder, right. So, Mr. Shikata.
Yeah, I would note, Mayor, that in response to that should the council choose to reprioritize, that you would draw on reserves as the way in which you could fund that.
Thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. With regards to the YCI, which I agree, that we should provide the funding for the length of the contract that the county has provided. But also, I think it's also important to kind of make sure that it's known to staff that should county decide to do another 3-year or to prolong the YCI project, that it is something that the city is committed to ensuring that we do provide the matching funds so that it can continue. So I hope that's something that we can consider. Then I wanted to find out, there is a mention here in the staff report that an additional $650,000 is programmed into the FY 2024 budget as part of the long-range CIP for construction need at the Lucy Stern Theater. Can you tell me what items are being planned to be constructed over there or renovated? Is that something that has already been decided or is still in the works?
Director, okay? Or perhaps Assistant Director Boyd?
Well, I can go first. So we have a CIP that is replacing the theater seats. We currently are under signing a contract to replace the seats at the Children's Theater, and we received bids in May. So we use those numbers that we received to estimate work for the Lucy Stern Theater. So the budget request for 2023, I believe, is $50,000 to start the design work. And then the $650,000 would be to replace the theater seats, to do any necessary ADA requirements that are associated with that project as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I was just kind of wondering, was there other work that was going to be done? Because obviously there's quite a few renovations that needs to happen over there. I wanted to also ask, following Mayor Burt's questions about bike and ped planning there. So this is on planning, but there's also the Embarcadero Road at Emerson and Kingsley, which is something that has been approved in the previous councils and has been also vetted through the bike and payback. So I would like to see that this project or funding is provided for this project to move forward also. I see Kylie's eyebrows going up, so.
I think Mr. Kami perhaps can provide a snapshot of where we are on that topic.
Yeah, sure. So I just want to note that that project was, and I apologize, I don't remember the number, but a CIP that was removed from the CIP in 2020 during the budget reductions. And that's a fairly long project that includes not just a bike path along Embarcadero, but also a Dutch style intersection at Embarcadero and El Camino Road. Apologies, I'm getting a pop-up right on top of my screen as I'm talking. But what staff intends to do in the near term is to look at potential smaller near-term improvements that can be made within that scope and within the bike and ped plan consistent with that, unless council otherwise wants to reopen the entirety of the project.
No, I thank you for clarifying that. I think, in that little section, there's that safety matter for students who use that road a lot. I'm almost done. Oh, I wanted to ask, and Mr. Kami, I think I need you back. The RPP for the annual resident parking permit, remind me, did it used to be free for the first two or one? It is for one, right? It is free for the first one.
Yeah, well, actually, I want to note that there were discrepancies in our program where in programs where we had employee permits that were heavily subsidizing the permits, in RPP programs that had that, we were providing the first permit free. In RPP programs where we did not have business subsidy in the RPP programs, meaning we're selling employee permits, we did not provide a permit free in those neighborhood districts. So to be consistent, and also because we were eliminating employee permits in those districts, we had eliminated the first RPP permit free. I also want to note that the RPP program is not a revenue generating program. It's actually operating at a loss currently. So,
I was referring to the residents, for the residents, so they
yes.
get, okay, is that still the case?
So I'm speaking of the residential preferential parking program. So in commercial districts where we had employee permits that were being sold in the RPP district, and we've transferred most of those employee permits into the garages, those programs no longer receive a first permit free. The RPP programs at a whole are operating at a loss right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all for now.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just also want to thank the Finance Committee and staff's work on this. Really appreciate it. I'm going to try to share my iPad screen here just so that this will help illustrate some points. Okay, so I think you guys probably all following the stock market, but if we look at it, if you look at CPI, we look where inflation is, with the stock market is we've actually entered bear market territory. I think most of you guys know that. So not a good situation. Just about everything's been dropping. If we look at how's it hit the tech sector, right? Because a lot of the business in our area is tech. There's been, mass layoffs, 21,000. Now, of course, some of these companies aren't here, or some of these companies only are nearby, like Netflix is in Los Gatos. But we have to also realize that some of these employees actually live here in Palo Alto, and there's a certain capacity to, they have only a certain capacity to spend given some of their economic situation. Some other companies like Robinhood and Park, right, nearby companies. And if you look at like a company in our city, Tesla, right, so they've laid off 10% of their salaried workers, which these are people that would probably be employed here in our city. And then if you look at some of the top level reports, like from The Economist and just about anything you read, it's pretty bearish these days. But a lot of people are talking about a recession, right? The recession is likely, and it's all over the news. I'm sure you guys see it. And so when I look at our budget, let me see if I can get back to it. And by the way, I gotta commend staff for having this budget tool, because it's actually quite nice. And for members of the public that haven't seen it, you should go to and you check it out. But if you look at our proposed budget, which is the one on the right hand side, it's a high watermark for us, right? It's a mighty big stack of bars. For all of time for our city, right? It's a pretty massive amount of money for us. And if you start looking at some of the details, right? Let's say you look at sales tax, or just say property tax. It's forecasting a 14% increase year over year. Everything I'm reading, people are at best are thinking housing prices are going to stay the same, not necessarily go up. And then let's see if I could switch back. Or if you look at, let's say, sales tax, let me see if I could get this. Really hard to click on it. A 15% increase in sales tax. And so I'm just thinking, given the news, given where the economic situation is a 15-16% increase in sales really likely? I don't know. I think it's questionable in my mind. So it's hard for me to think that we should be planning on it. Now, to the point that Councilmember Filsis made and Councilmember Cormack, and let me see how do I get rid of this thing? We have this large other revenue bar, right? Which is not something that we can count on forever, right? This is massive, brace for a budget that is not going to be sustainable, right? And I'm thinking, given kind of the economic forecast, we should actually be hedging some of our spending, right? Rather than just planning that all of it's going to come, that we're just going to magically find some sort of revenue source next year, which we might, but you can't necessarily count on it. I think we need to hedge some of the increases that we projected here, like the sales tax, like the property tax. If you look at our TOT tax, that's pretty amazing. Let me see if I could get to it. So 115% increase in hotel tax increase, right? I certainly know I'm not traveling as much as I used to, and I know a lot of people aren't. A lot of people are still working from home. And so I'm not necessarily confident that we're going to see, our sales tax, our TOT tax come zooming back. It just doesn't seem that realistic at this point, especially with the large economic storm on the horizon. I don't see how it's possible that we're going to see this kind of revenue coming back. And so rather than having this temporary fix that we have from federal funding, ARPA funding, whatnot, I think we should be a little bit more cautious here. And rather than try to set new records in terms of level of spending for the city, I think we should play a little bit more conservatively than we are right now. And then so let's look at the expenditures now, right? So on the expenditure side, okay, so I'm actually out of time, but let me Mayor, if I can continue, are we going to do another round or what should we do?
We have at least one council member with one more comment, and then I think we may have a motion from council member Du Bois.
Okay, should I continue or go in the next round?
Go ahead and just
okay.
Try to
so
expedite.
So let's look at this. Okay, so what has the increase been? One of the biggest one is public works. So we have this CIP program, which is the wastewater treatment plant. So it's 60. It's just a massive increase in our capital budget, and I wonder if this is something that we really should be doing right now. At such scale, it just seems incredible to be contemplating. Because I'm actually thinking that as the economy slows down, right now we've only seen construction costs go up, but that's because we've been in a really long bull market. But as the economy kind of crumbles, I'm thinking that some of the stuff will be cheaper, not more expensive. So I don't know. It doesn't seem prudent to be having so much in this right now. Let me get back to the expenditures. The other part that I'm concerned about is okay. So let me just show more here, and I think it also starts at the top, right? So if I look at let's see, the city manager's office here. Okay, so the city manager's office, we're spending very little on economic development, which could be a mistake given that we have so much vacancies in our retail and we have just in general a lot for lease signs. But put that aside, if we look at our city manager's office, so I think about it, right? Do we really need to be, setting new records? This is like way higher than, if you look at the increases, a 23% increase. I know inflation's high. Inflation is probably about 8-9%, but this is a 23% increase year over year. And I just wonder, is that really, really what we should be doing in this economic situation that we're in right now? So, I think some of the expenditures of increasing the fire and police, that probably makes sense, especially for police. But some of the overhead, some of the what I would call fat in the system doesn't seem to make sense. And I just have to question about whether this is prudent. So kind of at a high level, we have rather aggressive projections on our revenue, which I don't think is prudent. We should be kind of backstopping some of those projections with some of the ARPA money rather than just trying to spend it all this year. So in the case we have trouble next year, we could fall back on it. We should, I think we have to really look at, that tremendous increase in public works spending, especially right now, given that there might be a much lower drop in construction costs. And then also, I think as a leadership team, we should be setting the pace, right? And for the city manager's office to be at such a high rate of spend increase, 23%, just doesn't seem appropriate. I realize I'm super over time, but I'll try to stop there. Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth, did you have some follow-up? Oh, your light's back on. Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I was going to attempt to make a motion, which I just emailed the clerk just a second ago. But basically, I'll move the staff motion with several of the additions that were mentioned, if we can get that up on screen, and a recommendation to keep the rest in the budget reserve. So I guess you can put my additionals in the up under number 1 where it says put additional requests here. And then I had the referral item too. I don't know where that goes. Okay.
Sorry, the referral item should be another letter at the bottom. Yeah, item E.
So that's my motion.
I'll second.
So again, this is the staff's budget with these small additional funding items that we've called out during our discussion tonight.
Second.
Councilmember Cormack seconded already.
And
did you want to speak more to your motion? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I want to thank Councilmember Du Bois and the members of the Finance Committee. This is always a labor, sometimes a labor of love, and appreciate all the work that everyone's put into this. These are, minor changes under A, and I think they all really speak to the priorities we had this year. And then certainly A4 speaks to one of our values, which is to continue to save for things that we don't anticipate. I will say with respect to the YCI, I think we just need a slightly better communication. I reached out to the director who provided a different report, more recent, but it looks like there's a small number of people who participate. So just when we see this next, let's just have a little bit more up-to-date information about who's participating. So we just have everybody has better information, and I think it'll be good not to have to talk about this every year. I'm delighted that we're going to be just contributing more to the HISRAP funds, and then I do think that community events, especially the ones that are outside, which are ones we talked about, especially given what's going on with COVID, are a great thing for us to be doing in this community going forward. I'm pleased that this year has been so much less controversial, and I think we should all just take a moment to appreciate how far we've come, and we learned what got broken. And I remember the city manager telling us that we would break some things, and we didn't know what they were, but we figured out what they were, and we're fixing them as we go along. So I think there's a lot to be proud of here.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you for putting forth the motion. I wanted to ask the maker and the seconder to consider to rejoin Friends of Caltrain and to provide the $5,000 for the membership.
Yeah,
I believe.
I'm not opposed to just when we get down to $5,000, I would urge like department heads to request those funds and budget for them. Like it seems like what I heard Mr. Cammy say is, that we had cut subscriptions and that got cut. So I don't even know if there are other subscriptions. I'm willing, I don't know. Philip, do you want to speak to this item? If you were listening.
Yeah, yes, I was. Thank you very much. Philip Cammy, Chief Transportation Official. I was just actually pinging my department staff to see if we can find that. But to speak to that, yes, there are other things that we've cut, similar things in that bucket. So I do believe that we'll be looking to restore that as a very small line item.
What if we put a not to exceed for various ones, including Friends of Caltrain?
Yeah, again, I don't want to make it about this issue. I'll support this, but again, when we get down to department heads asking for $5,000, $10,000, I feel like that needs to be part of the budget process with the city manager and the finance director. So,
agreed.
Yeah. Sorry, Kylie, what did you say?
I honestly, a $5,000 adjustment, if a department is unable to absorb it, we have other means through contingent accounts and the like that could be allocated during the year if the council doesn't wish to get to this level of granularity tonight. If the direction is just to find the funding we'll take care of it.
So you don't really need it in the motion or not necessarily?
Yeah, I just feel like, if somebody complains about the 5,000, we restore it. And then what are the other things out there? So I would just ask staff to use their judgment on these things.
Correct. Very good. The other thing I'd like to ask for you to consider is, while we do have a 20,000 line item here under community services for United Nations Association Film Festival, I'd like to ask that it is not only provided for the coming fiscal year, but also on an ongoing basis.
So I thought that could be part of this item E on how do we fund nonprofit requests? And what if the finance committee takes up that, and we'll use the film festival as a good example case?
So does the name need to go under there, or?
Well, I'm saying let's come up with a process and then apply it to that one.
Okay. All right. As long as we can address all of those. Thank you.
So I'll just add that I'm good with both those actions as long as staff has a sense of the council wishing that we look to pursue both of those last two items. I did want to just comment on this issue that Councilmember Tanaka raised about the wastewater treatment plant investments. Two things. So those are investments shared by 6 different agencies, including Palo Alto, of which Palo Alto is the lead agency, and it shows up in our budget. But it is a long overdue investment. I think he made a reference to things crumbling. Well, that's what we risk the wastewater treatment plant doing. To have services that are sound and prudent investments, to have our equipment and facility that is past its anticipated normal life, we have to make these investments, and we're doing so on behalf of ourselves and 5 different partner agencies. So it's a quirk of the budgetary process that it shows all up on our budget, but that's because we essentially receive income from all those partners to do those investments. And I would have thought that that was well understood by all council members. I do want to point out in slide number 17, slide number 7, there was a valuable summary of 2-year funding strategy. And what this means is that these are positions that we're restoring, that unless we have additional revenue streams, and the principal focus of this is whether we'll be able to restore our gas transfer fund and a business tax, then these expenditures are in jeopardy, including to the police department staffing for the unhoused, our restoration in our 9/11 dispatch center, our fire department hazmat and medical response teams, as well as funding for library hours restoration, the children's theater programs, and junior museum and twilight concert expenditures, among others. And I just want to make sure that that we're all clear and that the public's clear that we're struggling to restore services that were cut 2 years ago from the pandemic. And we have funds to be able to carry us over and begin those restorations at this time. But we can't, based on current projections, we can't continue them unless we have those additional revenue streams. And I think that covers it for me. Councilmember Philsett.
Sewage treatment's pretty basic.
Okay.
Mayor,
sorry, yes.
I'm sorry. If it is okay with the council, I have some refinements to the language to make sure it appropriately addresses the actual ordinance option.
Okay.
So I've sent that to the city clerk, if you might. There we go. Of course, she's already done this. And this will just, hopefully first we've captured this, and I have one question as part of this. So you can see the 50,000 addition for the additional family events, 50,000 for his rep allocation process. I wonder if it is the council's intention to add these 50,000 based on that 2-year budget strategy, at which point I would recommend the council also increase the FY 2023 reserve so that we have the full 24 months worth of funding consistent with all the other actions. And then obviously the last one is recommend funding for YCI for the 3-year period that you had noted earlier, which has no
The maker and the
ordinance
seconder,
changes, but
accept those.
I'm sorry, could you talk about 3 again?
Number 3, sure. So as actually the mayor was just referencing on slide 7, a number of the reinvestments that staff and that are provided as part of this budget are funded on a 2-year basis. And so what this action number 3 would do is ensure that number 1 and 2 above are also funded on that same 24-month basis. And so it takes that second year and make sure we're reserving the funds. If it's not the intention of the council to fund both of those items on a 2-year basis, then 3 would not be appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, the original motion was 1-year funding, but you made it 2-year funding.
Sure. And again, that's at the discretion of the council. So if you would like them to be 1 year, you can take it out.
So my intent was 1 year, but if the majority wants to do it for 2 years, I'm open to that.
I'm comfortable with 2 years, although do these numbers add up? If we do those each for 2 years, then we need 200K in the reserve, right? 3?
No, you're appropriating the funding in FY23 in items 1 and 2, which
we
is
need the reserve for
100,000.
the second
You're
year.
reserving the second year of 100,000, and so that impacts your BSR by 200,000.
And what about 5? Why don't we have to adjust for 5?
Because the council already, or the finance committee's original recommendation already included $50,000 for YCI in FY 2023's budget. It's simply the FY 24 and 25 funding that I believe the motion intended to change. As proposed by the finance committee, fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 of the YCI funding was recommended to be allocated towards his rep. And this would switch it from the his rep process to a dedicated funding source.
So 3 plus 5 is 4. I'm still not following the math. I feel like we spent 100K in 1 and 2.
Correct.
All right. And now we're spending 100K in 3.
Correct.
So that's 200K.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't we also spending 100K in the 2 out years of 5? So I think 4 should be 300K.
I see what you're saying. Yes, you could do
Doing
that.
math on the fly. Anybody else is welcome
I
to
understand
jump
what
in.
you're saying.
I think the difference is you're not reserving it, you're going to plan to budget for it in the future.
We're going to allocate it as an ongoing funding, as opposed to one of the limited term restorations. It's
Oh,
a
I see what you're
discretionary
saying.
call.
Okay. All right. Sorry for all of the.
Nope, super technical language and apologies,
All good.
just since we're amending on the fly,
Got
I
it.
appreciate it.
Okay, so, Councilmember Tanaka.
So in regards to sewage treatment plant, I'm not saying that we don't need it. I think that's misunderstood and kind of framed in a wrong way by the mayor. What I'm saying here is right now it's super hard to get anything built. It's very expensive. We put out bids and the bids come in much higher than expected. And the reason why is because we're in a very inflationary environment right now. We have more demand than supply. Now, as the recession hits in, what will happen is we should see that it's going to be easier to get bids, that the bids are going to be more competitive. And, it's one thing if the plant's about to fall apart tomorrow, but it's not. If we wait a few years, we should be able to get lower construction costs. And by not spending as much on infrastructure, by not spending as much in our budget right now, for the things that we talked about earlier, which is that we could do the budget this year because we have some of this one-time only type of revenue. But if we temper that a bit and have more of a financial buffer, we wouldn't be as pushed against the wall as much as we are going to be next year if the revenue doesn't come in. So just want to make sure that's clear. In general, I support YCS. I think the idea is actually quite good. And I think, trying to help with mental health, especially among our youth, is actually a good idea. So I support that idea. But for all the reasons I just talked about, I cannot support part A and B of this amendment. And so I can vote for C through E. So I ask the mayor to please split that out and do that when we vote. Thank you.
You're asking for a separation, you said?
Yeah, C through E.
C through E,
from A and B.
which items again?
Split A and B from C through
Split
E.
A and B from C and D? Is that what you said?
C through E.
E, where's the E?
It looks like actually, I see what you're saying, Mayor. E is not on the list, but it looks like the acceptance of the actuarial report dropped from the motion.
Okay.
I think you have to scroll down.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll separate A and B from C through E. And let's vote on A and B first.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack. Yes. Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, and now let's go on vote on C through E.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois, Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. On that note, we have adopted our fiscal year 2023 budget. And we'll now have, no confetti, please. We'll now have time for a break. The council actually is, I think, looking for a brief dinner break. How many minutes do we need? 15? Will that do it? Okay. So we will come back. Let's call it at, give it an extra 3 minutes. We'll come back at 7:25. Thank you. Our next item is item number 29, which is adoption of the Community Development Block Grant Funds, or CDBG, for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. And Director Late, are you the one who kicks this off?
Yes, I will. I'll start us off, and we've got a number of staff online to assist where I may falter. So with that, I'll proceed. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Okay, so the City Council is aware that Palo Alto is an entitlement community under the Community Development Block Grant Program. Because of that, we receive a certain amount of funding each year to support low and moderate income persons through various programs that we review annually. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, has a requirement for a 5-year consolidated plan, which the City Council has previously endorsed and approved. And every year we do updates to the annual action plan. Tonight, you will be taking action on the upcoming fiscal year action plan. And as a separate discrete task, we are asking you to make an amendment to the current action plan. And I'll go over that in a moment. These are the goals that the City Council, or that guide the consolidated plan. We can talk about that in detail as needed. The council is aware that there are some funding limits for various programs. Public service and planning and administration have caps on how much money can be spent on that. Economic development, public facility improvements, and housing rehabilitation do not have restrictions on cap other than the total amount, of course, that is available. And speaking of that total amount, we anticipate receiving just over $500,000 in CDBG entitlement funding this year, plus another $140,000 in program income, giving us about $650,000 to distribute. For the public service category, the Human Relations Commission and staff recommend that the following agencies receive the amounts shown on the screen. This exhausts the cap that is provided under this program. For planning and administration, the city continues to receive the funding to support our consultants that are helping us manage the program, and also for Project Sentinel, which is receiving money under this category and the previous category. For our uncapped areas, the funding limits are recommended as shown on the screen. I will pause here for a moment to highlight that there was an App Places memo that was distributed to the City Council. We have noted that Downtown Streets is a program that we have long funded, and we have recently learned that they don't appear to meet the qualifications for CBDO status, which is blanking on the thank you, Community-Based Development Organization. So many acronyms with this program. And so we're continuing to work with them. There is an exemption process that we can pursue, and we will be working with Downtown Streets to see if we can receive a federal exemption from that status. But it does take time, and unfortunately, it's not going to be something that we can resolve for the annual plan as before the City Council this evening. So the App Places memo has a suggestion or a recommendation that if the City Council is interested in continuing to support Downtown Streets in the allocations that were being contemplated before learning of that status update, that would require an amendment to the Budget Stabilization Reserve. And I have that language in the presentation. So what we're proposing in the instead of funding Downtown Streets through CDBG, the council's aware of the Mitchell Park project at 525 Charleston, which is a housing project that would benefit from this funding category. And so the recommendation is I think it was $160,000 be added to that project to support that development proposal. And this we just spoke to. Okay, HUD requires a certain number of public meetings and timelines. Staff with our consultants have followed through on the noticing and the public hearing process. The recommendation that is provided on the screen, with number 4 being added to reflect the change that I spoke to with respect to 525 East Charleston, and requiring the budget stabilization amendment. The second action that is before the council this evening has to do with a substantial amendment to the current annual action plan. And this is provided for in the HUD regulations. There's different types of amendments. There's a minor amendment or a substantial amendment. Minor ones usually can be handled at the staff level. Substantial amendments require council approval. And some of the reasons for why it would be a substantial amendment are provided on the screen. In this particular instance, we are receiving funds back from one of our funding agencies, Life Moves, that was intended to support the rental assistance program. With that money coming back to the city, it's $194,000. We need to find a way to redistribute that elsewhere in order to remain in compliance with HUD requirements. And what staff is recommending for the city council is that the money be distributed as shown on the slide, with about $160,000 going to Move Mountain View for the safe parking program, and the balance to back to Life Moves, but for their COVID-19 testing program. Again, there's requirements, including today's date, where we need council's approval for the amendments to submit that to HUD and reach our agreements with our agencies. This also is the associated motion. I've also sent the city clerk an updated motion. So if the city council is inclined to support the staff recommendation, inclusive of the At Places memo, the city clerk has that prepared and ready to go. With that, I will conclude the staff presentation.
Thank you. So at this time, we can go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And do we have any members of the public to speak?
There are no requests to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Thank you, Mr. Late and Ms. Campbell, for getting us started here. 2 questions. With respect to the substantial amendment, I'm wondering why Move Mountain View Safe Parking wasn't actually on the original list. It seems like, such a great fit for this program. Any thoughts on why it wasn't included prior?
Yeah, I'm sure there are some thoughts to that, but I'm going to have to consult with our staff, and I'll start first with Claire Campbell, our planning manager, who may have to engage our consultant on this, but it's also a relatively newer program for Palo Alto. And so I think when we talk about how money gets spent, it may have been that we have this pattern of supporting certain agencies, and then maybe we have to make a choice. And so it may have been that issue. But Ms. Campbell, are you online, and are you able to speak to that?
I sure can. Thank you. Good evening, council members. This is Claire Campbell, manager of long range planning. I think basically we can just say that the Life Moves program did not submit an application for CDBG funding, and that is basically the reason why they're not part of the program that you've seen previously. We excuse me, with the change with the change with the Life Moves program not needing the funds anymore, staff was reaching out to find other programs that we could help with these CDBG funds, and that's how we came across the Move Mountain View program. So
okay. So you had said earlier that Life Moves didn't apply, but I think you meant Move Mountain View didn't apply.
That is what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad they're in the program now. And then with respect to the At Places memo with additional funding for 525 East Charleston, it looks like it's designated for construction. Are we confident that 525 East Charleston will be under construction in this time period?
Go ahead, Ms. Campbell.
Yes. So staff has been working with them to to find out when is the appropriate time for them to be able to use the CDBG funds, so they can also use it for pre-development costs. And I think that is primarily what they're focusing the funds on, is for pre-development costs. And they are, we've had our discussions, and they definitely can use the funds, and there doesn't seem to be any issue with them being able to utilize it appropriately.
Okay, well, we might just want to describe that more broadly then on packet page 900 and 909, because it definitely says construction under rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready for motions, Mr. Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation in both parts.
I will second that. Council, Vice Mayor Koo, second. And would you like to speak to your motion?
I appreciate staff's flexibility and ability to go find additional recipients for this, and happy to support.
And Vice Mayor Koo? Oh, Mike,
Sorry. I'm also happy to support this. There's a lot of needs in our community, and this is just a small way to participate and to assist. Thank you.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll be supportive of the motion. I just had a question. Do you have any details, like what happened with downtown streets that didn't qualify, and was this a change from past years?
Yeah, so I mean, I can speak generally to it. I think we're still learning more about it in our conversation with downtown streets, but I think the fundamental change was a change to their board membership, and to qualify as a CDBD. Yep, thank you. Program, you have to have a certain number of board members serving a neighborhood group or organization. And so with their latest change, it looks like that threshold shifted and they no longer qualified for that status. And so we've been having a number of conversations with our HUD rep and trying to see what options might be available to continue in that program. It's just that at this time, we're not seeing a path that would fit within our timeline today.
I would also add that staff has also been speaking with Downtown Streets team itself in trying to identify options that might work going forward. As Director Lade pointed out, there are actually a number of criteria required to qualify as the CBDO, and as such, that does present some obstacles in the near term.
So is the intent that they would become compliant by the next time?
I think we're not clear on the best path forward for the organization, and perhaps just to take a step back and provide a little bit more assurance to the council. The issue around the board does appear to really reflect this particular classification, CBDO, as focused on almost neighborhood level, if not single city level organization. And since Downtown Streets does provide services to a number of cities, I think we, consistent with prior council discussions, are very supportive of their having a robust board that supports their long-term sustainability. It's just those two don't appear to match right now. And so it's really working through those issues with Downtown Streets as well as with our HUD reps.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I just want to follow along that line of questioning. So let's say things don't work out with them and they're not going to provide this service. So who's going to clean our streets then? Like, because they did provide a service of kind of cleaning up after stuff. So what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think it would be premature for us to speculate on that. We certainly hope that we'll be able to figure out a way to continue to provide the services or to receive the services that Downtown Streets provides in terms of the cleaning, while also recognizing the benefit that Downtown Streets provides to the community in terms of pathways out of homelessness for our local residents.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important that we keep our streets clean. So we have to find some solution.
And just to reiterate, the motion that's before that's on the table would continue to provide that service through use of the budget stabilization reserve. So there would not be a disruption to that service with the recommended motion. or more specifically, the motion on the table.
Okay, I see no more lights. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 29, and we will now move on to item number 30, which is a quasi judicial hearing related to 2850 West Bay Shore, which is approval of a major architectural review, conditional use permit, and vesting tentative map to allow the demolition of an existing office building and construction of 48 townhomes with associated private streets, utilities, et cetera. And it has been deemed exempt from CEQA. And before we proceed, if any council members have disclosure of ex parte meetings, please do so at this time. Councilmember Tanaka.
I just spoke with the applicant for a few minutes before the meeting. We talked about housing prices.
Okay. And I met with the applicants last week and reviewed the materials in the packet. Councilmember Stone.
Sorry, I don't believe I have. I'm trying to, I thought I had maybe a meeting. Yes. Okay. Sometime last year, right? Okay, there we go. I can't remember the date. So sorry. So yes, I have met with the applicant about a year ago.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now Director Late.
Great, thank you. Jonathan Late again, Director for Planning and Development Services. Here to present the public hearing before the City Council on 2850 West Bay Shore. So the project before the council is a housing development seeking to construct 48 units of a new residential townhome. 7 of those units would be deed restricted at the city's affordable income limits of 100 and 120% area median income. The project involves the demolition of about 32,000 square feet of commercial office space today. The project complies with the parking requirements and provides other amenities in compliance with local regulations. The project consists of 3 and 4 bedroom units ranging from about 1,600 to 2,100 square feet in size. The applicant is requesting, and the project qualifies for a density bonus under state law. This is by meeting our inclusionary housing requirements of 15% inclusionary, the applicant is eligible for 1 concession. And the concession that is being sought is to increase floor area from what the code would provide for an RM30 zone of 0.6, has requested roughly a floor area ratio of about 1.1 for the project. The project includes other elements, a sound wall adjacent to the property line at Highway 101, and an easement to widen the bike lane on Bayshore Road. As the council is aware, we've had a number of conversations with over the past regarding various housing bills that have sort of constrained the city's ability to make modifications to housing projects. You recently went through a process of adopting objective development standards. Those standards that you adopted recently, well, 1, they're not effective yet, but 2, they don't apply to this project because they weren't in place at the time that the project was filed. More specifically, Senate Bill 330 prevents a jurisdiction from imposing subjective design standards on a project. So when we talk about subjective standards, our context-based design criteria, a lot of our architectural review board findings, a lot of these are subjective. And so the process that we've recently gone through is to make those subjective criteria or findings and statements into objective standards that anybody could reasonably look at and say, yes, this is what the requirement is, and this is how it might apply to the project. As I noted, we can only apply objective standards that are in place at the time of the application submittal. And importantly, when we make conditions or suggestions to the project, we need to do so in a way that would not lessen the permitted intensity of housing. That in terms that applies to height and density, floor area, decreasing bedroom counts, and so on. SB 330 also provides that no more than 5 hearings be that a project not require more than 5 hearings to go through an approval process. This is the 4th hearing for this particular application, with 2 meetings at the Architecture Review Board and 1 at the Planning and Transportation Commission. This evening is the 4th meeting before the City Council. The Housing Accountability Act also has some limits on what the city can impose in terms of conditions on housing projects, and the city's ability to deny a housing project or reduce a housing project has to be based on specific adverse impacts to health and safety. There's been some community conversation about the density bonus that's being requested. The density bonus itself cannot be used as a mechanism to say that it does not comply with code and therefore reason to deny the project. The city can impose conditions, as we have done in the attached record of land use action. Those conditions need to be objective and clear and not require further discretionary review. A couple of slides just to show the design of the building. I think the applicant, who will have 10 minutes to speak, will go through the illustration and offer more slides, I'm quite certain. But this provides you some initial context. And I provide those slides because as you probably know, and after reading the staff report, the Architecture Review Board in its review of the project made a recommendation to deny the project. And that denial is based on the Architecture Review Board findings that are set forth in the municipal code. And I think there's 4 or 5 findings that are set forth in the code. And there are 3 or so that the ARB found as potentially problematic for the subject project. And just to highlight a few of those here, the ARB was not able to find that the design created an internal sense of order, that the elements appeared, added on to the building and not part of a cohesive or well-integrated design. Another finding furthers this idea of a cohesive design and harmonious transitions in scale. But the Architectural Review Board, when it reviewed the project, found that the proposed buildings did not provide that transition due to concerns over the scale, mass, and overall character of the buildings. Another finding relates to the high aesthetic quality of materials being used. The board was not able to find for high quality materials, and that the materials themselves do not differentiate the buildings from each other to have more sort of more of an interesting design in that context. And then I believe lastly, the board found that it didn't create a functional space for pedestrians or bicyclists, and that it was very auto oriented. And again, these findings by the Architecture Review Board are certainly, let me make sure I didn't have another one. Okay, are well understood and typical for a project that's going through a review process, and we see this applied often to commercial buildings. The challenge, as I noted in the previous slides, is that SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act really does not provide for a mechanism for the city to deny a project based on these subjective criteria, and all the ones that we just mentioned with the ARB are subjective. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that the ARB's comments aren't worth merit and consideration, and we appreciate that the board has offered those comments, and the applicant has made a response to those to the ARB comments. And I'll touch lightly on this, but I believe the applicant can talk further about this and also respond to questions in detail if the council has some inquiry about this. But the applicant has made changes to the mass and the unit variation to respond to that sort of homogeneous sort of design that was reviewed by the Architecture Review Board. There's a simplified materials palette and color scheme, and there's additional breaks in the building to add some differentiation between the buildings and the units that are designed. The height transitions have been modified with a number of the buildings being stepped back and additional landscaping providing additional buffer between visually to provide more breaks on some of the elevations, particularly the park elevation. The applicant has replaced some of the materials, including the cement siding with brick, clay brick, and other materials that are responsive to the board's concern that the materials used were not of a high quality material. And then circulation, of course, the council is familiar with the area, and there is a sort of a lot of auto orientation toward the site, but we will note that the project does comply with the objective standards that are set forth in the municipal code with respect to private streets and parking. And so those are just reminders of the objective criteria that govern the decision-making for this type of project. Okay, so, and I'll note, Mayor and Council, that Vice Chair Hirsch is present in the chambers and can speak to the ARB's actions. The Planning and Transportation Commission has also reviewed the project, but their role was much more limited and focused in on the vesting tentative map. And there are some specific findings that need to be made, and we've outlined that in the staff report for you. The PTC in its review found that they were able to make the findings in support of the project and has forwarded on a recommendation of approval to the City Council. I will note, as these last two bullets on this slide represent, there were some administrative sort of clarifications that we made to the record of land use action, nothing substantive, just some fine tuning of the PTC's recommendation that has been incorporated into the motion or into the record. And then this is something that I don't believe got a lot of attention in the staff report, and I wanted to just highlight it here in the presentation. When private streets are identified for development, we also need to identify the name of those streets, or the City Council has a process by which to name the streets. And so this is set forth in the municipal code, and it involves the Palo Alto Historic Association making a recommendation to the City Council. And this is, of course, is an entity that is separate and apart from the city's function, but they have a committee and they work very closely with the police department and the building department to identify some possible names so that those streets can be identified. The names that you see on the list here are supported by the applicant, is my understanding, as well as from the Palo Alto Historical Association and our fire department. So we would recommend in your motion that you also include these names for these new streets that are identified on your plans as street A, B, and C, and D, as noted on this slide. Okay, so let's see. With that, staff recommends that the City Council support the conditional use permit, which is a discretionary entitlement that is required for housing in the ROLM district, that you support the Architectural Review Board application for the overall building design and site layout of the project, and that you approve the vesting tentative map to allow for the condominium development or the townhome development on the project. And with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thank you, Clerk, for the screen, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to invite Vice Chair Hirsch to provide any comments from the ARB, and including, if you can, if you've had an opportunity to review the changes that the applicant made in response to your concerns subsequent to your review.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Koo, board members. Actually, Peter. Okay. Peter Bolte is here. He is actually, I'm not official until July, and Ozma Thompson knows I'm here today and sort of speaking for the board. And Peter Bolte is here. He is going to be the vice chair the next year. So the two of us would actually like to speak. I'm going to speak more towards the questions of the design issues and the issues that we had with the application. And Peter will speak more to some of the details and how that affects the objective regulations that will soon be in effect and are going to be important. And if they are important, they are a consideration that I hope you'll consider tonight. As you probably have noted, we voted unanimously to reject this project because we felt it violated several of our findings significantly. One of the first comments was that it is overly car-centric. You heard the planning has discussed this, and it's a good idea if you spend some time looking at the drawings and get a sense of what it will be like, as a matter of fact. It's a car-centric idea, and it violates our finding number 2A, doesn't create an internal sense of order and a desirable environment for the occupants, visitors, and the general community. The site, as you know, is quite distant from neighboring streets. Colorado Avenue and Amarillo and Bayshore, well, those two streets, the closest parking streets, that is, are quite distant away. And it hasn't been mentioned that that's the case here. It's a significant impact because Bayshore is a red zone. You can't park on Bayshore next to this project. So anybody who visits this project in the few spaces that are provided by code will have to walk some distance away and perhaps a significant inconvenience for having any visitors to this site. So that violates our finding number 4. Provide convenient vehicle access and property and utilities for the property and for the utilities. And if you've ever visited a project of this nature and you know that there are deliveries all the time, mechanical things break down, and they need visitors, it's totally inadequate. And it is one of those items which we asked the applicant to provide additional parking, and they were never recognized that. Most importantly, the facades and the details of the 8 typical residential block buildings. They're identical plans, and they violate our finding number 3. We need to have high aesthetic quality using high quality integrated materials and appropriate construction. We look very carefully, and I want to say thank you for our new members because they too participated in this in detail, and everybody did agree. These are not adequate buildings the way they're designed. And finally, there was some concern that the project had assumed its base grade level as a filled-in height of the site required because it's a flood zone. So that varies at the park perimeter from 4 feet to 7 feet at one end and the other end, now, all facing the park. Now you add to that 35 feet to the average height of the buildings. And some of those buildings, 8 of them, in fact, have end walls which face exactly at the park edge, each one of which are really going to appear significantly taller when you add the height of the platform itself. So although there were 2 board meetings to answer your question, our concerns were not met hardly at all from the first time to the second. They came with a full set of drawings. It wasn't a schematic. It wasn't something where we really had some input into this and could actually say, well, why don't you consider something here, something different? Because it is reasonable to do a much, much better project. And it's really something that we of the ARB feel really strongly about. And we hope you'll listen to us because we've had a lot of years of experience. This is what our field is, what our belief is in the architecture that we want to see Palo Alto have. So I'd like Peter to talk about his piece here, and if he has hopefully he has enough time as well.
Okay, so normally we would only have one commissioner present, but Commissioner Balte, please go ahead and supplement the comments.
Hi there. Yeah, I was just thinking that we have the new objective standards in place. And the question that went through my mind is, would this proposal comply with the new standards, with our objective standards? And so I went through that this afternoon in some detail, and I can say that this building does not comply with our objective design standards. It's understandable because the objective standards are not yet in effect, and the project wasn't designed to conform to them, but it's illustrative in that they're supposed to simplify the process and show us what needs to be changed. And I think it will give you some idea of what needs to be changed. So paraphrasing a little bit and only focusing on larger issues, Standard 1824-040, building orientation and setbacks, requires that the end units of townhouses have a vertical proportion, at least 15% glazing openings, windows, and at least an 18-inch deep set of modulations on the building. This doesn't do that. Standard 1824-040, building orientation and setbacks, ground floor units. That's the unit that's next to the ground outside it, is required to be raised a certain amount depending on the distance from the public walkway. It's complicated. On this one, they're at the same level all the way through. Section 1824-050, building massing. Required modulation for facades over 25 feet high and 70 feet in length of at least 2 feet in depth. Most of the facades on the garage half of these buildings, the part facing the streets that they call them, have almost no modulation. What you're seeing on the drawings is very attractive. It's also not accurate or true. It's not architecturally correct the way they've shadowed the drawings. We flagged that in our meetings, didn't get very far. That's why it's in front of you now. But they're basically flat facades that's not even meeting our objective standard. Standard 1824-050, building massing, diversity of housing types. When you have a property that's over 2 acres, you're required to have 3 distinct housing types. This project contains 1 housing type, an attached townhome. Something we've flagged repeatedly to planning and to the applicant. It's a significant, serious issue that should be thought about as you design this, and it's been ignored. 1824-060, facade design, comparable rhythm. For facades over 100 feet in length, a minimum 2 foot deep by 4 foot wide recess is now required by an objective standard. As I said earlier, it just isn't the case on these buildings. It's, again, very pretty elevations, but the reality doesn't meet the standard. I suggest that you either require the project to comply with our established and widely understood design guidelines, demonstrating compliance with our 6 subjective architecture review findings, or take a leap, let them comply with our new objective standards. If they want to voluntarily go do that standard instead, it'll be a lot easier. They go straight to staff, meet the standards. They're all there. We just voted on them an hour ago. I understand and support efforts to simplify our entitlement process, especially for housing. But the streamlining of our standards must not be a free pass for developers to ignore good residential design and sensible urban planning. Thank you for tolerating what I have to say.
Thank you. So we will now hear from the applicant, who has 10 minutes to speak at the outset, and then an additional 3 minutes to speak after we hear from the public. Welcome.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm John Hickey, VP of Development for Summerhill Homes. For those of you who aren't familiar with Summerhill, we're part of the Summerhill Housing Group. We're a local company that's been building communities of distinction in the Bay Area for more than 40 years. Our offices are actually located right here on California Avenue in Palo Alto. We've been building homes in Palo Alto, as a matter of fact, since 1993, and we're very excited to be building here again. With me here in person this evening is Elaine Breeze, our Senior VP of Development, as well as our architect. We also have our civil engineer and our landscape architect available via Zoom if you have any questions for them later. Sure, there we go. As explained in the staff report, we're proposing to develop 48 new townhomes on a 2.3 acre site along West Bay Shore near Greer Park. This project, and I want to emphasize this, is fully consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. Under the density bonus law, we're requesting an increase in the maximum floor area, but that's the only concession that we're requesting. And even with the increased floor area, the project fully complies with the city's standard requirements for site coverage, building height, open space, units per acre, setbacks, and other development standards. We're really excited about this site because we think it's a great location. The site's currently developed with a single-story 1977 office building, so the project will replace office space with new homes. The site's less than a mile from grocery stores and other neighborhood services in Midtown and Edgewood Plaza. The general area is residential, but the nearest homes are almost 400 feet away. Palo Verde and Ohlone are both within walking or biking distance, and there's a private Montessori school next door. And as I mentioned, Greer Park is right next door. Tonight's hearing is the culmination of more than a year of study sessions, hearings, and community outreach. We submitted a preliminary application in January of 2021, followed by a formal application last June. After that, we worked with staff through several rounds of review and comment to refine the project before bringing it to the ARB. Following the ARB hearings in January and April, we have continued to work with staff to revise the plans and address the comments that we received from the ARB. In May, as the director mentioned, the PTC unanimously recommended approval of the tentative map, and tonight we're here to ask the council to approve the project. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the overall layout and design of the project, because at a fundamental level, this community is designed differently than a traditional tract of single-family detached homes. We've designed the project to engage with the public space around it, with front door entries that face out towards West Bay Shore or towards the park. The site plan emphasizes pedestrian connectivity, with the main entry at the front of each home and the garage screened from view at the rear. Unlike, I'll mention, many older tracts of single-family homes where the front elevations are actually dominated by the garages. As you can see here, this is a circulation plan. It's actually showing some various different routes for the different types of traffic. We've arranged the buildings in a traditional grid pattern to allow residents and visitors to navigate easily through the site through a network of walkways, including a direct pedestrian connection at the rear of the site to Greer Park. Vehicle circulation is convenient and efficient, but it's secondary to the convenience and the safety of the pedestrians and the bicyclists. Sidewalks and walkways are separate from vehicle lanes, and crosswalks are marked with decorative paving. Each home has a 2-car garage, and although no on-site guest parking space is required, we are providing 4 parking spaces on-site for guests, plus a short-term pull-out space for deliveries. In addition, visitors have convenient access to on-street parking along Colorado Avenue via this pedestrian connection at the rear of the site, which is less than about 350 feet away from the site. And it's a lighted path that's even safe at night. The project is designed for community living. It's featuring a large central open space with backyard-style amenities, including casual seating areas, an electric fireplace, electric grills with counters for prep space, dining tables, table tennis, a shade canopy, and space even for active play, as well as, of course, a professionally maintained landscape of native trees and plants. The project that you're viewing tonight has evolved substantially from the preliminary plan that we first showed to the city in January of last year. I'd like to highlight some of the changes. In response to comments on our preliminary plan from staff and from the ARB, we added a new southbound bike lane from the project to Colorado Avenue, and we widened the existing northbound bike lane. To accommodate the bike lanes, we redesigned the public sidewalk to provide a wide landscape space along the frontage and preserve 8 of the 9 existing street trees. We also added, initially we had 2 on-site guest parking spaces. At ARB's request, we added 2 more guest parking spaces on-site. Now, after our first ARB hearing in January, we made even more changes. We added the direct pedestrian connection to Greer Park at the southwest corner. We reproportioned the height of the retaining walls and reduced the height of the lower wall. We sloped the common area, reduced the height of the upper retaining wall. We designed a new building type. This is actually a new, contrary to what you heard earlier, this is a different building type from the other buildings on site for buildings 7 and 8, which reduced the size of the building and created more space for landscaping between the buildings and the park. We also made a number of changes to the architecture, including reducing the height of the buildings, eliminating parapet elements at the roof line, introducing new roof forms, revising the massing and materials at the 2nd story, and revising the design and materials at the entries to the homes. In addition, we upgraded the colors and material palette with a smoother finish for the stucco. We added casement windows and a warmer color palette, and we substantially increased the number of native plants. This image shows a pedestrian connection to the park. As you can see, we've created an attractive entry point to the site by providing room for landscaping in this terrace between the 2 walls, as well as vines that can trail over the retaining wall. Following the 2nd ARB hearing in April, we continued to work with staff to address more comments from the ARB. Most significantly, we also redesigned buildings 4 and 5, which reduced the size of those buildings as well and created more space for landscaping between the buildings and the park. And by reducing the size of the buildings, we were also able to widen the landscape terrace at the end of Street B. In addition, we modified the architecture at the ends of buildings 4 and 5 and 7 and 8 to diversify and reduce the massing and transition more gently to the park. At the ARB suggestion, we also simplified the color and material palette for all of the buildings, giving each building a unifying base and also giving the overall project a timeless application of color and materials. Contrary to what might have been suggested, we really did appreciate the comments that we received from the ARB. We tried very hard in good faith to make all the changes that were feasible to the project. And we believe that the project that we're bringing you here tonight is better for all the comments that we received and the changes that we've made. As I mentioned earlier, we're excited to have the opportunity to work in Palo Alto again. And we'll be building what we believe are much needed homes. All of the homes will have 3 or 4 bedrooms, which we believe are great for families. And of the 48 homes, 7 will be designated as affordable units for low and moderate income households. Preference for the affordable units will be given to those who live or work in Palo Alto, consistent with city policy. In addition to the new and expanded bike lanes, the project will include a sound wall for the benefit of pedestrians, cyclists, and the residents. The project will be all electric, built in compliance with the city's REACH code and the Tier 2 standards, mandatory standards, and the additional standards under Tier 2. We'll install a solar energy system, and each unit will have a level 2 EV-ready parking space. The landscape design features 80% native landscaping and water-efficient irrigation. In addition, when recycled water is available, the irrigation system is designed so that when recycled water is available at the site, we'll be able to convert to recycled water. In addition to the on-site features of the project is projected to provide $2.3 million in funding for Palo Alto parks. And after the project is built, we expect that the tax base for the site is expected to increase by $75 million, which will provide substantial additional annual revenue for the city and for the school district. With these benefits, we believe the project will be a great asset for the city. Thanks again for your consideration this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we request your approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now go to members of the public who wish to speak. And I assume we can delete Mr. Palte. So each member of the public will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Mary Sylvester, to be followed by David and Jane Moss. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. I'm Mary Sylvester, a longtime Palo Alto resident, and I'd like to thank you all for your service to the community, particularly getting us through the pandemic and improving a new budget for the next year. Bravo. I'm speaking tonight on the 2850 West Bayshore project, and I have 4 concerns. 1, the location of this 48-unit family housing development adjacent to 101 and the health and safety concerns that exist regarding its close proximity to the freeway. Number 2, if the city believes it can justify housing at this location despite the health concerns that exist, I think the city really needs to provide the community and itself a clear rationale why the developer should receive almost twice as much square footage than they deserve. I know they're claiming the California density bonus as part of their project, and I will come back to why I think that's not applicable. I think this is a precedent-setting project going forward, and the community at large does not really understand the implication of what's involved. And lastly, the tree ordinance. I'd like to see this clearly enforced in full. Anyway, health and safety concerns. There's a robust body of literature attesting to the cognitive and communication problems for young children who live in housing adjacent to major arterials and freeways. This project needs an EIR to justify its proximity, and the city going forward needs to weigh that very carefully. Also, this project does not reduce the cost of this project, which makes it, which is necessary under the density bonus legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David and Jane Moss, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is David Moss. As a former Parks and Rec Commissioner and a longtime housing advocate, I think this is a fantastic project. I strongly encourage you to accept the proposal for the 48 units. After the fiasco on Matadero, where a senior center across from a park was dismissed in favor of 10 single-family homes that no one benefited except 10 homeowners, I do not want this opportunity to be missed. So I want the ARB and the city and the Summerhill to continue to work to get this project done. 48 units close to parks and schools is a fantastic use of the property since we already have a glut of Class A office space. This is the $2 million in park fees will also help a lot to maintain the parks in Palo Alto. And I echo the sentiments of the planning commissioners Reckdahl and Lowing, who touted the project in an article in the Palo Alto Weekly earlier this month. They are both former Parks and Rec commissioners, and I highly respect their opinion regarding the quality of the project and the proximity and safe routes to Greer Park and schools. I really appreciate Summerhill's efforts to address the ARB concerns and to soften the views of the project from the park with native plants and trees and better access to the park and from there to schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, Winter.
Thank you. I am grateful for Mr. Moss's points of view, and I second them entirely. how did this get to the B where a proposed development in between a park and the freeway is considered controversial? What exists there now is an office building that's not being used and a very meager barrier between our residential areas and Highway 101. What this proposal would put there is housing for 48 families. And please note, virtually every other proposal for housing that has come before you and the Planning Commission has involved homes of about 300 to 400 square feet in size, including the completed one on El Camino in Oregon that remains virtually empty because, as it turns out, there's really not that much of a need for 300 square foot apartments that rent for $5,000 a month. Here, an entire family can live there with children and supporting seniors, a multi-generational family, which is of course why they needed more space, because families include more than one person very often. So let's let families be together. I mean, this is exactly why you all, with respect, made a huge, huge mistake when you refused to appoint a lawyer to the ARB. Listening to architects speak about the law made my brain bleed. We lawyers don't claim to speak about how beautiful a window is. They were just outright wrong. You have to look at this project in its context and what it will do for the community. Right now, we have families that are commuting 2 to 3 hours each way every day, or in some extreme cases, living in their cars. To be told that this is actually a worse option, less pretty, not as convenient than living in your cars or commuting 2 hours is offensive. We need this project. It's great. Stop giving the developer more instructions. Let's just give them a yes. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Winter. Please introduce yourself.
Dallenbach. I'm not sure why my last name never appears and everybody else's.
Me neither.
It's a mystery. I just happened, by sheer coincidence, to be at the ARB on the second meeting, I believe.
You have 2 Winters. Okay, hold on.
What?
We lost you for a moment.
I don't know why. I was in the ARB meeting by coincidence when this came up the second time because the tree ordinance was in there. And so I saw the ARB board members dealing with this and the applicant. And I was taken aback then, and I'm taken aback to not higher level concern. They are an advisory board, and I understand that. But when you get them up, as Peter Balte did, citing chapter and verse, and both of them citing their findings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, some of them. And as we want commissioners, board members, whatever to do, relating them to our standards in Palo Alto and saying, this applicant hasn't met them, not on one thing, not a minor thing, but over and over and over and over again has not met them. And then when they were told, came back and basically made next to no changes. I'm disturbed by that. And I'm disturbed that is our city going to simply ignore that an applicant, Summerhill, has just shined that on? And that matters to me. When we have these folks trying to uphold our standards and they are being ignored, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So the applicant now has 3 minutes to respond to any comments.
I'll try again. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think the only clarification that I want to give is because I understand the proximity to the freeway is a concern for people, despite the fact that obviously there's a lot of other housing along 101 already. It's one of the things that we always look at right at the beginning when we're in due diligence to find out what sort of air filtration would be required and whether it's feasible to implement that and whether it's going to be effective. And we'll be installing MERV 16 and MERV 13 filtration with the inlets, the air inlets located in certain locations so that they'll be taking in even cleaner air. And so this is something that we take seriously and we have addressed in the design. And I guess the only other comment that I just want to make again is really reiterating that we really did in good faith try to address the comments, the ones that were feasible to address in our design, and we appreciated the comments we got, and we believe that it's made the project better.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for discussion and potential motions. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, can we do a round of technical questions? So I guess looking at this, it looks like because we're in a flood zone, there's a fair amount of fill dirt to elevate the entire project. And really had questions around conditions of approval around that, like, because I don't think we've had many projects like this. So I'm wondering about like the quality of the fill dirt. What do we do to prevent dust and stuff into the park during construction? And then what happens when it rains? I mean, we have our standard kind of stormwater conditions here, but if it's an elevated lot, like how do we stop the water from going into the street, into Bay Shore, or into the park? So could you speak about that in general? Like, this seems like it's going to be a lot of dirt to raise this whole thing, 7 feet or?
Yeah, great. Thank you. So let me introduce Garrett Sauls, our planner who has been working on this project. And Garrett has been looking into these various issues. Mr. Sauls, do you want to take a first cut? Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, council members. It is, a very interesting thing as Councilmember Du Bois is commenting. We don't get many projects, newer projects like these that come in that have a significant amount of fill. But as a result of the project being within the AE 10.5 flood zone, the minimum base flood elevation that they need to meet is that 10.5 foot level +1, so up to 11.5 feet in terms of just getting to that base flood elevation for the building finished floor to be able to build up to. The applicant is also building up to, if I remember correctly, about 12 feet, as FEMA is currently contemplating increasing those flood levels. So the applicant can speak a little bit to that, because the anticipation is that they want to be able to be in conformance with those new standards so that the homeowners wouldn't be required then to have flood insurance at these properties as they will be potentially buying them. The other question that you had about dirt and dust, the Public Works Department has best management practices, which are generally incorporated into the conditions of approval that identify ways to limit dust kind of off flowing from the site during construction. And then there's also an allowance. They also have measures that require drainage to be drained outwards towards the street. And they also require, based on a certain amount of land or grading that's being done, there are C3 measures that also capture some of that and filter it before it gets into the storm drain, which the applicant is also incorporating into their drawings.
Are we requiring use of pervious materials to absorb the water on the property, or would it, flow off into the park and the streets?
There's an allowance that the Public Works Department has allowed for some amount of offload towards the park. And the applicant, I think, can speak maybe to some of the more technical aspects of that. But Public Works Department does allow for some amount of offload towards the park, but it is still primarily going toward the landscaping aspects of those. So the majority of it will be percolated into the ground.
And do we have any standards about kind of the quality of the fill, or I guess how densely packed it is?
So yeah, there are building standards that would apply when you're using fill to raise the base elevation of the construction. Those are standards that are set forth in the code and are not something that we have identified in our conditions of approval other than basic compliance with code. So whatever the mechanism is, that's something that is a detail that is worked out at the plan review stage.
Okay. So it's going to be 12 feet. Is that what I heard? The ground will be raised 12 feet?
I think it's 11 and a half. Mr. Sauls, is it? Maybe you can confirm.
Right, and Mr. Hickey can probably confirm this. My understanding is that for the minimum base flood elevations, currently it's 11 and a half feet, 10 and a half feet to the base flood elevation, and then 1 foot additional based on the building code. And again, my understanding was that that Summerhill was trying to develop it slightly above so that they would be able to anticipate a future change to that floodplain and still not require the future projects in order to require the future projects to be able to have or be required to have flood insurance.
Okay. I used all my time on one question. I'd like to get a couple more in if that's all right. So there was I guess one of the changes I saw was a commitment of widening on the retaining wall terraces. Said it would make it more available to landscaping, but I wasn't sure if could the applicant come and answer a couple of these questions? Yeah. So is there a commitment to actually put more landscaping there? I mean, the way it was worded, it just made it sound like it was available.
Thank you. So we have a landscape plan, and the landscape plan right now is an entitlement level plan. So when we get into improvement plans, we will show the actual planting palette and the planting locations for the plants. And yes, we would like to have as much screening in there as we can. It'll make the project look better. You don't want to have so much in there that it's not going to grow and be healthy. But yes, we're happy to say yes, that we will increase.
And while you're there, could you speak again to I guess there's 4 guest parking spots for 48 units.
Right.
I mean, how do you deal with repairmen and house cleaning and all that kind of stuff? Do you consider this fully parked?
Yes, we do. Actually, we believe that the parking is actually more than adequate. So I think it's important to step back. I don't know if you've had projects that have come before you with the 32-foot street width requirement since that was adopted by council. I believe it was in 2009, 2010, somewhere in there. It applies to subdivisions and private streets. So the 32 feet is much wider than what you're used to seeing, when you're probably envisioning. If you were to go to most other projects, you're typically going to see something like 20, 22, maybe 24 feet between buildings. And the reason I mention this is that I'm just talking about sort of the I'm talking about the repairman scenario right here, where you have somebody who needs to be right up close to the home for the repair. The great thing about the 32-foot width is you have room for somebody to park behind the garage of the homeowner who needs the repair, right? And still have room for 2 cars to go by on that 32-foot wide street. So that's not a parking spot, right? But it's providing for that scenario that I'm sure people have in their mind, that they want to make sure that it's going to be manageable and workable in those extenuating circumstances. When it comes to the guest parking, not only, I think first of all, it's important to note that the city eliminated the guest parking requirement for multifamily a few years ago, but we are providing the 4. We believe it's a good plan because we know that there are people who want to be able to park on site. We don't want people to be capturing those. We don't want the residents to capture them, right? We want them to remain available as guest parking, but we can manage that through the CC&Rs. In addition, I think one of the big benefits and why we were actually, frankly, very glad to be able to find a way to provide the ramp and the direct pedestrian connection at the rear is, unfortunately, I don't have the plan with me right now. But if you to look at that site plan, yes, actually the aerial view, I believe it's A05. No, maybe it's actually it's the one that zoomed out a little bit. Apologies. Try AO2. You can see there that right by the skate park, that's where the pedestrian connection will be. And there's that path that runs along right over to Colorado Avenue. So I actually live very close to this site. I live, I'm not going to tell you where, but my rental home is visible in this aerial shot. So I walk my dog out here frequently, and I can tell you that the nice thing is that parking along Colorado, because there are no homes on either side of it, it's almost always available. Sometimes there are some RVs parked along there, people who are insecurely housed. But there is parking there, and that path is not only lit with park lighting, but it actually even has an emergency phone right by the skate park too.
So one last quick question. I've gone way over. So
I apologize.
So I mean, it's my fault, but so this the only location to the park? This corner?
That's the only direct connection. The problem is that we have to make it accessible. So, which means it has to be a ramp. And the key to that location is that there's actually, at that point, the elevation of the park is higher than it is along the rest of the rear frontage there. The rear property line. So what that does is it brings the elevation of the park up closer to the elevation of the pad of the homes, which means that the ramp doesn't have to be as long. If we were instead to put a connection over on the other side of the rear, it would have to have a ramp that would be about 100 feet long or longer, which simply wouldn't work.
Yeah, I wish there had been some more images of what this elevation would have looked like.
Oh, well, actually, I'm glad you said that. We have cross sections which are available in the landscape plan. If you look at sheets L 1.3 and 1.4 and 1.2, you can see cross sections there.
Yep.
I can also bring those up on the screen so it's easier to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Garrett. So that section DD shows what the cross section will be at this is on sheet L 1.3, shows what the cross section will be at the rear of the common area. And that's where we sloped down the common area so that we could lower the height of that retaining wall. And actually, I just want to, if I may, can I just jump back for a second to talk about the stormwater?
Yeah.
So yes, we are subject to the C3 requirements of the stormwater permit. So for the design level storm, all of the stormwater will be treated in bioretention on site and flow into the storm drain. It's only for the massive 100-year flood and that's the flood event where you're going to have 12-foot flooding around the entire site. That's the only situation where theoretically the water will flow towards West Bayshore, but West Bayshore will already be flooded. So I'm not quite sure what ends up actually happening at that point.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Let's see. So things I like, it's all electric. And am I right, Director Late, that we're not yet requiring this size project to be all electric?
I think it needs to be, the conduit needs to be established. Some of the units need to be electric, but not all.
Okay. I really appreciate 3 to 4 bedrooms. That's great to see for families. EV ready is great, but obviously people will be lining up repair people to come and install. I guess they'll have to install their own chargers. Really hard to figure out from the plans where the sound wall is. I mean, I know where it is. It's on the east side of West Bayshore, and there was a design for it, but it's not clear from the plans how does it go the entire length of the project? Mr. Sauls, are you the right person to answer that? Since you're on the screen.
That's correct. And I will try to find the image that you are looking for. But yes, the idea is that it would be going along the entire length of the project and terracing kind of at the edges of it.
Yeah, I saw it sort of stair steps up and down, but it was hard to visualize.
Let me see if I can find that image.
Thank you. Because that will be what visitors to Palo on 101 see. And then while you're looking for that, I'll just say I'm surprised that it took the ARB to suggest access to the park, and it was quite difficult to find in here. So thanks to staff for highlighting that, and eventually I was able to find a little connection.
Okay, so first I'll show just in general where that sound wall is going to be located. So along West Bay Shore, it's a little harder to see as you were noting, but along this area is where my mouse cursor is moving. This is where the retaining wall would be.
Okay.
The plan is for it to be on city property, not on Caltrain's right of way, but there's conditions of approval included in the record of land use of action to capture the potential that there might be some need for a permit from Caltrans. And then I can also move to the elevation image in a second to show what the applicant had included as the potential design for it.
That's okay. Actually, can you stay right there for a minute, Mr. Sauls? Sorry.
All right, let me go back.
Glad you have a fast computer, Runder. So it's essentially the whole width of the project, or is it it ends before the southern end? Looks like it ends right there.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Okay. All right, thanks. Oh, would the applicant like to give us additional info?
Yes, please. Just to clarify that the 14-foot height section of the sound wall extends the entire, I'll say opposite frontage, right? So it's whatever it is, 400 feet or something. What we've done though is after the ends of the frontage, it steps down a little bit. So it's actually very similar to the design of the sound wall farther to the south at the Classics, the Sterling Park community, which is just south of Carmel Stone Imports, if you're familiar with that. So where it's across from the street from the site, it will be 14 feet tall. And what you're seeing there, that little place where the line seems to change, that's where the K rail on the freeway changes to a different material. So that's all you're seeing. You're seeing the freeway side there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and in case you're looking forward, it's sheet C3 in the plan.
Okay. Let's see, C3. Our staff here knows that I'm not good with two-dimensional. I need the 3D version. There were some, just out of curiosity, I suppose I could have looked this up, but what on earth are hips and gables? I'm not sure who's going to answer that.
It's a form of architecture dealing with the roof.
The roof. Okay. All right. Hopefully it makes it better. And then I was intrigued by all the materials part discussions, hardy board and aesthetic quality. Can staff just help me understand, is there something of higher aesthetic quality than hardy board? And if so, what is that?
So Mr. Sauls, you have some insight into that. And I'll note that you have some board members too.
Yeah, if staff doesn't have a ready answer, happy to ask ARB.
So there are varying amounts of materials out there. Hardy board is a very common material used in multifamily construction, as it is considered to be fairly durable. It usually comes with a 20 to 30 year warranty. And the idea behind the material, again, is that it's long lasting, it is damage resistant. It's durable in the sense that it's not traditional wood material. So it might not be affected as significantly from the elements, exposure to the elements. So to that extent, the city's currently doesn't have any sort of objective standards that say, hardy board does not approve, this type of material is approved. In previous architecture review board applications, the ARB has identified different kinds of materials to be used that are appropriate or considered to be high quality in its characteristics. Hardy board is again just one of those materials that could probably be considered as somewhat interchangeable to others.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see other lights, so I'll wait in. First, I appreciate the the really valuable insights of the ARB. And I wish that all of their recommendations could be incorporated, but I don't think that's the case. I do want to acknowledge, though, that the applicant did make a number of changes subsequent to the final ARB hearing. ARB members may find them inadequate, but I just want to recognize that. At a higher level, I want to follow on that comments that what we've seen in our housing proposals over the last couple of years have been overwhelmingly studio and one-bedroom units. And a lot of this is driven by the nature of the RENA mandates, which basically incentivize cities to want to approve very small units as the most efficient way to meet the state mandate and not lose local control over approvals. Because RENA counts all housing units the same. They count a family unit the same as a small studio. And because of both that reason and the way the market favors those small units in most locations, that's overwhelmingly what we're seeing. We're now seeing at the state level through the superintendent of instruction and at the county level with Silicon Valley at Home and others, recognizing a crisis in declining school age population. And they haven't gotten to the point of recognizing that it's the very state laws and regulatory structure that are exacerbating this problem. So this project is one of the few that we have that is really for families. Yes, it's adjacent to the freeway. I'm really pleased to see that they're moving with inline air filtration systems, which are not only extremely important for air quality in the homes when you're near a freeway, but they're extremely important for pathogen transmission. For what we now have is 2 months of very dangerous smoke that is more problematic even than freeway adjacency. So that's a big design value for the health and safety of the future residents. I also just want to comment on the whole idea of a fairly dense housing development up against a park. And we haven't had that through most of Palo Alto, but we do have it at Heritage Park. And when I was very involved in the SOFA plan and the development of that park in the mid-90s to late 90s, it was kind of a new concept for us to have 3- and 4-story buildings up on the same block as a park like this. But we became more familiar with how this has been used in typically more urban environments, but starting in denser suburban settings. And it creates these eyes on the park and makes the park both a more alive place and a safer place because of that. And even at Heritage Park, we've seen that the residents there ended up contributing and really doing the fundraising for the playground there. And it creates a whole new dynamic when you have people living on a park. And I think it's to the betterment of the other park users as well as the prospective residents. On the FAR of this, it is a big bonus over the baseline FAR. This didn't come to us as a PHZ, a housing PC, but I will note that the council has been supportive of housing PCs that are considerably higher density than what we're seeing here. And so the fact that it has these amenities right next to it, and another question about we have density, but we don't have transit here. But we do have very strong biking access here. And in the future, even stronger as we get an east-west route that would essentially be near Loma Verde, all the way across the tracks and all the way into the Stanford Research Park, not to mention what we now have on the Bay Bike Bridge just south of here. And the more and more established use of electric bikes, which expands the use of bicycling for all users. I think those are all really important elements as to why, aside from the specific architectural issues, this is a project that has a lot of merit to it. And then I also want to commend the sustainable aspects of this. As Councilmember Cormack noted, this is an all-electric multifamily project with almost entirely native plants, solar, extensive solar, and EV readiness. This is the kind of, from those aspects of sustainability and climate initiatives, this, I think, is a model of what we would really want to see going forward on projects. And lastly, a small note on the naming of the streets within the park. I've noted that there are some the names of historic and prominent Palo Alto women are included there, and I'd go down fighting on this one more, except the person that I'm going to suggest deserves a greater recognition than this small street, and that is Rose Bird, who is probably the most overlooked Palo Alto woman that we have. And she was the first woman to a state cabinet level in California, the first Chief Justice of the female of the California Supreme Court, and has been overlooked as having been a longtime resident of our community. The only way I ever heard about it was Joe Simidian said early on he was doing precinct walking, knocked on the door, and there was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And she was unpretentiously living in South Palo Alto, and virtually no one in Palo Alto knew it. So I'll reserve this for a grander occasion that we recognize her incredible stature in an even greater way. So on that note, I'll defer to my colleagues. Vice Mayor Koo.
Well, first, I do want to say thank you to the ARB commissioners for the work that they do and for upholding, the high standards we have for aesthetics as well as, compatibility with neighboring, be it parks, homes, offices, etc. So I appreciate all your work and your findings. At the same time, I want to say thank you also for bringing a project that is not, as the mayor has said, similar to what has been in the past, recent past. These are family homes, and we do need some more of these families to invest in Palo Alto and to come here. So for the most part, the project for this location and for what you have done to scale it back to a degree to what ARB had mentioned is greatly appreciated, especially because it does back up to a park, and there are the freeway on the other side, and some of the things that you have offered to do to mitigate the noise, the air quality, etc., is all good. I did want to ask, so the bicycle way that you had in the report states that you will be implementing or putting in, that's not on your property, it's on city property, right? So what are you doing there?
So I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, is that to the staff or applicant?
Oh, anybody who can answer the question.
Okay, so Mr. Sauls, can you respond to the location of the bike path?
Yeah, so it's a public right-of-way easement that is, to my understanding, being recorded partially against this site. So they'd be stepping it slightly back in order to provide for this increasing the street width and then also providing this bike lane here along West Bay Shore Road.
So the applicant is giving some square footage towards widening of the road?
A small amount, but yes.
Okay. And so I too live close by, and before my concussion, I used to go walking in that location a lot. And there are a lot of speeding cars, even at 6 or 7 in the morning. And maybe because there isn't as many cars, that's why they're speeding. So it would be concerning, and it should be a matter that should be looked into in terms of how to reduce the speeds over there. So that's a concern about the bicycling and making sure that nobody gets hurt. The other matter is on Amarillo, all along the park, oftentimes that's fully parked because of the people who live in the apartments. Then on the other side, on Colorado, I do see that there are cars, there's a little bit more vacant space on the street, but there is a lot of RVs that do park over there. So although the RVs should move every 3 days or 72 hours, we certainly don't want to displace them. So that's another thought that want to take into consideration there. Then I wanted to ask, on packet page 751, it talks about the tiered retaining walls will be constructed with drilled piers rather than a spread footing. And mostly that's to protect the trees. I have no idea what that means. Is there a visual?
Mr. Salisbury.
Yeah,
I guess I'm going to have to figure it out.
I think Mr. Hickey could probably describe it and try to find some information in the plans.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Mr. Saul?
I was just saying that I think Mr. Hickey can describe it and I could try to find some information in the plans for you.
Would you like to provide some description?
Yeah, I can provide description. Unfortunately, we don't have that detail in the plans. It will obviously show up in the construction drawings once we submit those. The basic idea, you hit the nail on the head. It's that what we're proposing are called helical piers, which basically just means they're a screw going into the ground rather than digging a pit and then putting the post in. And the post goes into the ground, and then at grade, there's essentially called a grade beam, something that provides the strength to hold the wall above. And that's compared with a spread footing, which is your basic idea of having a big concrete block that goes into the ground at the base of the wall, which ends up being wider and also deeper along the entire length of the wall. So the advantage of the pier system that we have is that we can span over tree roots. Essentially, I mean, we still have to have the piers in certain locations, but we can adjust the locations a little bit depending on what's in the ground.
Oh, is this the landscape strip at the front?
No, this is actually for the retaining wall at the sides and the rear.
The sides,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, parking, I think one of my colleagues mentioned parking, having it fully parked. There is a concern, with only 4 guest parking, and to say that you can park on the other streets, public streets. But, we also know, I also know for a fact that, parking is an important matter when people are coming in to buy a house. I think one of the first questions they ask is, what's the parking like? So that's really important. Then I wanted to say that because this is so close to the Baylands, I don't remember seeing the lighting, how the lighting is going to be done. I think somebody mentioned lighting pollution. Oh, it's going downward. Okay, so that's something that we want to kind of continue to monitor because of the baylands and the migratory birds, etc. Then also because this is a 3-story here, I don't know if the windows, have you considered them to be bird safe glass? Can the applicants come up?
Thank you. Yes, we actually had a biologist take a look at this to make sure that we were using bird safe design. Basically, because the windows are separated, it's not like an office building where you have a big glass wall. And because the other problem you can run into with windows is when birds can see all the way through, and we don't have that either. So yes, the short answer is yes. We had a biologist take a look at it.
But do take the that to be bird safe construction and so forth into consideration as you're doing this, and this might be something staff might also consider.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I was just kind of looking at all my notes all over the place, but oh, lastly, so with the elevation, does this mean that the HOA would be able to be exempt from flood insurance? Yeah. Sufficient height?
Yes, please come forward.
I'm sorry that you keep on having to come back.
Yes, that's exactly the purpose of it, is so that well, it's 2 parts. First of all, you can't even get a building permit unless you're at a certain level. And we're also, because of the upcoming proposal from FEMA to raise the flood level even higher, we're designing to that, so it won't be a problem.
Okay. Oh, before you go. So one of the ARB commissioners said that to have distinct building types, and I think one of the comments was, they usually have like 3 different styles or something like that. So is that not something that you would be able to do?
Well, I think that's a great question. And I think that is a matter of interpretation in the current code. We're sure we do have 3 different styles of building. If you look at our elevations, you can see actually we have, between materials and colors and building architecture and plane breaks, we actually have 8 different building types. Every building is visually unique. However, in the objective standards, it's a little unclear whether the city's requirement is now to actually have 3 different, I don't like using this word, but product, as in on a 2-acre site, you'd have to have single family detached and condos and something else, which I'll candidly say, this is off topic, but I'll candidly say is going to be a huge challenge for developers to try and make work, but that's not the standard that's currently in effect.
Thank you.
In effect with regard to our project.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, the FAR in this, the density bonus is a concern. It's pretty high and we haven't done this before. So it's a concern. Although, the project is a good project. We need the family style housing. And really, I would disagree that this is something like the Maybell project. Maybell is was proposed to be on a bike safe routes to school route. And, this one here is not. So I would make some differentiations and the projects are 2 different projects. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. Does staff have any concern about this project interfering with the skate park at Greer Park and kind of any possible expansion there, since I know PRC is looking into that?
The proposed developments on private property, to the extent that the city were interested in expanding to land that's not currently publicly owned, I think that opportunity may have come and gone.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know it's private property and the park would not be built there, but so I take your answer as no, there are zero concerns with that.
So I'll ask Mr. Sauls if he's engaged CSD on this, but it's not something that we would have looked at in terms of a private development proposal on private property. But let me check in with Mr. Sauls.
Their primary interest was on maintenance of landscaping along any of the retaining walls that meet toward, or that are on the shared property line towards Greer Park. They didn't indicate any concern related to any expansion of the skate park.
And did staff explore, another question, has staff explored lighting impacts on Simpkins Court across from Greer Park?
So at the end of the plan set, there's actually a photometrics study, and for multifamily projects or anything that projects light towards any residential properties, there's a half-foot candle limitation at the property line, which this project would be meeting.
Great, thank you. And may I ask a question of the applicant, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. Just curious on the price of these units. Can you talk about what the price will be? I know there'll be a price range of the market rate units, as well as what you envision the price for the below market rate units as well.
So I'll start with the below market rate units. First of all, that's not set by us. That's set by now Alta Housing is our understanding. And the housing cost takes into account amounts in addition to the mortgage. So to the extent that interest rates go up, for example, or other inflation hits other aspects of the cost of owning and maintaining a home, that will actually reduce the price of the affordable units because the overall housing cost is tied to a percentage of the household income. What our understanding is that it's basically mid to high 300s for the 3-bedroom units for the low income, and then more in the range of high 500s, maybe low 600s for the 4-bedroom, which will be moderate income.
Okay.
Because we need to provide, consistent with city requirements, we need to provide both low and moderate income homes in ratio roughly, well, it's a set ratio based on the code, and then our unit mix needs to match what the overall unit mix is. And then in terms of the market price or the market rate units, again, it's going to depend on market conditions. What we're anticipating right now is that they'll start in the mid 1 millions, and the top end will be somewhere in the low 2 millions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I just want to as well thank the ARB for your work. I would imagine that your job must be getting more and more frustrating with, I think we're all experiencing that frustration, but I think this project, and it seems like the applicant has agreed as well, is far better today than it was before it went through the ARB process. And I think that's a good lesson hopefully for the state to learn that these processes that cities have might take time, but these are projects that are going to be here for 50, 60 years, maybe beyond. And it's important that we get it right. So I thank you for your work on that. And as well to the applicant for responding. Clearly not to the degree that many ARB members had hoped, but I think a lot of what you've done, I think this is a very good project. I don't think it's a great project. It's better than what it was. I do like the location. I appreciate you were, I think, kind of conservative in what you could have done under state law. And I think a part of that is a testament to your understanding of the Palo Alto community and clearly that neighborhood. I mean, the fact that this is a very green project, I was very kind of impressed by your immediate response to the vice mayor's question about bird safe glass. I think a lot of applicants don't think about that, and in particular where this is located. I think that's really important. So that was nice to see. Of course, I wish there was more inclusionary units, but 7 Seven's good. It's not great. I'd like to see that higher, but I understand the economics that are constraining you, especially in Palo Alto. I agree with what the mayor was saying earlier, just as far as housing projects on parks. I live near Hoover Park that has an apartment complex that runs right up to the park, and they also have a private entrance there, and it does bring a different vibrancy to that park. And I see a lot of residents there walking their dogs, and I think that seemed to be an area. I think that was an easy area for the applicant to be able to request an exception for the open space on the property, given its location to one of the larger parks in Palo Alto. I appreciate that you did it, and you're really kind of creating what should be more of a community there. So I kind of look at this project and go, well, is this better than what is there today? And I think that answer is clearly yes. It is a net increase of 48 housing units, 7 new affordable units. It's replacing office space. It's not displacing any residents. Are there clear flaws? I mean, the ARB has identified those, but my understanding of state law, it seems we're precluded from that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I kind of did a quick round of questions. So I did want to say thank you to the applicant. I think this is an interesting project, and clearly some challenges with the flood zone. And I agree with the mayor's comments that it's nice to see some larger townhomes as housing types, conversion from office to housing, and Councilmember Stone's comments on just the benefits of the project. I also want to say thank you to the ARB and the Planning Commission. And I appreciate the ARB's concerns about the aesthetics and your efforts to improve the project. I think this is our first SB 330 project. So I think we're all learning how to manage these projects. And I would just say, please keep up your vigilance. We now have our objective standards in place. And I guess it's clear that in your first meeting, you're going to have to be very clear about changes that you would like to see when it comes back. And so, hearing some of those aesthetic concerns, particularly around the massing variation, the facade articulation, I think one that I didn't hear addressed was the blank sound wall itself. I think some additional work in that area would be appreciated. It sounds like you've looked at our objective standards. So I wonder if I could ask the applicant another question.
Yeah, I just want to encourage us, look at the hour and the important item we have before us. So if we're getting into kind of off this specific project, I think maybe we should curtail on that.
Yeah, if I could, I'm getting into conditions of approval.
Okay, go ahead then.
So I guess my question for you would be, having looked at our objective standards, would you be willing to have the project comply with those? And if not, could you give brief comments about why not?
Well, they're very, yes, they're very new, and we have looked at them, but I'm not going to claim that we have run through and checked every single box on them. I think candidly, there are some standards that are still a little ambiguous, and it's not clear how some of the plane breaks, for example, how they actually apply on a real building if you don't have the same facade all the way up. The images, for example, in the design standards, they envision buildings for the most part that are their condos or apartments, right? And so you see things where when there's a massing break, it goes all the way from ground up to roof, and that's not what a townhome looks like. The style of architecture is not the style, candidly, it's a style that I don't know was fully contemplated in the objective standards. There's also, I think fundamentally, there's this question of what it means to have 3 different housing types on a project site. We have clearly more than 3 different building types, and that's the current standard.
Yeah, building type meaning a variation or.
Yes, exactly. Whereas the new objective standards, as I said, seem to suggest that it needs to be actually a different type of home. Like it needs to be, as opposed to being a townhome, it has to be a detached home.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think.
I heard you say that, and
Yeah.
maybe there's some things our staff could take the feedback and look into.
Yeah.
What
So
about
I guess the short answer is at this point, we've been through the process. And when we're hopefully looking for a new project in the future in Palo Alto, we will certainly be looking at the objective standards. But right now, I don't know if that's a commitment I can make.
And any thoughts on the sound wall?
Oh, yeah. So the sound wall, I don't know if it was apparent, maybe you already were aware of this. So it's not simply going to be unbroken. There will be in the landscape section, there's an image that shows the design of the front of the sound wall. Let's see if I can really quickly find it for reference. On sheet L2.1 up in the upper right corner there. And what you can see, it's a little hard to see because it's actually going to be, it's not a stock product. It's going to be something that gets built at the time when we spec it. But you can see it'll have scoring lines on it in addition to the piers, and on top of that, we're actually planting vines at the base of the wall. So the vines will grow up the front, which is very similar to what you have for the sound wall that's farther north of Amarillo, which is the Caltrain sound wall, but you have vines growing up along that.
Okay. And then I guess parking came up a couple of times. I guess, so, you feel like the project's pretty self-contained and there's ability to park on site. One thing we've seen with other projects is spillover onto neighborhood streets, sometimes far away.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered if you would accept as a condition of approval that this project would not be part of any kind of residential parking permits if a program were created on like Colorado.
Well, that's a difficult one. I think in part because Colorado isn't really anybody's resident parking, right? There are no homes that front along that section of Colorado that's north of Simkin. I think.
Well, there's the park, but then if you got beyond the park, you're definitely into.
Oh yeah, going south. We wouldn't. I think I'll look to my colleague. Yeah, we're willing to commit to anything that's south of Simkin, or I guess it's west of Simkin. There, on Colorado, we wouldn't choose. We could accept a condition that wouldn't allow the residents to participate as in resident permit parking that's
beyond
on Colorado, west of Simkin.
I'm sorry, what's the street you're saying?
Simkin. It's the one. Yeah, it's the one that's
goes into like along the back of the park. Is that the street?
Yeah, exactly. The little cul-de-sac there at the back of the street, and I can see.
Okay. And I want to move us along.
Yep.
Okay.
So I see staff talking. Is that a condition we could add? I don't know if you guys heard.
I can just speak. I think you were asking if they could accept a condition of approval to not allow the residents participate in any future resident parking plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, beyond Simkin on Colorado.
Yes, exactly, the west of.
So to the extent that the applicant agrees to that condition, the council could impose that.
Okay. I mean, I think it would help a lot.
Okay.
And then I know you're eager. This is a big project.
Yeah. Well, and you're in a second go round on a long set of questions. I need to go to Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm not done yet, but.
So I just wanted to clarify. So it would be not participating west of Simkin. I just want to make sure I said that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to get to a motion too, if that's. But So
Right,
I just
well-
want to say I'm supportive of the project, particularly it's 100% housing. And I appreciate you adding that condition of approval. So when we get to a motion, I'd like to include that. I just wanted to say for staff, I think one of the challenges we heard from you can sit down, thanks, was concerns around mixed use projects. And again, I'm supportive of this and giving the bonus for the FAR because it's 100% housing. But if it was a mixed use project and they were trying to use an increase in commercial to show a decrease in housing, I would hope that we would apply some kind of net housing demand metric to see, again, if it was actually creating more demand for housing and factor that into the cost analysis. But thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
A couple of quick questions. So for staff, I assume that any approval tonight would not encumber the building department from, building department or any other agency from fully engaging and enforcing all of the standards and guidelines, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that, but is enforcing our standard conditions, I mean, procedures and policies?
Yeah, I assume that all that's still.
That's
still
correct.
right. Okay. And I noticed that we have our PTC rep here. I don't know if you have any thoughts. No? Oh, online? Is there not someone online?
Yeah, I'm here online.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts? I saw the recommendation you guys made, but do you have any
Yeah,
other
it was
thoughts?
unanimous. I mean, we were extremely in support of this. We found it created housing. I personally live in the neighborhood and I was, and I spoke about the impact. I mean, I have a young family. It's extremely expensive to live in Palo Alto. If there's not these types of townhomes, people like me and my family can't afford to live here. I mean, there was very strong support in the PTC for this project. And that's why we had a unanimous recommendation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'd like to make the staff recommendation. I don't know if the clerk could put it on the board.
I'll second that.
Okay, want to speak to your motion?
No, I think a lot of people did already. It's late.
Okay, Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I would just like to add the condition of approval that the applicant agreed to, which would be they would agree not to be part of any future RPP program on Colorado west of Simpkins Court.
Okay.
I get that.
And is that acceptable to the maker?
Yeah.
Okay. And, yes, Mr. Saltz.
I just wanted to make sure also that we were aware of the need to approve the streets as well, the street names as well, to incorporate those into the motion as well.
Yes, I'm sorry. So what Mr. Sauls is referring to is on the slide deck, we add the street names also. So the city clerk, if we could include the street names by reference.
That's on slide 22.
Can we just add an E that says and incorporate the street names?
That would be fine for us. Yeah.
I'd refer to it as it incorporate the street names recommended by PAHA.
Yeah, Palo Alto Housing Assist. Right.
Okay, and is that acceptable to the maker as well?
Yes.
Okay, I see no more lights. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, does council need a quick 5-minute break? Before we go into our ultimate
I put that in the right spot. Was this supposed to be
item?
as part of D? incorporate the street names recommended by the Town Historical Association. Is that?
No, it should be separate.
Okay, so.
The applicant's agreeing with the
Okay. We will now proceed to a big item, which is adoption of two resolutions placing measures on the November 8th, 2022 general election ballot to establish a business tax and affirm the longstanding natural gas transfer to the general fund. And who will kick this off? Ms. Nozay?
Okay, good evening, City Council. Kylie Nozay, Administrative Services. And here tonight, I also have Ms. Pross, our Assistant Director, who's been working on this project. Next slide, please. We'll leave the staff presentation actually relatively brief tonight and then hopefully turn it over to the ad hoc that the mayor established last week. So tonight before you are follow-up from your action last Monday, the 13th, which has the necessary documents for council's adoption for placement of two potential ballot measures in the November 2022 ballot. The first being the measure to affirm the gas transfer to the general fund, as well as a second to place a resolution, to adopt a new business tax. And the third document is that resolution of council's intentions regarding the use of proceeds should a business tax pass. On the next slide, you can see the general business tax structure that the council had approved last Monday and is outlined in the attached documents, though I will admit we have noticed a few clerical errors, typos in the document, so staff does have that on file pending council's discussion tonight. Overall, the council last Monday approved characteristics that would generate gross revenue of approximately 19 million from a business tax, assuming a 10 cents per square foot per month calculation, and beginning on January 1st, 2023, with funds not being collected until January 2024. On the next slide, this is just a reminder of the remaining milestones. The council, as you can see, is considering the potential placement of ballot measure or measures for voter consideration, and ultimately documents are due to the registrar of voters in complete full by August 12th, with the November election on the 8th. Next slide. And before you is this draft motion, should the council choose to place these measures before the voters in November. However, I also note that as the mayor noted last week, ad hoc has been established and working this past week on potential adjustments to the tax. So with that, I will turn it over to the mayor and the ad hoc.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to provide an update from the ad hoc committee, and when I'm done, council members Du Bois and Phil Seth are welcome to supplement any comments I make. So in advance of last Monday's meeting, the coalition opposing the tax, constituting the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, NIOP, which is the Association of Commercial Property Developers, and the Chamber of Commerce, had collectively indicated that they would not oppose a tax that was at 5 cents a square foot, 20,000 square foot exemption, needing modifications to the CPI proposal, a sunset clause, and then a cap for the largest businesses that would be subject to the tax. Their proposal would have fallen far short of what we had identified as our needs and what we had discussed as what we believed would be a fair and appropriate tax. But after the council authorization to engage with them, We met with them and offered the prospect, non-binding, but for purposes of initiating potential negotiation of a greater limits on the CPI. We proposed 3 different alternatives that would all be more restrictive than our current proposal. We indicated that if we didn't have opposition, we would be receptive to a sunset date because the council had been inclined to sunset all along, but our pollster had indicated that there was a marginal negative response to a sunset of 30 years or so, which is what we would need to be able to bond on this measure for things like our grade separation. But if we didn't have opposition, we thought that we'd be receptive to a sunset. We had indicated a willingness to look at a higher exemption in terms of square footage. If we had a something that was a consensus agreement that we might, depending on the other terms, go as high as 10,000 square feet. We looked at a couple of suggestions on a transition to a cap from a cap to a gradual elimination of the cap, and even a possible reduction modestly in the rate, but not what they were proposing. I will say that I was personally very hopeful that we had made proposed and prospective concessions that I thought were very significant, and that we had done so with an understanding that rather than do brinksmanship and back and forth negotiation, that we would come forward with a pretty strong set of compromises that were beyond what we had collectively wanted to do as a council, but willing to negotiate in good faith on that. And the representatives of the Bad for Palo Alto coalition said that they would take it back to the bodies that they were representing, because we weren't actually dealing with those who were making those decisions, but with those who were authorized to speak on their behalf. And they returned this on Tuesday, I think it was. We first met with them. They returned on Friday and declined to accept any changes other than what they had put as their demands the week before. I think we agreed that the CPI and the sunset were the lesser issues, and that those were easily resolved. I think, frankly, those are modifications that we should consider outside of any agreement that might be struck or not struck with them. But it was, I would say, very disappointing. I was hopeful that we were going to be able to come to an agreement, and hopeful that we were going to have bargaining in good faith, and it ended up being one-sided bargaining. And I went from being modestly optimistic to very skeptical that we're going to be able to arrive at any compromise with them, although I still don't rule it out. We would have the opportunity technically over the next month, even if we make a decision tonight, that still could be modified when we come back on August 1st. But it would take a willingness on the other side to actually have good faith and substantive negotiations as opposed to edicts and demands. We also discussed with them on the timing. We've heard this argument that the timing is not right, although I will say that that was the same argument we heard in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. But one of the things we pointed out that the implementation date is it wouldn't start until 2024, and we were actually proposing a two-step where only half of the tax would be implemented in 2024 and the other half in 2026. So that's a long ways out, and will be a different economics setting from where we are today, or even might be heading into in the coming months, but that despite some people thinking they have a perfect crystal ball on what's going to happen, I don't think any of us actually do know. And then we had already, at our last meeting, done a refinement on the uses. I think that needs to be clarified from tonight's staff report, because I think it might still reflect the council range of uses that was what we had looked at prior to last Monday's meeting, but I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong on that. So I think that covers the updates from the ad hoc, but if either Councilmember Du Bois or Phil Seth have anything more to add, please weigh in. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if Councilmember Phil Seth is going to jump in. I think you covered a lot of it. Again, I guess a week ago when we were here last week, they were asking for 5 cents, exempting 20,000 square feet of all buildings, 30-year sunset, $500,000 cap, eliminating the CPI. And again, Councilmember Burt said we expressed a willingness to compromise. And my assessment is there's such a varied group within this alliance that they were unwilling to move off of any of the parameters. Some parameters appeal to certain members, other parameters appeal to others. And so it was a negotiation that involved relaying our discussion back to the larger group, which seemed not to be aligned amongst themselves. So I think it was kind of a flawed process in many ways. And that really kind of hindered our ability to get anywhere, and they did not move from their initial offer. And I think another thing that I believe is true is that there are some members that don't want to accept any tax. And, the ones wanting a 20,000 square foot exemption, buildings 20,000 feet or smaller would not pay any tax. So, I think we're still looking at about 1% of what the rent would be as a tax. I guess one thought that came out of this negotiation is we may want to look at a different lever. I think, again, part of the problem is if we entirely exempt square footage across all of the buildings, it becomes millions of square feet that are not paying a tax. And so I think we need to stick with the 5K for 0, but we may want to consider maybe a lower rate from, say, 5K to 20K. I think that in many ways that would get us closer to where they are. And so it might be something to consider. I know we had wanted to keep this very simple and clean, but maybe one tier is not that complicated. And it would have the result of shifting more of the tax burden to larger companies. And we could potentially even have a cap on that, and it would still work out. But we can get into that discussion as we go on tonight.
So before hearing from the public, Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, it's just, real briefly, I want to throw in one point here, which is, there's been a bunch of discussion of sort of how is this tax going to compare with taxes in other cities. And most of the comparisons were to cities with older taxes that have been around for a while and so forth. And so, yes, it's true that we're We're probably lower than where Mountain View and Santa Clara are, for example. But the comparisons that we've seen didn't extend to some other neighboring cities where, they're actually higher than the one that's being proposed in Palo Alto. So East Palo Alto and Oakland, and then San Francisco is much higher than all those. So, I took a look at a few other cases, and it looks like for most practical cases, the Palo Alto proposed tax is lower than what it would be in East Palo Alto and in Oakland. And especially it's lower for small businesses. And I think that's important because I think what we're trying to do is we really want to make sure that we're protecting small businesses in this. And while it's true that we're higher than Mountain View and Santa Clara, at least one of those cities, Santa Clara, appears to be moving forward with a ballot initiative to update and modernize and raise theirs. So I think it's important for the context that this notion that Palo Alto will be the highest in the Bay Area is not supported by data. Thanks.
Okay, so before returning then to the council for discussion, let's go ahead and go to members of the public, given the hour. And we'll see how many speakers we have. All right. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Arthur Keller.
City Council, you have an amazing opportunity before you right now to fix all of our budget problems that you are throwing in the toilet because you are taxing the wrong thing. That is why everyone hates your tax. Everyone. No other city in the past 20 years has proposed a tax on the square footage of the office of a tenant. No one. Yet, in the past 6 years, there have been dozens of successful taxes. I sent you an email listing all of these. Every single tax that has been proposed by a nearby city over the past 6 years, council members, 6 years, has won in a landslide between 68 on the low end and 82 on the higher end percent of the voting public have approved these taxes because they don't tax square footage of tenants. They tax things that make sense. They tax revenues created by companies, and they tax payroll or headcount. Payroll is the better way, but sometimes they tax headcount. In some cases, they work as a parcel tax. East Palo Alto's parcel tax, council members, was passed just 6 years ago and passed at 82%. These city council members of our neighbors did not go and speak to commercial developers or whoever asking them to agree with the tax because everyone knows that the people who own these companies and are landlords of the biggest buildings don't vote in Palo Alto. Nonetheless, in just 4 years ago in Mountain View and in East Palo Alto, Google and Amazon, who are the biggest taxpayers, because the only big companies are taxed there, big companies, not little companies, they did not even object to the tax on the ballot. You do what they did and you'll win.
Our next speaker is Arthur Keller, to be followed by Bill Ross.
Thank you. I'd like to support the tax that is proposed, and I suggest that the exempt identified that you exempt grocery stores because grocery stores are exempt, and that therefore the tax is very fair because it should go on a graduated basis. That I support the tax, and I will vote. I will work towards its passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by a phone with the last 3 digits of 603.
Good evening. First, with respect to A, you're not being open and transparent with the public on the gas tax transfer. All anyone need do is compare what's on the Court of Appeal website. When this matter first came before the City Council, Mr. Mayor, you asked, what is the status of the litigation? What you are doing, sadly, is like what PG&E did. They had a judgment against them, and what did they do? They went back to the ratepayers to ask the ratepayers to pay that judgment. The green suit means that we should have a lower gas tax rate. The issue isn't the gas tax with respect to other entities. It's how are you going to pay that judgment? You shouldn't make the ratepayers themselves pay it. On B and C, I'm not part of any group. I've never been the subject of any poll. I think you're misconstruing any type of basis in support for that tax. Why? Because it's not a specific tax that will fund adequately police and fire. Why? Would you look at the surrounding fire agencies for the fire season. Your fire department can't do that because it's inadequately funded. They're losing personnel to surrounding jurisdictions. If you're going to do this tax, it should be a special tax. I think the outreach that's been conducted is non-existent. I know several small owners with less than 10,000 square feet that have never been a part of any public participation in this matter. I encourage a special tax for police and fire and library funding. That's it. Thanks.
Our next speaker has the last digits of 603. Please introduce yourself, to be followed by Adisa Bitbadal. It appears the 603 is not available. So our next speaker is Adisa Bitbadal, to be followed by Karen Holman.
Good evening, dear Mayor and City Council. My name is Adisa Bitbadal and I represent NAIOP Silicon Valley. NAIOP is an organization that represents commercial property owners and developers throughout the region. We have many members who have holdings in Palo Alto and have invested billions of dollars over decades in developing and upgrading their buildings aesthetically and functionally. Our members contributed to the business growth in Palo Alto from a small mom and pop store to a medium-sized company to international large and thriving companies. Because of these investments, we're able to attract the best businesses and companies to Palo Alto. Over the last 2 years since COVID-19, our members were impacted negatively as they assisted the struggling businesses without getting any government subsidies. We became partners with our businesses rather than fight them. For the first time, we have joined a business coalition Palo Alto alongside Silicon Valley Leadership Group and Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, because discussions that have taken place since last year either did not include or dismiss the business community's needs and struggles. NAIOP wants to be a part of the solution, but the solution needs to be modest so it does not drive away businesses, and it needs to be legally binding to address the needs of the community, such as homelessness and housing. And what I refer to this is specifically from the very beginning, NAIOP has not been anti-tax. We've been talking about special tax and not general tax in particular, special tax in order to provide the homeless and housing needs. We have stated these in private during the community outreach and during public meetings. Again, NAIOP members provide taxes in the city and the school district and many regional organizations such as transportation agencies. These taxes provide the transportation needs to the workforce and working families in the city. These taxes also help fund the school districts to provide world-class education to Palo Alto residents. Our members contribute to the city's tax base, and additionally, our tenants provide additional taxes as well. In conclusion, we deeply care and are concerned about the impacts of the proposed tax to the economic health and vitality of both small and larger employers and businesses in Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is former Mayor Karen Holman, to be followed by our final speaker, Keith Reckdahl.
Well, hello, and thank you again. I encourage you to put a business tax on the ballot for voters to decide if Palo Alto should bring its requirements for large business to pay its fair share to cover costs the city bears, in keeping with what virtually every other city in the area has done, and some many years ago. An old argument by some of the same opponents to this measure was that businesses would leave Palo Alto. Well, we don't have a tax. Palantir and Tesla left. East Palo Alto, which has a fairly aggressive tax, has companies beating down their door. Trust the public, our smart voters, to know the difference between a defined small business, such as less than 5,000 square feet of retail or grocery stores, and a business that occupies thousands of square feet. If we'd had a business tax passed any of the prior times it's been considered, I dare say we would not have had to cut community services, would have had money for affordable housing and public safety in the past COVID budget cycles instead of budget cuts. Please do not dilute. It will be years again for reconsideration or amendment, as witnessed by this city's own example. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Keith Rechtall.
Okay. Thank you. Tonight I'm speaking only for myself. We are proud of Palo Alto's strong tradition for supporting affordable housing. But the new housing element has assigned Palo Alto an extremely large affordable housing allocation. This allocation is an unfunded mandate that requires Palo Alto to subsidize housing, but provides no state money. Considering that many of these new affordable housing residents will work for Palo Alto businesses, it seems completely fair and appropriate for our businesses to help fund this housing. But in addition to this ethical argument, it is important to note that the housing will benefit the businesses by improving their recruitment and retention of lower income employees. So I encourage both residents and businesses to support this tax and instead concentrate their efforts on lobbying Sacramento to provide state funding for our desperately needed affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for discussion and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Could staff please remind me what the procedure is when the mayor establishes an ad hoc? How is the rest of the council supposed to know who's on that?
I believe the process is effectively that the mayor has the prerogative to select the members of the ad hoc and then would announce it to the rest of the council at the next opportunity.
All right, so that was tonight, I guess. I'll just say, I think in the past, other mayors have chosen to send an email informing the rest of the council. But since I didn't receive an email or a phone call, I went ahead and reached out to members of the community just to gather my own information about concerns that they had about the proposal that we put together last Monday. And I'm getting close to saying I have cold feet based on what I heard from them over the course of this past week in reaction to what I think was really some inflammatory language from some colleagues last week that certainly did seem like brinksmanship to me and to others. So I've been reflecting on, the exogenous shift we have going on and where and how people work, and the fact that we're at a delicate time in our ecosystem. We're seeing turnover of local landlords, which I think is significant, and persistent vacancies. And we're seeing businesses making unconventional decisions. So decisions they might not have made a couple years ago, or maybe even 6 months ago. So for me, that gets to my risk tolerance of, what I think is going to make sense for us to move forward with. I appreciate the ad hoc's work and the review of each of these. I said last week that I thought the most important thing was the rate, and I don't know what small offer the ad hoc made in terms of a rate, but clearly it wasn't sufficient. I do think the idea, and again, I shudder at the complexity of what we're putting together here, but tiering potentially from 5,000 to 10,000 square feet might at least adjust for the fact that there are some small businesses that are larger than 5,000 and less than 10,000. I mean, I guess the counter argument would be that we're exempting the first 5,000, so it's not like there's a cliff there. So for me, I'm really back to wondering about the rate. Last week a council member said that it should go to 12 if instead of 10, if the business community wasn't willing to play ball, and sounds like that might be happening tonight. I think that's definitely the wrong direction. So I'm going to be interested in hearing what my colleagues want to do, but my risk tolerance for going forward in the face of, clear and convincing danger, I guess I would say, in terms of the opposition is not high. And that's based on reviewing the data and looking at, the percent of people who are strong yeses as opposed to somewhat yeses. And knowing that we've got a number of months from here until the election. So I'm going to be interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say based on what, the ad hoc learned this week. But I'm increasingly concerned about the rate that we selected last week. It is, as I've always said, at the upper end of my range, and I'm starting to feel like we might need to lower it. And if we did that, I'm just going back to the budget from earlier tonight. So round numbers, property tax, 60 million, sales tax, 33 million. This would be the FY23 numbers, TOT, 18 million. This was going to be 19 million at this level at 10 cents. Still be pretty significant, even if we split it up amongst the three areas that we talked about. But that's where I am this evening. And it certainly is disappointing that collectively we weren't able to make more progress this past week.
Okay. Who else would like to speak? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to clarify maybe some of the updates from staff. So slide 3 mentions residential properties, which I think we added last Monday, but it also has property management, which I didn't think we added. Could you speak to that?
Yes, part of the council's motion last week was property management businesses would be assessed based on areas occupied by the management functions themselves.
I thought we were talking about residential properties, but so if a property management company is in an office, won't they be taxed?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
A property management company, like
A property management company would be taxed based on their administrative offices within city limits that are operating business. A property management company overseeing, say, residential property or unoccupied property wouldn't be taxed on those pieces of square footage.
Sure.
It might be worth clarifying. I was just noticing both in the motion from last week as well as this list, we mix exemptions with the basis for calculating the tax. In the case of the property management business, I think the point is that the basis for calculating the tax would be exclusively the space occupied.
This slide says exemption, property management areas occupied by admin. We're not excluding those, right?
Correct.
Correct.
But if a lot of property management companies manage rental houses and things, so again, their office would be taxable, right?
If the office was within city limits.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I would just look at that. And then I didn't see, was this language included?
The administrative office of it, yes, would be taxed. Where the living.
Yeah, was this included in the ordinance update that we got?
The residential versus resident property management terms? Yes.
Could you point that out?
So it is on, there's a piece of it on packet page 924, which under little M5, and little m4. And what this section, little m, is doing is defining what square footage is measured by.
Got it. Thank you. I just didn't see it before.
Awesome.
Thank you. Just a few comments again. I think we need to decide if we're really going to put both measures on the ballot. I brought that up last Monday. Again, going back to the polling data, it seemed like both measures was a little risky. And again, given the revenue, I would lean to putting the business tax on the ballot and not the gas transfer. You know, a couple of things we may want to consider tonight that came up in the discussions. You know, I would be open to adding a sunset. We had some discussion about wanting to bond some of this money. So potentially something like a 35-year sunset. And I also would be open to removing the CPI rollover provision, which was a source of angst. So if we just kept it at a CPI up to a max of 5%, but got rid of the rollover, I would support that as well.
Well, I'll say I agree with the CPI rollover, and I'm sorry, I was making a note. Did you also refer to the?
I said a 35-year sunset.
Okay. And then on exemptions, you had alluded to a concept of a tiered approach.
Yeah, would you like me to talk about it?
Pardon me?
Would you like me to talk about it? Or?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and go in a little more depth on that?
So again, I think part of our challenge is if we just increase the square footage level for exemption, it's on all buildings across the city. And so we're currently at 5,000 square feet. You know, the request is 20,000 square feet, which is an enormous amount. It's not just buildings 20,000 square feet and smaller, it's 20,000 square feet from all buildings. And so I was trying to play around with some of the tax revenue estimates. I think one, as a straw man, one potential option would be exempt from 0 to 5,000 square feet. Maybe have a lower tax rate from 5,000 square feet to 20,000, maybe something like 6 cents. And then look at the 12 cents for 20,000 square feet and over. And that would have the effect of really exempting all of our small businesses, having our mid-sized businesses pay a modest amount of tax, and to have the majority of the tax paid by the largest companies.
So state, again, it's from 5,000 to 20,000, you said 6 cents?
Yeah, that's, again, because the group was talking about 20,000, I just used 20,000.
So any business with a size below 5,000 would be completely exempt. Any business from 5,000 to 20,000 would be at basically a half rate. Okay, just want to be clear for everybody. I do want to note there was one of my colleagues referenced what I consider to be inflammatory language or rhetoric last meeting. I would say the most inflammatory action that's been taken is that the Bad for Palo Alto coalition came out 2 months ago with a campaign mailer that went to either almost all or all households in Palo Alto, I'm not sure, that asserted that the city's proposal was for a $60 million tax. And I engaged with them at the time and said that was flat out untrue. There was no proposal for a $60 million tax. What they claimed that they were referring to was what was coming out of the Finance Committee at that time, with the upper end of the revenue being 43 million, but they said, well, we took the square footage of the square footage rate times the total eligible square footage, and they did the math to come up with 60 million. And I said, but the very proposal that they were referring to included a whole series of exemptions, like every other proposal we had considered had a series of exemptions. And what they did to come up with that number is they arbitrarily deleted the exemptions from the equation, took half of an equation, and then asserted that to the entire electorate of Palo Alto. And then they had it up on all their social media as well. And so they subsequently, after our meeting 2 months ago, where we went from that $43 million range to what was then basically a $19 to $26 million range, they adjusted their website and some of their online materials to claim 43 million. Other materials still claim 60 million. This went on for 2 months, uncorrected, even though as soon as they had corrected it to 43 million, the reality, the truthful range that we were considering was the 19 to 26 million. And I think that was one of the most appalling offensive actions that I've seen be taken in any campaign. But I was particularly shocked that the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce put out blatantly false information to the electorate and struck up a campaign before there was even a ballot measure and influencing voters with just blatantly false and very significantly false information. And so I want to just state that any rhetoric that was expressed in response to that frustration was a small fraction of what that group, Bad for Palo Alto, had been promoting to our community falsely. And I think it's not within what I have known and expected to be the credibility and the integrity of those organizations historically. And I'm shocked that they would be willing to sacrifice their reputations for this purpose. I also would make the argument that, as others have made, that the uses of this tax toward affordable housing and critical transportation and public safety are not only in the interests of the communities, but strongly in the interests of the business community. And that the benefits to all of us of addressing these critical concerns are essential to the sustainability and the well-being of the businesses that are here. We've heard this for a long while. We've seen that the impacts on our housing and our transportation have been driven by the expansion of business and primarily technology companies in our region. And so the obligation to help mitigate those problems is one that I think they have a responsibility to do. But they also will benefit from those mitigations. And I think it's very unenlightened for them to oppose on that basis. On top of that, I think that this notion that what I left out, I'm sorry, of their communication is that twice they have said that they will spend enormous dollars to oppose our taxes, and that they threaten that they would also oppose our gas tax if we did not agree to their terms, and that they basically indicated that the funding that they were willing to spend on opposing these was virtually unlimited. And we've seen in Santa Clara, the 49ers alone spent $3 million to defeat council members who were not, they deemed to be not supportive of their positions. And I'm growing increasingly concerned that the role of developers and big tech in our region, as well as our community, and the willingness to undermine the needs of local government through their deep pockets and ability to spend almost unlimited resources for their self-interest is really starting to undermine our local democracy and certainly the sustainability of our region if we don't address our problems. And it's shocking seeing how, for instance, this tax we're looking at in just over 1% of the average office rent in Palo Alto for this tax, while we had a decade where office rents were going up in the neighborhood of 5% per year. And these developers and companies would argue that we would have some sort of mass exodus from Palo Alto as a result of 1% of the rent when they were able to raise the rents enormously for a decade and having really windfall revenues as a result of the increased market rate for offices in our region. So I'm very disappointed in the approach that they've taken. And I am very disappointed that what we demonstrated as a real good faith effort to attempt to negotiate a compromise that was, frankly, the terms we offered were not what we had hoped for, but we were willing to compromise. And I was shocked that they came back and had not moved an inch and basically put out an edict and a demand that if we didn't do what they demanded, they would exercise their power to use almost unlimited resources to defeat what we believe is in the interests of our community and our residents and our businesses. So having said that, Vice Mayor Koo.
Yeah, so yes, indeed, it is disappointing. And I guess, last week, I must be speaking to a totally different group of folks who do support the business tax and do request that we move forward with it. A lot of it is they understand that it does support Palo Alto. And even some of the business owners that I spoke to that supported this tax actually mentioned that, some of the money perhaps will go back in terms of going back into the community, the business community. Throughout the pandemic, I think there was a lot of funds that came out in order to support a lot of the businesses through the chamber. We supported the chamber in a lot of their work. But, the money is, we do need more funding as we see that things like the cost of living is getting higher, the cost of services is getting higher, materials, and it's also disappointing, but also telling that there are organizations that do not even operate here in Palo Alto, but are very interested in what Palo Alto is doing and how we're attempting to manage our services, to pay for operations, and so forth. At the end of the day, these businesses operate in Palo Alto. They do make a profit, and it's the residences that are the voters and also the ones that are going to be either hurt by not having this because they're the ones where the services will be reduced, less community happenings for them, or even infrastructure is going to be less, and we're not able to sustain that. So, you know, I do like the tiered approach, although I kind of wonder at what point is it not worthwhile? The revenue that is generated, at what point is it that it's not worthwhile to put forward a tax?
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
I wasn't sure the vice mayor was looking for an answer or not.
Oh,
Or it was
I
just-
guess that was a rhetorical.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I mean, and I agree with you, Vice Mayor, on that. It's actually kind of maybe a question to Councilmember Du Bois, because I thought I thought I heard you said you were kind of crunching numbers possibly with that tiered approach. So with that approach you described with the 12 cents beyond 20,000 square feet, does that come out in the same ballpark as the current projection?
Yeah, and I asked staff today to kind of confirm my numbers, and I think we're largely the same. Yeah, I think we're talking about a slightly different thing, but it's about 16.5 million, I think.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm happy with what's before us tonight, and I'm open to the recommendations that Councilmember Du Bois has put out. I think those are good common sense modifications. I really appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you laying out and being very transparent about some of the struggles that we've had getting to this point. And it's clearly this is the roadmap of what we're going to see as the opposition going forward. And it's disappointing to see these type of campaign kind of tricks just trickle down here at the local level. So I think that's going to be really important. And I think one thing that's clear is no one likes to be taxed. I mean, individuals don't like to be taxed. I don't like to be taxed. Businesses don't want to be taxed. And so trying to find a way to craft a business tax based off of the opinion of businesses. I mean, if we did that with all other taxes, there wouldn't be any taxes. And one thing I've constantly heard from businesses in the community are their frustrations with. We've seen this earlier this year with law enforcement, with lack of law enforcement. This business tax is going to be able to go towards that. One thing we frequently heard from, especially tech companies across the region, is their biggest impediment to recruiting and retaining the best talent are housing prices. This is going to go towards that. Issues with climate change and grade separation, all that. This is all going to be able to go help towards that. So I think supporting this business tax is a support for affordable housing. It's support for public safety, and it's support of continuing to help the community run smoothly. And I think it's going to be really important for us moving forward into campaigning on this issue. And I think it's a winning issue, is just that idea that we're simply asking everyone to pay their fair share. Businesses have greatly benefited from the Palo Alto community, and I think it's only right that they do pay their fair share. And I think this is a modest and fair tax, and we're one of the few cities in the state that doesn't tax businesses. And so I think this whole argument that businesses might flee to surrounding areas is just false and unrealistic. And as I believe there was former Mayor Karen Holman made in her comments, we saw East Palo Alto has seems to be a much a much more stricter tax or than we are proposing here, and yet businesses are flocking to East Palo Alto. So I don't think that's a concern. So I'm going to be happy to support this. I think it's going to be important. And my final point, I think we really just need to make sure that we kind of continue to come back to our first item tonight, the budget issue, and really making that case to voters that was I don't know how you put it, Councilmember Cormack, a transitional budget, and it is not promised. And if we can't get these two ballot initiatives passed, that transitional ballot is going to revert back to, that conditional budget is going to revert back to the budgets we've seen in previous years, and the enjoyment that the community is going to have on greater public safety, as well as librarians and a whole host of services that we really value, are going to be rolled back. And so we got to really make sure that argument is made clear. At this point, I'm supportive of putting both the gas tax transfer and the business tax on the ballot. I do agree. I do think that voters of Palo Alto are very sophisticated. They're going to understand the issues. It's going to be important to us to make the case, as well as other community members. But we have one of the most sophisticated voting citizens in the region, if not the world. So I have full faith in them to be able to parse the two and understand why we need that revenue.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So actually, let me share my screen again. So I hear this debate about, were we looking at a $60 million tax or not? And I just pulled up one of the earlier reports from this year. And, this is staff's report. It's not quite 60 million, but it's about 58 million, 58.6, almost 59 million. I seem to recall that we went out to poll at 20 cents twice. I actually never really got to know it myself, so I haven't seen it, but I can understand why people might think it's $16 million because we polled on it twice and we had it in our staff report. But enough of that. Can staff tell me, so how many polls have we ran so far?
We've run 3 statistically valid, I guess, or relevant polls.
Okay, 3 polls total, or just 3 statistically valid polls?
3 statistically valid polls, and then we had the community feedback survey that folks were invited to provide feedback either online or in writing.
Okay, so the 4 total, the 3 statistically valid ones. How much did that cost us so far?
That's in the staff report from last week on the 13th. I'd have to go look and find the number.
Okay, if you could look it up and tell me, that would be awesome. And how much staff time have we spent on these polls and on trying to get this business tax going?
So as noted in the 13th staff report on packet page 235, pulling it up. The contract with FM3, which provided the 3 polls, was awarded by the council for $113,500. As for staff time, the staff resources identified in each of these staff reports have noted that approximately 2 full-time dedicated staff positions. However, obviously in recent months, that effort has increased significantly as we've expanded the staff resources to work on these final adjustments.
Okay, and remind me, how much does a staff person cost? I know it varies, but for like this kind of level person, for 2 full-time staff people, how much does that cost us a year? roughly?
I believe our average position is $200,000 across the city, so I would probably use that figure.
Okay, 200,000. Okay, and okay, so two of them, that'll be 400K plus the polling, that's 113K. Okay, and doing that, that's for the full year. I know, but we've done this for quite a few years now, I think, right? As someone has mentioned many times. So okay, and in the budget that we just passed, how much is budgeted for this going forward?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
For the budget that we just passed, how much is budgeted for this going forward?
For what?
Work on the business tax.
There aren't any budget dollars allocated in the FY23
Okay,
budget
great.
for this.
And then, so let's say this tax does pass, and the only way people are able to, because we have a lot of vacancies. We have a lot of vacancies in office, we have a lot of vacancies in retail, we have a lot of vacancies all around. In fact, record high vacancies. I think rents have already started to drop, some of them precipitously. And has staff estimated how much will our property tax that we get, or that our schools get, if rents are lowered to keep Palo competitive, to start filling these buildings that are empty? Because I would imagine that lower rent means lower property values, which means lower property taxes. Has staff calculated or estimated what that would be if this happened?
I wouldn't speculate to know those impacts.
Okay. Well, I think this probably brings up the need to do a economic impact report to kind of figure this out, because it could be a pretty big issue, especially given the economic storm clouds that we're facing. We passed a record budget, a record spending budget this year, even though we all know about the economic storm clouds. I think for us, it's really important for us to prioritize our spending, especially if we're asking businesses, which a lot of them are still trying to recover from the pandemic, to dig into the pockets even when they're laying off people. They have hiring freezes when their stock has been halved, or in some cases, like look at Netflix, I think fell 80%, right? So it's pretty dire right now. And I've mentioned this many times, but we really should be doing a special tax. There's more community support for it. It would tie the tax to some tangible improvements in the community, like affordable housing. And so I would encourage my colleagues to consider that, because I think they'll get a lot more support from the business community on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, for what it's worth, let me just read a couple numbers here for a second. I did a little reckoning, so any errors here are my fault, but I used our formula, East Palo Alto's formula, and Oakland's formula. If you're a law firm with 40 employees, it looks to me, and 10,000 square feet, looks to me like in Palo Alto, you'd pay about $6,000 a year. East Palo Alto, a little over $25,000, and Oakland about $20,000. If you're a software company with 500 employees and 100,000 square feet and 75 million in revenues, and it looks to me in Palo Alto, you'd pay about $114,000. East Palo Alto, a little over $250,000, and Oakland also about $250,000. So I think that's sort of the ballpark for what we're talking about relative to the cities that were not included in the study we got from the other folks. Let's see, a couple things. As multiple people have pointed out, we're talking about a ballpark of. Well, first of all, I want to say I kind of like Councilmember Du Bois's suggestion of looking at the thresholds and the rates a little bit. I like the idea of making sure that we're protecting basically the smaller businesses in town, and if that goes above 5,000 square feet, the lack of a cliff mitigates that to some extent. But I think that's worth exploring. Right? Anyway, we're talking about what's essentially about a percent, maybe a slightly more of the average commercial lease in Palo Alto. And I think it's important to observe that, large companies in Palo Alto basically pay about twice as much for rent here as locations in the South Bay. And so the argument that we're being asked to accept by both the NAIOP and even some of my colleagues here, is essentially that if you're already paying twice as much rent to be in the Mid-Peninsula here, a 1% increase on that will drive you out and back to the South Bay. So I hope that's actually not the case. I don't want anybody to leave, especially people who've been in the community a long time. Now, the problem is, again, the fiscal cliff, which is going to impact our ability to provide services to everybody. And so the measure that we're talking about targets investments in public safety and other community services, affordable housing and homeless outreach, and transportation, all things that people want and are important. And the 2-year service restoration framework that we passed earlier this evening, again, without new revenue, not only will we not be investing in these things, but people should anticipate a return to reductions. And so that said, last week I talked a little bit about affordable housing, and apparently somebody noticed. As the mayor pointed out, however, I did not say anything that was not true. Okay, so since I talked about a little bit of affordable housing last week, let me touch for a minute on public safety this evening. So already in Palo Alto this year, we've had carjackings in the Stanford Shopping Center, armed robbery in people's driveways, burglaries when residents were absent, and also when they were not absent. We had somebody shot at by a burglar. Smash and grabs in cars have become so common that the news doesn't even report on it anymore. And how many times have the Apple, Lululemon, and department stores been robbed, okay, in our town? So this is this weekend's post, okay? This weekend's post. Woman in 70s attacked on street. I mean, come on, right? And all this is before we even talk about fire danger, okay? So I talked about affordable housing last week, but it kind of begs the question, how can anybody think it's also the wrong time to invest in public safety? Because if you're going to say it's the wrong time for funding it, okay, then you're also saying it's the wrong time to invest in it. Now, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group is not in Palo Alto. These folks are in San Jose, and it's understandable why they might have more on their minds than bad events going on Bryant Street, on the corner of Bryant Street and University Avenue in Palo Alto. But here in Palo Alto, surely the locals can all see how this is a problem. I mean, obviously it's a problem for downtown business if we have felony battery on their door. Now, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and partners may think investing in public safety and affordable housing for that matter is, quote, bad for Palo Alto, unquote. However, I would suspect that most Palo Altans don't share that view. And I think it's actually our responsibility as council to get them a sensible and balanced measure promptly so that they have the opportunity to fund all this. Thanks.
All right. So I think we need to attempt to move forward on the action tonight. Councilmember Du Bois, did you have a draft motion that you want to put forward?
Sure. I will make the motion, I guess, that I described, which is we would modify the tax rate.
So do we want to start with the draft motion by staff and
Sure.
then modify that?
Well, yeah. So I'm still unsure about A. But it sounds like most of you want to put both of these on the ballot. One thing I was considering was, do we just put off the gas tax and decide at the first meeting in August if we want to include it on the ballot?
Let's hear from staff on the logistics of that. So if we were tonight to tonight only focus on the business tax, but want to leave open the option of adding the gas tax when we come back on August 1st, does that create any issues?
It does not create issues to wait on the gas measure as long as you're substantially comfortable with the gas measure, that the draft that's before you. In other words, having new ideas or wanting to make major changes in August.
Yeah, I haven't heard any substantive concerns with the way it is formulated. More of a policy and political decision of whether to put one or two measures on the ballot.
Right. I don't see a problem with that. Are you in concurrence?
Okay.
So this is the motion I'll make then. So if we could change A to defer adoption of the resolution on that item, and then maybe at the end you could say until the first meeting in August. August 1st. And then on B, B little I would be to change the tax rate. I'll just describe it and staff to figure out how to write it. But again, it would exempt first 5,000 square feet to tax from 5,000 to 20,000 square feet at 6 cents a square foot, and anything over 20,000 square feet at 12 cents a square foot. $12 cents, not 20 cents. And maybe I2 or second subpoint to add in a 35-year sunset. And 3 would be to remove the CPI rollover. And then, so that would be the motion I would make. If there's a second.
I'll second that.
So just to speak to second to C here, the use of funds. So if we adopt this resolution tonight, where would this information appear? Like on the website where we describe the ballot measure? How would it be used?
Yes, it's a record within our city records, obviously, as a resolution that the council has approved. And yes, we would include any documents, including this one, on the city's website. But
it would be summarized and readable, so people don't have to go in and read the resolution. And
we would attach the formal document, obviously, for the public's consumption, but we also can obviously pull out the bullets in the resolution itself, to your point, which specifically identify the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 allocation.
Yeah, I just think it's important that we're passing this resolution, but that this information be presented and shared. So again, it's been said, I think how the funds will be used are benefit to the whole community, the business community and the residents. We did simplify the use of funds a week ago, last Monday. We removed the streetscape improvements. And I just wanted to clarify, because I heard some feedback this week. I believe it's still council's intention to fund improvements to University Avenue and to Cal Ave through the general fund. We were just removing it from the ballot measure to simplify the language. Some people interpreted that as council not wanting to fund those things anymore. But I think having our top 3 uses and being very clear in this resolution that we want to use the money, excuse me, for housing and homelessness, for public safety, and for, excuse me, transportation improvements. And, one of the members of the public spoke, Bill Ross, about public safety. We do need the ability to hire more fire staff, to improve our ambulance service, increase our policing downtown, the shopping mall, and in the neighborhoods. And so I think this is a good measure, and going to support this.
And I'll just add, one of the points that we have looked at in the past is that since Prop 13, the proportion of property tax revenue has shifted from predominantly business sources to predominantly residential, while simultaneously the success and affluence of the technology sector in our region has really grown tremendously. And I think that this measure is in the right direction toward balancing the responsibilities of all the sectors to address the severe issues that we have. And as I mentioned earlier, that it really has been the growth of the tech sector that has principally driven the need for a significantly greater investment in affordable housing and in transportation. And so I think there's inherent fairness in this approach. And as I stated before, we're looking at a tiny fraction of the average rent, and even a small fraction of the rent differential between a city like San Jose, 15 miles away, and Palo Alto. That means companies are already spending in the neighborhood of $4 a square foot premium to locate here versus a neighboring major community like San Jose. And so the notion that 10 or 12 cents a square foot is going to be an overwhelming burden when they're paying that premium. They were willing to accept huge increases in rent throughout the 10-year boom period. Those are all factors that I think are persuasive. And then I did want to return to the issue that Councilmember Tanaka put on the screen. He omitted first the date, but in the discussions with the Bad for Palo Alto group, they specifically confirmed, as their literature had stated, that the current proposal that they were referring to, the proposal coming out of the Finance Committee in, I believe, is April, and not some other range of possibilities that we had done calculations on without it being a city proposal. And frankly, we all know that a Finance Committee recommendation does not even constitute a city proposal. That proposal went to the council, and days later, the council adjusted the range that we were considering to what we've now seen calculated as the 19 to 26 million. So it wasn't truthful at the time they made that claim. They were clear in what they were referencing. And then within days, the 43 million was not truthful either, but they continued to use that in all these campaign materials. Before we had even selected a tax, they had launched a negative campaign. And so I just want to correct all that for the record. And cherry picking information is not accurate nor truthful. And I will add that what I had told them at the time is that I did not expect that they would support our measure, and truth and integrity, and that we would debate the issues rather than resort to misleading tactics that, we know that enough voters can be deceived by power plays and deceptive advertising. I certainly hope that won't continue. And I think there's some reason for it because they have finally corrected just days ago the prospective range to the 19 to 26 million. But I want to make sure the record is clear on the facts of what occurred at that time. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I'm surprised that the maker, although it signaled it before, if we only go with one, is not choosing the gas tax, because I'm just looking at, our slides from a couple weeks ago, slide 15, this is from the consultant, slide 21 and slide 27. This is just so we all have it. This would be the 13th. It's pretty clear that the business tax has weaker support, not dramatically weaker, but definitely weaker. And then earlier tonight, we talked, you need to restart my time, by the way, to the clerk. Earlier tonight, we talked in our budget about, the service restorations and the 2-year time frame, and the fact that they're well aligned with the amount of a natural gas utility transfer. So can I ask the maker what exactly you think we're going to learn between now and August 1st?
I don't have the slides in front of me, but the slide that showed both ballot measures together was the weakest slide, weakest response. And again, I think we'll see how the campaigns are going when we come back in August. So
it's slide 21. So you're waiting to see what other people do between now and August 1st?
What do you mean by other
For
people?
I'm trying to figure out what information will be available on August 1st that isn't available now to decide whether or not to.
I can attempt to answer
The
that.
city manager.
And, yes, thank you, Councilor DuBois, Mayor, Council. I think what might be helpful to your discussion on this point is actually staff was just conferring on the other elements of the proposed action here. And even as it relates to the business tax, we're going to ask that you allow us to bring that back on August 1st as well, that the changes in particular related to the tiered rate are sufficient that we'll want to ensure that we write it up correctly and bring it back to you on that date as well. So effectively, we're asking you to bring both A and B back on August 1st for final action. And I do have a few more clarifications at the appropriate time.
Well, let me just add that it is still possible that that the coalition opposing the tax will want to see if we can come to an agreement.
That was going to be my next question.
Well, that's what I was trying to
still
answer.
have I was asking Councilmember DuBois about A, who's the maker. And now I was going to turn to you and B and ask, is part of what's going on here in B, is it your intention to maintain the ad hoc and continue to negotiate between now and August 1st?
I will say that we are open to continuing to negotiate. It takes two parties to negotiate, and as of right now, the other party has not shown any willingness to actually negotiate. I remain hopeful, if skeptical, that we'll be able to have substantive negotiation.
Would the maker and the seconder consider changing BI to 5 cents and 10 cents? Instead of 6 cents and 12 cents.
And what's the reasoning?
Rationale is that's the numbers we've been using, for the past year and a half. I know we adjusted to 12 at some point. We had 5, 10, 15, and 20.
I think we've been at either 10 or 12 for a while, right? Last several meetings. Yeah, I'd like to stick here. I think, again, when you run the numbers, it's quite a drop off. You go to 5 and 10.
And would staff be able to come back with the impact of BI on August 1st?
Staff can come back with orders of magnitude.
Fine. Okay. I'll just say that, I think I think we're putting the emphasis on the wrong measure here if our concern is long-term stable funding that we have a higher degree of confidence will pass based on the polling data that we've commissioned. So, this is basically just punting until August 1st with some changes in B. I may vote for it tonight, but I'm not comfortable with us just doing the business tax because I think the utility tax is such a longstanding part of our community and how we fund things, and it has, slightly stronger poll numbers, and I think that really matters following the data. So I don't know if I'm going to vote for this, but I really hope that, the ad hoc has better success this time. I certainly appreciate the efforts you made in the past week. Sounds like we have a long ways to go.
So I appreciate your comments. Just to give more color, again, I think both items had a high probability independently. And in my mind, it was, kind of a net of 4 million in A versus the large amount of money in B. And that's why I would, if we're going to do one, I would do B, not A.
Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, thanks. So a couple things. I kind of share Councilmember Cormack's ambivalence over the whether to continue with the gas transfer, equity transfer as well. I'm of divided opinion on that. And I'm also of divided opinion on the 5 cents, 12 cents versus 6 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents versus 6 cents, 12 cents. And, maybe 15,000 instead of 20,000 and so forth. So, I would not mind a couple more weeks to agonize over all this a little bit more too. Right. So I appreciate staff giving us a month to do that. I did want to throw out one other observation on sort of dynamics and statistics and so forth, which is, I don't think there's anybody in town that at this point that is unaware of our jobs housing ratio and the trajectory of that over the last 10 or 15 years. And essentially what that reflects is that, employment in Palo Alto has grown much faster over the last decade and a half than population has. And so, from 90,000 feet, it's really hard to make a case that the commercial side consumes a lower share of city services today than 10 or 15 years ago. In fact, it's almost impossible, to avoid the opposite, right? And so that's another reason I think why we should be, looking at sort of proportions of services, because it's almost certain that the commercial side consumes more today as a share than 10 or 15 years ago, just because employment's risen faster than population.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Quick question. Does staff know if East Palo Alto or Oakland have a utility transfer tax? Do you guys know?
I didn't hear what you said.
Does East Palo Alto or Oakland have a utility transfer tax?
I don't believe either city runs a gas or electric utility.
I believe that transfer is to PG&E shareholders. Is that what?
We don't have information on that. Okay, thank you.
I will clarify that East Palo Alto has not only a square footage parcel tax at 20 cents a square foot approximately, but they also have a gross receipts tax, which is 50 cents per thousand for larger companies. The two of them combined add up to an enormous amount, depending on how you attribute a company's gross receipts, whether it's all the in city business. But when I did ballparks of that this last week, I was really surprised that the gross receipts tax appeared to exceed their square footage tax. And in terms of amount, but we can run numbers on that to confirm that. All right. So if we have no more comments.
Mayor, if I might ask
Yes.
some clarifying points
Yeah.
on this, just as we will go back and take this direction to draft an ordinance. A few points to make sure I'm understanding B1 correctly. Basically, there would be 3 tiers. The first tier would be a $0 rate per square foot for the 0 to 5,000 square feet. Tier 2 would be a rate of 6 cents for any square footage of 5,001 to 20,000 for all businesses. And tier 3 would be a rate of 12 cents per square foot for 20,001, right, and beyond. Does that, okay, super helpful. Second question then. Looking back at the motion from last week and how different council members have talked about the phase-in, it would be great if you could provide some clarity on the intention with this tiered rate schedule in terms of the implementation of this. So right now, the ordinance is drafted that the rate would go into, or the tax would go into effect on January 1 of 2023. Is it council's intent, if you could confirm that your desire is still for that rate on January 1 of 2023 to be 50% of the total rate? So that's one outstanding question.
2023, you said.
January 1 of 2023 is the effective date. And then the second question is when is council's intention that the rate go up to the full rate? Would the intention be that the rate move to the full rate as described here as 6 cents per square foot and 12 cents in the tiers on January 1 of 2024 or January 1 of 2025? I've heard different notes, and clarity would be helpful as we draft the ordinance.
So my intent was keep everything else as you had it, which would be January for 50% for the first year. And it would be the full rate in 2024, which is I think the way we had it, right? We corrected the error that we had last
Was
week.
it 1 year later it would go full rate or 2 years?
That was the
So
way it
that's
was.
the discrepancy actually. As I believe I heard one of the council, maybe it was you,
What
Mayor.
had we done? What did we have in there before?
We are inconsistent before. The council made a motion that said that it would be a 2-year phase-in. However, Councilmember Du Bois actually pointed out in the ordinance that and the council agreed that they thought that it should be a 1-year phase-in. So actually it is a discrepancy from your June 13th direction that clarity would be
I
helpful.
had recalled the 2-year and I would
So wait,
support
when you
the
say
2-year.
2-year phase in, you're talking about, I thought it meant you get to the full rate in 2 years.
No, I believe as the mayor's describing it, it would be the 50% rate for year 1 and year 2, which means January 1st of 2025 would get to the full rate.
Okay. I thought last week you said that was an error, but I didn't realize that was still an open issue.
So
again-
this is a policy question.
Let's
Council
just
council
clarify
can
it.
choose the rule. We can
Got it.
draft it either way.
Correct.
Yeah, I would support 2-year in between the first phase and the second phase.
So you go 2 years at 50%. I'm open to either way. So
Okay. So do we need to have that clarity in the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So perhaps 4 would be,
Well, it's really related to 1, isn't it?
it is,
So shouldn't we have a sub bullet under 1?
sure,
not A, but actual B1.
B1.
Yeah, we could just take, no, let's go back. Okay, let's just put a period and say that the initial rate would be 50% of the above.
For the first 12 months?
Pardon me?
For the first 12 months?
For the first
No, for the first.
I would say,
24 months.
first of all, it would be the first 24 months, but it would be effective January 1, 2023.
Yeah, but when you say effective, that's another thing that needs to be clear is that could be misinterpreted, that I want to make sure that everyone understands that the collection is not until 2024.
That's correct. And the ordinance does clarify that in the uncodified section at the very end.
And I get it's in the ordinance, but I want to make sure it's clear to the public, who doesn't read all the detail of the ordinance.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot that's in the resolution that we're adopting. Right.
Okay, the initial rate would be effective at 50% above rate for the first 24 months. Does that, or do we need to state what happens after that 24, or is this clear enough?
That's clear enough.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I forget who made the motion, maybe Councilmember Du Bois. Can we please, instead of say adopt a resolution, because you're not going to do that tonight, you're directing staff to return with the resolution on August 1 to do the following.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Same thing for C, I guess, technically. Or we can adopt that tonight.
You can adopt that tonight. You can also
Okay.
defer.
Okay. We're all good? All right. Sorry? You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I thought you said at the top of the meeting that you maybe had some clarifications on C, or are we good with the draft that the council has before it?
Is the draft resolution, it only has the 3 buckets? Yeah. Okay. Then I think we're good. All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So that concludes this item, and we'll now go on to council member comments and reports. And Councilmember Du Bois.
I just wanted to know who won the MSC contest.
I think the jury's still sequestered. I'll let you know later this week.
I think they're all winners.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ku.
So today I sent out a message about, well, through you, city manager, about the UNAF funding from this council contingency fund from FY22. Could you speak a little bit to it?
Sure. Let me just confirm for council's awareness that this afternoon, I believe you should have received an email from me. Let's see. I'm sorry. Let me find it. Effective. I'm trying to see if I can find the time it was.
Yep, we got it.
Got it. At 1:21 p.m. Noting that at the request of the mayor and vice mayor, we are planning an expenditure of $25,000 from the current year city council contingency funds to support UNAF, the United Nations Association Film Festival. We have some additional detail on the expenditure, but also noting that recognizing the desire to put more structure around the process of expenditures from this line item, we'll propose it as a part of your procedures and protocols handbook revisions after the summer recess.
Great. And
Thank you.
I just had a couple updates I wanted to share from the Municipal Service Center Day. A couple things that I learned from staff related to our SCAP initiative. First, that we've had a constraint on ability to even purchase new transformers, and staff, in part because of the shortage, it appears that The lack of supply has driven up pricing, which maybe is what's creating a new capacity in the sector to have transformers rebuilt in certain circumstances. So that will help us some on this whole issue of how do we more rapidly increase our system capacity to respond to electrification. Second, there's been a discussion briefly within the SCAP within EV charging about a need to be able to respond to charging needs where we have neighborhoods like portions of downtown north that don't have driveways and garages. And it was clarified for me that most of our light poles are actually 240 volt, which can handle low level level 2 chargers. And I'm not clear yet on the amperage level that they can accommodate, but that's very encouraging on being able to roll out what is happening in certain cities of using the existing power in light poles and what's really surplus power, because when we switch to LED lighting, we draw fewer amps than we originally wired those poles for. And this can actually also help alleviate the problem with existing multifamily homes where they could do on-street charging in perhaps a lower cost installation way than installing chargers in their facilities. And lastly, our advanced metering system. I learned that we have our major pilot is tentatively scheduled to have 1,000 or so homes where it's been installed by about the end of this year, if I understood it correctly. And that will help us greatly in being able to obtain some of the data that we're trying to compile to inform our electrification program. So those are wonky, but they were exciting developments for me. I was really gleeful over all three. And those are updates. Thanks.
See you all tomorrow.
Meeting's adjourned.